I like literally just got home, so I am currently speed reading my own Discord. Okay, looks good. Because yeah, you can't read and drive. I did a lot. I was in the car pretty much all day today. Big day, big stream. Oh yeah, oh yeah. A lot of things happening. A lot of things going on. So we're gonna be looking at lots of stuff here as time moves forward. Okay, so a couple things. This isn't really an announcement time, but I'll just mention things I was thinking about. We're gonna go over all the stuff on Lemania today. So we're gonna start by actually like looking at Lemania, which I didn't do because I haven't really had much of a chance. So we're gonna look at Lemania. We're gonna take a look at things, and then we're also gonna review what kind of responses the devs have given about things, because some of you might not be aware of this, but the developers actually do talk about things in the game on different occasions. So we will be looking over some of that stuff. I'm just to make sure I have everything tracked here. We have everything tracked here. Okay. Although one of the things I like kind of don't love about DDO is that the forums, for some reason, it's like annoying to get to the first post of a thread. Because it always goes like, hey, here's the newest post. What if I don't want to look at the newest post? What if I want to look at the first one? Okay, I'm just prepping out the threads. Okay, I think we're good. Whoosh. What's up, everybody? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Stream Tom. Today we're looking at Lemania, all the new stuff that's coming. There's a lot of new things that are on the horizon. Ignore the character I'm currently playing. This is just a character I transferred over onto the server because I'm assuming I'm going to have to click to and talk to guys to go look at some of the actual stuff. If you're wondering why I'm not in the test dojo, I'm not there for two reasons. One, there's a lot of noise in the test dojo, and two, this actually just gives me some like background music. So there's like some like calming noise going on in the background. But yeah, so we're going to be going over all of the new stuff that's going to be on the on there today. Which should be fun. We're gonna step into a tavern, so we have some tavern music, because tavern music is good. Haha, tavern. All right. Yeah, so for those of you that missed some of it, we have preview for what's coming. So this is the preview. It is going to be available till tomorrow, so you have until tomorrow to like log in and test stuff out if there's things you want to look at. But this is Lemania, so we're looking at the preview server. The Lemania preview server is available just to see things that are coming ahead of time. A lot of the stuff is posted on the actual forums, but as a reminder to what Chris said yesterday, you know, logging in and getting your fingers into the mix and seeing stuff is a good way to really get a good sense of what's actually on here. So we're going to take a look at all this stuff. So like I said, we're going to go in order. We're going to look at what's being presented here. We're going to take a look at what they're saying, like what the devs have already responded to. As a reminder, you will see people that will be like, man, the devs never listen, the devs never look at feedback, the devs never do this. But as a reminder, the staff tracker exists. You can literally directly see what the staff is doing at any given moment. Although I'm just going to do a quick check here to make sure something is here, because I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay, we're good. But yes, so there actually is like a staff tracker, so you can see what the staff is actually posting. So if you ever want to check up on that, you can. Anyways, so we're gonna take a quick look here. So this is what's coming out in update 78, which is coming in February. Oh, they kept a few things a secret? Yeah. All right, so just to start, we're gonna get a new public area created for the anniversary. So we will go see the new public area later. I actually really like this. Instead of having just House Fjarlin be overloaded, instead there's actually going to be like a designated area of the game which will be overloaded, but at least it's that one place. Fred is also available at House P, where the 10th anniversary used to take place. So if you don't know where to go, you can go to Fred and he will teleport you into the new area. He'll be there as well. So that's cool. The loot from the 20th anniversary dungeon is going to be on preview with the loot guy. We'll take a look at it. It might be in here, but we're actually going to go physically take a look at it. The 10th anniversary dungeon is available with one round of traditional little fun changes and Easter eggs inside the dungeon. The entrance dungeon is, as well as the related NPCs, have been moved to the new anniversary public area. If you find anything that's gone awry, use this thread to let us know. Corner of Encounter has been upgraded more evergreen, and the D&D game that used to happen inside the dungeons moved out into the public space, which is fun. So we'll take a look at that. So yeah. On top of that, We've also got the new archetype that is available, Arcane Trickster. So we'll be taking a look at Arcane Trickster, the new Raiders Reward Box. For those that don't know, Raiders Reward Box is something I did for the 15th year anniversary, I think. And it's basically a box with a bunch of raid loot. Presumably it is updated because it says new version and it's been 5 years. So we'll see. We're also going to take a look at the Sterling's Remnant Rush, which I don't know what that is. Again, we're going to take a look at that. There's some known issues here. Arcane Trickster currently a bug where metamagic caster feats aren't respecting Trickster as a class that should have access. Oh, so you can't take metamagics unless you multi-class. Interesting. Helm of the Warblade is not giving some of its effects. Okay, cool. And something. All right, other changes. Man, there's a lot of fixes here. Fix a typo. They're not Feyhounds. They're Feyhounds now. Ridiculous. The shield, the Vengeance Manifest, now has its shield provide bash chance. Sick. Ruby Eye augments work. Spelling mistake in Necronomic Cannon. Typo in Thorn Knight. Adjusted icons of Blightcaster wild shape forms. Yeah, I always found that was weird that the icons didn't match. So that's good. Blighted Bite fix. There's a floating planter that's on the floor now. Blood of the Divine no longer instantly dispels its own martial weapon bonus buff for no reason, and instead just works like it normally should. I knew there was something weird with that, but I couldn't know how to track it. So that's kind of interesting. Epic Spell Power Poison can be taken by level 22. You might be like, wow, hasn't it been in the game for a long time? How come no one noticed? The answer is because no one took it. Anyway, Wild Magic's Enshrined Champion now properly grants Force, Chaos, and Universal Spell Power. Some robe icons have been updated, blah, blah, blah. They have their proper DCs. Heretical Lore and Penetrating Blast now have more accurate tooltips. What was wrong with them? We're going to take a look at that. I'm actually very curious. I'm going to swap character. I don't know what was wrong with the tooltip. I want to see. I think my Warlock is here. Warlock. We'll take a look. Elemental Word Static Strike knows its proper name. Dismissing Strike has been fixed. Ninja Spy Core 1 and 2 now have proper spacing. Insightful Learning Skills bonus now grants insight bonus to all of its skill types, which is good. It wasn't doing that. Might's Reward in Beacon of Hope now grants its proper positive spell power. Oh, is it not doing... Maybe it wasn't like Insightful bonus or something? Or no, it's not Insightful bonus. Isn't it like Morale bonus or something wacky? Anyway, I think I used the ability maybe once. Display DC for Necrotic SLA Death Domain is now accurate. Fix a typo in the Pennant of the Stormreaver. Curse of Butterflies no longer sticks a bad effect in your buff bar. Mass Confusion and Tainted Color now cost the correct amount of depravity. I've never pressed this ability in my entire life, and I still never will. Zero Degree Comet and Moonshadow now have a save for half. Yeah, instead it was just save or nothing. Purity now protects against all variants of Mummy Rot. Very funny that it didn't do this. I don't know how you would figure this out. You have to like equip Purity. I don't know who's doing that. Moonlance and Gloomsphere can now be cast while quelled. Exciting. And Bleed the Weak in Dark Hunter now properly scales with Double Strike and Double Shot. This one's crazy. I can't believe that. All right. So we have Heretical Lore. Oh, it is Eldritch Blast deals a D8 damage. Yeah, it's 2 D8s damage and Eldritch Power. Okay, good. I was wondering about that. All right, cool. That's all it is. Sick. So overall, a lot of good bug fixes. So yeah, as devs against devs, was that filigree set? Oh, really? Okay, interesting. I did not know that. I didn't know the deep lore. So very cool. Cool stuff. All right, so the Raiders Reward box. If you're wondering where to turn tokens, you have to double click it. And here's the list of items. Thank you, Ying, for saving us all the time of having to do this ourselves. So Quiver of Alacrity, very fun. Vestments of Ravenloft, totally useless. Void, cool bow, Fate, Echo. Can we look at this in game? It's fast. You just have to double click it. Speak to Loot Guy to preview it. Okay, we're just gonna go preview it. It's easier to look in game so we can look at the pictures. 10th anniversary dungeon edits, Cordovan updated, blah 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 blah. So we'll go check out the area. Anniversary dungeon loot. We're gonna talk to the guy as well. We can look at it online, but yeah, I'd rather not. The Arcane Trickster. We're gonna save for a little bit, so we're gonna look at this in a sec. And then we have Sterling's Remnant Rush. So this one is basically for the whole year of the 20th anniversary. An NPC will be available in game. Lets you trade mysterious remnants for a reward. The Mimic Sterling the Strongbox has been brought to the Anniversary Collection by Fred to help gather up all the mysterious remnants that are loose in the universes. When you speak with Sterling, you may give him 100 remnants, and in exchange, Sterling will find a reward from his collection to give you. You may also take a risk to ask for another reward, but at a higher remnant cost. Each time you ask for another reward, the cost will increase to a limit of 10 possible times of Sterling giving you a reward with escalating costs. However, each month Sterling remnant cost will be set back to 100 remnants. So Sterling tracks how many times you received a remnant based on your account, but any of your characters may turn in remnants to him. So you can do it 10 times per month to get rewards. And so you can basically get 10 rewards. And there's a 50% chance for a minor and 50% chance for a major reward. Looks like the minor rewards are suites of curse cards or a full deck of curse cards. So that's just fun. It's a good way to trade in remnants. So that's actually not terrible. 25,000 revenants, so get collecting. Oh, interesting. It's per month. Because I do have like over 100,000, so we'll see how it goes. And then major rewards are fragmented tomes. I don't know what that is. Dust of Mythic Power. Dust of Reaper Power. Is that just something you can apply Mythic to an item? Yo, if that lets you get Mythic on an item automatically. Oh. Interesting. Mitronor Treasure Picker Box and Card of Curse Cleansing. What's a Mitronor Treasure Picker Box? Apparently it's in here, so we'll take a look. Although I don't have any remnants because they don't let you transfer that stuff. You can like pack your characters and transfer it, so we'll have to take a look. All right, so we're gonna go to the we're gonna go take a look at some of the loot. We will be looking at the spell casty guy in a sec, but I just want to be able to like get my eyes on the loot so I can get like a sense of what's going on. So yeah, +1 tome chosen by you, so +2 to 3, 3 to 7 to 8. Oh, interesting. Doesn't seem terrible. Yeah, so we'll take a look. I think most of my characters have +8 tomes, so it's not good for me, but it seems like it could be useful for some. I wonder if the tomes will be tradable, so you can like maybe give tome things to your friends. Remnants per month, which is crazy. Yeah, but some people have like gazillions of remnants to turn in. So it's like pretty good to be able to have something to turn in. And at least it starts at 100, right? So if you don't want to do the top sum of them, you can, let's say you do like 4 and then you stop at 4 and you do that every month. That's still 40 or no, more than that. So that's still quite a bit. Okay. So talk to Fred. Go there, Farty, or didn't you just use somewhere else? Where do I get the token? I was like kind of paying attention. Oh, I would like to trade. Trade now, give me 100 remnants. Okay, sure. Oh, I have no remnants. Oh, I don't have any remnants because I emptied all my characters, so I don't have any remnants to trade with this guy on my whole account. I have 500. No, I have 500. Wait, do they have to be in your inventory? Hold on, do I have to have them in my inventory? Yes. Okay, so it has to be in your inventory, which is kind of wacky. So it's 100, and then it is 300, and I got a Card of Curse Cleansing. Wow. Curse cards in Saxtivator 16, Curse Cleansers, ability score to upgrade Tome Selectors, Mythic bonus enchanters for Cloak, Glove, or Boots, Reaper bonus enchanters for Cloak, Glove, or Boots. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting. All right, pretty neato. Kind of sick. So we'll take a look at that. And the Mitronor thing is awesome. It doesn't. It's not on the list, so I don't know what it is. Is there any? Did they post like where they are, like what the items are? It's not clear in game, so I'm not sure. You got one? What is it? It just says box. Should I spoil it? Yes, I'm directly asking. Like, what is it? It's all the rare items. Oh, it's not the artifacts? That's amazing. It is cool that we do get access to, for all the people that didn't get their swords or whatever, you can now trade in remnants. But yeah, rare items, no artifacts. Interesting. They should post that somewhere in the game. But yeah, the rings are the best ones. Yeah. But the coolest art is not the rings, so. Okay, give me, where is it? The craftable event items and the 20th anniversary token. 20th anniversary token? Yes. And then the token is a usable thing to look at the items, I believe. Click on this to claim your list rewards. Oh, this is the Raiders reward box. Okay, so this is the Raiders reward box. We have Quiver of Alacrity, Vestments of Ravenloft, which I don't remember if that's for augments. Vestments of Ravenloft. I can't remember if there's an augment for this one. But I'm gonna double check. So this is Perfect Silence. So there you go. People will turn these in for Perfect Silence. The token, I believe it is 1 per. Did they say how they're giving out the tokens? Is it 1 per account or 1 per character? Enter dungeon loot, edits. Use this to discuss the box. Okay, so they haven't said how many we're getting. Okay, okay. So that'll determine what you want to take. Void, very cool bow. One of the reasons why bow is cool, I keep asking how he knows. Oh, it's probably from data mining. That's why. It's just data miners who have that information. Yeah, Void is very cool. One of the reasons is you get the Conjure Ice Arrow spell, which allows you to conjure ice arrows, which are neat. One of the things you can do with Conjure Ice Arrows is you can conjure them with Void and then swap to another bow, and you keep the ice arrows. So that is something you could do with this. Fate is not a good throwing dagger, but it does have a really interesting effect where, well, not an interesting effect. It looks like playing cards, which is just fun. The pick a card buff is not very good, but it's just a cool item. Echo the Sun Sword, same thing, just a cool item. Great cosmetic because it doesn't look like anything. So, or like it's like a lightsaber and it colors really well. So that's kind of cool. Mantle of Escher, I believe is also it's also a augment, if I recall correctly. Yes, it's Arcane Barrier. Which is for magic resistance rating cap, which is fine. Storm in a bottle, same thing. Belt of braided beads. This item is, where'd it go? What? It just took the window away. I didn't even do anything. The heck? Anyway, belt of braided beads. You know, just whatever. Sightless. There was a time where Sightless was like the helmet to get, man. This was like, dude, melee power, range power, sheltering, constitution, life steal, true seeing. This was back in the day when they actually used to give us like a lot of like really good stats on items on raid gear. Now that it's pretty much, if an item has more than 4, it is like unbelievable, but they used to do this a lot. And it was very cool. I think they should consider being more flexible with how many stats are on items in the future as well. Here's some Fiddle. This item is not good, but it is cool item to slap on. Rune Lodestone. I can't recommend getting the Rune Lodestone because this item is very easy to come by. It drops from Dryad the Demigod, which has 2 chests. People run the 2 chest version all the time, and it's easy. The other window times out fast, yeah. Doomethorn Bracers. Again, another perfectly fine item. I believe this is also, there's an augment out of this one. Same with Dark Diversion. You can get the augment here, the Occultation augment. Meridian Fragment as well. Pomora's Memento. This is for the Insightful Spell augment. And then you have Helm of the Hunter is the only one of the Hunter set here. This one's cool. It's got Druidic, Survival Mastery, and Stone Shape. Surprisingly, not a bad item. The only downside of this item is there's no Sun Augment slot. If it had a Sun Augment slot, it would be honestly usable today. Then you have Braces of the Mountain, of course. Repulsor Boots for just jumping around. Can't recommend anyone go for these ones, but you can if you want. Spear of the Mournlands. Cool Quarterstaff. Not a good one, but it is a cool one. It's interesting. It's got some neat stats on it. It's sorry, I really shouldn't even say not a good one. It's fine. It's just the Staff of Shadows exist, so you can't really justify using it. Legendary Tovin's Hammer. Actually pretty good rune arm. It's pretty good rune arm. It's got good stats. If you like Electrical Storm as a shot, you will enjoy this one. And the 2-piece set's pretty easy to come by. And usable on Artificer, so current usable item. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, Heart Azula Mades, surprisingly usable trinket, still used in tank sets today and other non-tank sets because of Mantle Azula Mades. Really, really good item. Dull Dagger. I don't think the Keeper of the Crimson Covenant, so you have to upgrade this by being in the Vol religion and then stepping into a cloud in the Mark of Death raid to upgrade this dagger. I don't think this is used for anything currently, but this used to be the best dagger in the entire game. Tail of Sulamades. There was a time before, God, what's that falchion called? The brand new one that just came out, that kind of overtook it. This used to be the weapon, and it has been replaced by the new falchion. But this used to be the weapon. Very cool. Epic Lindy, boiled down into an augment. Also used to be relevant, except for the fact that the +2 profane bonus to all stats is now everywhere. And with Sun and Moon augments, you always get the one you want, so not really as valuable. Epic Quiver is just worse than the Heroic Quiver. Omen, that's the one I was thinking of. Thank you, Float. Epic Quiver is just worse than the Heroic one, but it's neat. The Eclipse itself is a pretty cool quarterstaff. It's a bad quarterstaff, but it's pretty cool. Crack Core is for an augment set. Ethereal Gaze, I believe, also augment set. Hallowed Splinters, I think you can argue you can still use hallowed splinters. It's not the best crossbow, but it does have mind tear, and it does have a craftable thing on it, so it's not bad, but definitely not the top one. Blue scale guides, augment set. Kaelus's volatile mixture, also an augment set. This one is probably one of the better ones to pick because this is a rare item that drops from the raid Fires Over Morgrave. No, not Fires Over Morgrave. Skeletons in the Closet. The dinosaur one, Isle of Dread. And Kaelus's volatile mixture can be turned into for the imbue dice augment set, which is very, very, very good. Very, very, very good. Yeah, it is an expensive one. It is hard to come by. Probably one of the son of a bitch. One of the best ones. Yeah, Hallowed also has the summon ammo as well. So it's definitely a good option. The thing about Hallowed Splinters is it's really easy to come by, so it's hard to argue taking that. Moving on, we have Dr. Lifestone's Hunting Horn. This item's not good, but it lets you summon a dinosaur, which is fun. So, you know. Constellation, also another bad weapon. However, it looks sick. One of the coolest looking weapons in the game. Very, very cool looking weapon. Not good, but also really annoying to come by because you have to do, what's it, 2-aught to handle. And 2-aught to handle is still challenging to this day. Silver Dragon Scale Capelet. This used to be an insane cloak. It's not anymore, but it used to be. Lunar Eclipse used to be the best shield in the game, and then Myth Drenor came out and said, hey, by the way, you guys want some new shields? So this one got completely replaced. Citadel's Gaze, same thing. I believe this is used for an augment set, but this helmet used to be insane. Aspect of the Wild Hunt, same thing. This used to be absolutely insane. I loved this helmet. I loved using it. If this helmet, instead of being summer, came with like a sun slot, if you could take old items that had set bonuses and just there's a converter you could shove them in that ripped out their set and instead gave you a sun or moon augment slot based on the type of the item, that'd be amazing. And then 200k XP. So I think it's going to depend on how the delivery comes out from this. I'm going to be honest with you, 99.9% of all people that are using this right now are going to be taking a quiver of alacrity for their account and then calling it a day. So that's the thing. Outside of that, most items here are situational or not great, or you want to make an augment out of. So again, for example, Dark Diversion, very common augment. The Vestments of Ravenloft, pretty common augment, things like that. So you're going to be looking for augment things. Or if you're somebody who's never done a raid before, and you've never had one of those really powerful weapons, but you love Inquisitives, Hallowed Splinter is a good start. So there's some items in here, but, you know, and there's some good picks. This is definitely, here's what I will say. I cannot, in any good conscience, recommend you take 200,000 XP. Don't do it. Do not take 200,000 XP, please. There's so many other good options on here. Please don't take 200,000 XP. There might be some of you, if you're like a Giga gamer and you have been playing this game for 100,000 generations and you have everything already and your character is fully cursed with, you know, min-max all the curses with curse cleansing cards and all your items perfect, then yeah, whatever. Take the XP, do whatever you want. You won the game, it's fine. But if you're like, I wouldn't call you a casual, but if you're like a regular person who like plays the game, you maybe have a couple completionists, you're like, you're doing what you can. The 200,000 XP is not worth it. It just isn't worth it. Getting one of these items free is really convenient, so can recommend. 200,000 XP is running like 2 quests in Ravenloft. It's not worth it. Yeah. All right, so now let's take a look at what they said are the new anniversary items. So craftable event items. I don't know what this is. Oh yeah, because there's different levels, right? That's going to be level 36. Oh, level 36. Okay. So we have a whole bunch of items here. We're going to be taking a look at this one by one. And it looks like these are all references to other parts of the game. Oh, shoot. Okay, Minos Lorica. Okay, all right. Let's start at the bottom so I can scroll upwards so it's easier. So Robe of Resonance. This is a horrible item from the Red Fens. Just a piece of garbage. Totally useless. Let's see what the new Robe of Resonance is. Is this in order at all? No, it's like out of order. 12. There it is. Okay, so it has Resonance, Physical Sheltering, Rough Hide, Insightful Fortification, Time-Twisted Versioning of the Robe of Dissonance. This vibrant robe hums faintly, blah, 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 blah. All right, so it's physical protection. It's got the sheltering. If we go up to the 36 version, it's just going to have bigger stats, I assume. Yeah, it's going to have bigger stats. It's a good-looking armor set. I actually wonder if they did new art for it. So we will take a quick look see if there's new art, because I am personally curious, and it looks the same for the most part. I don't think, yeah, it's like palette shifted. So I actually really like the color. I think it looks great, but it does not look to be new art, but it does look quite good. I actually do like the color of the robe, so definitely not a bad option for sure. Oh yes, and there's sun and moon augments on these, obviously, yes. But Robe of Dissonance cannot super recommend so far. Overall. So yeah, standard for is a freedom movement top hat. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, Quarforged Docent of Victory. So this is the Quarforged Docent of Battle rework. Chaos Absorption, Quality Fortification, Combat Mastery, and Will Saves. So this item is bad, straight up. But there's like the one neat aspect of it. It's one of the few items that has Chaos Absorption in the entire game. So if I'm going to be totally honest with you, you could maybe, depending on how much work it is, justify crafting the level 36 version, because maybe there's a raid or a content where you want Chaos Absorption 24%. Other than that, these rest of the stats are kind of a wash. So what is Chaos damage? So if you can take hits from slads, which do chaos, which just get reduced there, and then also chaos hammer if you're a paladin. So there's an option, but yeah, this is not good. We can craft the gear before we can use it. That is correct. So the level cap is going to be going up to 36 in the summer, so you'll be able to make these items if you want and save them from the level cap goes up. So you'll already have items to wear when the level cap increases. This is a good idea because in the past, what they've done is the opposite, where the level cap increases and then we don't have the items for it. And then you just feel kind of silly. Like, why would I craft? You can craft a level 32 version, but you know, you're going to be, even if you want to use it, you're going to be replacing it when the expansion comes out. Well, now you can keep it. All right. Grand Ringmaster's Plate, which is the full plate of the Ring Leader. Command, Blindness Immunity, Natural Armor Bonus, Magical Sheltering 8. Honestly, not that terrible. Command is a pretty rare stat, so actually being able to have this item is kind of cool. It's not a great chess piece, to be honest with you, but it's not horrible. It's also 57 armor class at 36. It's like a lot. God damn. That's a huge amount. Armor bonus 40, armor bonus 57 for 4 levels. That's actually a lot of armor. So yeah. So I you know what? This armor piece doesn't seem too bad. All right, Dragon Soul Vestments. So this is the Dragon Touched Vestments replacement. Dragon Touched, Double Strike, Physical Sheltering, Sight Beyond Sight, and Speed. Actually, great chess piece. There's a lot of places where you can use this. The Double Strike on the 36 should be pretty high. 18 Double Strike, 40 Physical Sheltering, Sight Beyond Sight, and Speed. So it's not bad. For those who are wondering, Sight Beyond Sight, that is Dodge Bypass, which is really, really, really cool. So very, very fun with this one. Pretty good stat. Relatively hard to come by, and overall pretty good item. So yeah, really, really sick. Good chess piece. We'll probably see use in different places, so we'll see. Coat of the Wanderer is going to be a covering for the Coat of the Traveler from Ravenloft. So we got Speed, Insightful, Reflex, Dodge, and Profane, well-rounded. Well, unless we get something really crazy on the 32. Is that still Profane, well-rounded 2? It is still... it's Profane, well-rounded 3. Oh, thank you, Julian. I did get some sleep. I'm not gonna lie. There's an argument that you could use this. Again, this is the only good stat on this armor piece, but like Profane 3 is not bad. So very, very interesting. Is 36 4? No, this is 36 and it says 3 on it. It's 3 for 36. Not bad. Again, will we see it get use? Interesting question, but that's very, very cool. Next up, we have the Chain Shirt of Toppling, which is opposite of the Chain Shirt of Crippling. Combat Mastery, kick them while they're down, Insightful, Deadly 1, and Accuracy 8. So kick them while they're down is a fun stat. Let's see how that scales all the way up to 36. 36, kick them while they're down is still 5. So kick them while they're down doesn't scale. So this item is bad. If kick them while they're down can scale, like if it's like plus whatever per level, you can make your argument here. One of the problems is there's no... DDO doesn't have like... crowd control condition effect like trigger. So what I mean by that is if you, let's say, train Shirt of Toppling here, if you're fighting a red name or a purple name, you can't knock them down or stun them, so you can't ever get this effect. Unlike, imagine if there was an effect, let's say in Thief Acrobat, that was like, you know, use an ability and it's like it's a trip, and then it makes enemies that are, you know, immune to trip get treated as their trip for like 10 seconds or something. Other than that, they kick them while they're down effect, especially being 5, non-scaling, not good. But let's take a look at the art, see what the art looks like. Is it free to claim yet? No, this is Lemania. So Lemania is the preview server, which means we're looking at it before it comes out. So no, you can't claim it yet. All right, Commander of Bling. Time to use a version of the Admiral of Bling and the Commander of Bling, or the Captain of Bling. This is the Commander of Bling. Psychic Ward. What the frick is Psychic Ward? Oops, I didn't click on the item. Whoops. Immunity to charm and domination spells, good luck, reflex, and quality alluring bonuses 4 at 20. And I think that the top level is also equally not great. Good luck 5 and quality alluring bonuses 5 is interesting. I don't see it getting any use anywhere, but the helmet looks like it could be some good fun in terms of the visual. Other than that, kind of mid hat, but it is what it is. Do you think Arcane Trickster and Fate Illusionist is a good combo together? Yes, it is. Everyone who chooses your forum account gets lost, not just item by infinite amount, and the account isn't banned. I have no idea. I haven't encountered that problem. Oh, yes. You're probably logging into the wrong place, Nirasoth. So when you log in, no matter, like if you try to like reply to a post and it goes, oh, you have to log in first, that doesn't work. You have to log in at the top of the screen. So when you go on the forums, so like here, okay, you have to, there's like a login thing here. You have to click this button. If you try to log in any other way, it just won't accept your information, no matter what. All right, Minos Lorica, reference to the Minos Leggings, which has fortification, will saves, spell resistance, and magical sheltering. Well, this one looks like it's worse than the original Minos Leggings, which is interesting. Okay. Okay, well, let's move on. I'll take a look at it, see what it looks like. Melicia's Crown. Fascination Guard, False Life, Sonic Absorption, Freedom of Movement. Hold on, is that a level 4? No. Level 4. Oh, man. So, by the way, you guys, you should... And it's craftable? That's got to be a bug. There's not supposed to be Dolorous slots on here. Melancholic and Dolorous slot? No way, dude. That's ridiculous. That's a bug. But still, it's got a Sun Augment slot, it's got a Blue Augment slot, and it's got Freedom of Movement. I mean... The best part is that the level 36 one is only mildly better than the level 4 one. Like, yeah, you get some more health, but the Sonic Absorption literally doesn't matter. Oh my. Excellent. Excellent stuff. All right. Dread Pirate's Cloak, which is the Dread Stalker Cloak. Glaciation, Magnetism, Blurry, Nimble, Skill bonus. Interesting. Now, weirdly enough, I actually don't hate this item. And it goes all the way to Enhanced Ghostly. Cool. That's actually a totally different stat, but that's fine. I actually don't hate this item. Getting spell powers is weirdly annoying. They only go into red augment slots. So unless an item is craftable, you have to put it in your weapons, which gets frustrating. This item is interesting. I think you could make an argument for using the Dread Pirate's Cloak in multiple different builds. And in heroic leveling, something as simple as like, oh, I'm playing as like a brand new level as like Sorcerer, and you want to use Cold and Ice or whatever, or Stormsinger. It's pretty good. Pretty good starter item. Definitely something we're going to look at. Dread Pirate's Cloak, you could think about it. Cloak of Winter's End, which is like the Cloak of Winter, only has 3 stats on it. So I'm assuming we're missing a stat here, because Force Absorb, Vitality, Immunity to Fear. Honestly, it's already pretty good. Like Force Absorb, although 17 versus 16, such a low amount. It's probably missing a stat. When we get the full stats, maybe it'll be better. But yeah. And Cloak of Summer's End, double shot, Con 15, Insightful Con 7. Ooh, that's a good item. Oh, wow. The light absorption is not that great, except for those one corner cases where you get blasted by some stupid ass light spell. But mostly double shot 10, Con 15, Insightful Con 7. What a nice item. This one will see use. People will play around with Cloak of Summer's End. If you like ranged, you should bank one. Because it might not be useful all the time. Because, for example, there will be lots of scenarios where you're going to have craftable spaces. Like, for example, the Threats Old and New raid items can be crafted to give you +7 Insightful to a stat. So, like, there are replacements for this, obviously. But this will just be as a nice piece. If you like doing any amount of ranged, you will want to craft a Cloak of Summer's End and bank it. If you like doing endgame range stuff. All right, so now we're going to do a quick art check. Art check. So I'm going to turn off my floaty so we can see what the character actually looks like. And now we're going to go through a brief art check. Art check. I'm going to take off my helmet, though. Okay, so this is the chain shirt of Toppling. Honestly, it doesn't look too bad. I kind of like that there's like the purple coloring here and like the new buckles. It doesn't look too bad. So yeah, overall not terrible. Go where there's more light. Yeah, not bad. Just a chain shirt, just a classic. The brighter colors on older DDO armor is so weird. Hi Stream, do you know if DDO had do you know if the code editor still works? No, it doesn't work anymore. It's over. It was only up for 4 months. All right, next we have the Cloak of the Wanderer, which is a replacement for Cloak of the Traveler. It's green. Ooh, green. I don't like it. Moving on from that, we have the Dread Pirate's Cloak. So this is the actual cloak here. We're gonna take a look at what that looks like. I have to take off my cosmetics. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know how it's different from the regular cloak, but it is a good looking cloak, to answer that one. Next up, we have the Minos leggings. So I'm going to turn the helmets back on. We have Minos leggings here. Is the gemstone a different color? Or Minos Lorica? It's red? Is it not usually a red gemstone? I'm honestly not sure. I don't use it. Red gem instead of green. I haven't used a Minos leggings in like 100. Like, guys, Necro 4 was a really long time ago. Cool looking item though. Cloak of Summer's End. Next up. It's just like the regular Cloak of Summer, but like darker. I like it. I do like that it is a little bit darker. Next up, Grandmaster's ring mail plate. Grandmaster's ring plate? Plate mail? Oh my god, it's so bright. Oh my. Look at the colors, dude. Okay. Does it normally look like this? Also, this armor set looks sick. I kind of love it. It's like got a little bit of clown costume energy going on, especially with the boots, where it's got like one boot on one side, no boot on the other side. That might be a bug. It's hard to say. But my god. Oh no, it actually looks like that's the style, because it's on this side and then not this side. Oh, match with the orange wings. Do I have the wings? Maybe. We'll see. All right, Dragon Soul vestments. Let's take a gander. It's literally just the Dragon Touch outfit, but with darker colors, which some people will like. Some people like some of the darker colors on some of the base outfit here. Looks good. Looks like Aang, the Avatar's original concept. Yeah, with all the armor and the plates. Yeah. Don't love it. Next up, Cloak of Winter's End. Oh, it looks so good. God. Man, that cloak looks good. I love the colors on this cloak. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a good cloak. I really love the colors. I'm a sucker for blue, and it's like a really good range of blues, and especially that really deep navy. Oh man, that's a good blue. I don't know what else I would put with this. That's a good one. I like it. Next up, we have the Commander of Bling. For a helmet called Commander of Bling, there's a surprisingly small amount of gemstones on this. I was kind of hoping for more. And then last but not least, we have Melicia's Crown, which is just a top hat, which I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if this is different. Yeah, it should have that reflective thing on it. They need a gold trim or give it like the reflective effect that they give to like metal armors. But yes, this top hat is a blue bandana. I'm not feeling it. Yeah, we're looking at the cosmetics from the anniversary event, just to see what they look like. Don't love it. Arcane Trickster, it's on the preview. We're going to be looking at it soon, the Lamania preview. So it's not in the game yet, but it will be free when it comes out in a couple weeks. But it's on Lamania. It's on the preview server. Cool. Overall, some pretty neat looking armor. I'm going to be honest. I really like this robe. I'm going to have to farm me one of these. I really like the dark blue color. I think it looks great. Like I really like how deep the blue is. That's nice. It's a really nice little robe. Okay, so that is the armor there. We're just going to double check quickly. Anything else to look at? Oh, the actual anniversary zone. Let's take a look at the anniversary zone, which I did not do. So let's go to the anniversary celebration area. Oh, okay. So we have like an actual zone. It's like up in space where like immediately in the sky you can fall off. I don't know where it takes you. I was just curious. Oh, it just teleports you back. Okay. Yes. My first immediate reaction was, where does this go? And then I threw myself off the ledge. I had to check. I had to know. But yeah, it pops off in March. This pops off in February. So February 28th is Dungeons & Dragons Online's anniversary. It will likely be happening either that week or the week before is when it gets started. But yes, so we have Sterling the Strongbox and Fred the anniversary host. And then we can kind of take a look around the anniversary area. So there's the 20th anniversary quest. Go straight to the expo, PC, ask for more info 1. So you can kind of take a look at what the new anniversary quests are. We have all of there's a D&D game going on over here with the characters from the latest expansion. So that's always fun. We got Braun Pitts hanging out. We got some dancers. Pretty neat little area. We'll take a deeper dive into this. I'm not going to go too deep into some of this stuff, just because I'm sure some of you won't actually be able to experience it. Is that a coin? Nothing. What the heck? Is this just like a fun area with fun areas you can climb? I love fun areas with nothing and you can climb on them. I got a tasty ham. Wow. What the heck? What is this? Ooh, okay. Oh man, I'm gonna get so bored and then like jump around in this area and distract myself for hours. Oh, there's more places to go. What the heck? Where am I? Okay, now we go here. Nothing. All right. Is that it? Is that all we can go? I don't know if there's anywhere else out here. This reminds me of in the game 30XX. Oh, there's more places. There's a hub world you start in, and if you explore around in the hub world, you can find like all sorts of stuff. I got a supply crate. What's a supply crate? What is this? Full of wonderful loot. Okay. Oh, it just gives me garbage. It's just a chest. Okay, cool. Right. It's just those are the ones from like the Canis challenges and stuff. That's kind of fun. But yeah, in like the starting town where you can just like jump around and find all sorts of secrets and stuff. And nothing. And there's a ham here. I assume if I just fall, I get to reset. Yep. It's going to be so congested. This is not a private area. It's the celebration area. So in the past, they had the celebration area was House Fjarlin. So you'd have the people generally traveling through House Fjarlin and also all the people for the anniversary. Now you're going to have just the anniversary area, which is a good idea. You got musty papers. Oh, Demon Lords of the Abyss. So they're spoiling, or not spoiling, but they're advertising the new expansion that's coming out. That's kind of cool. So if you want to learn more about the expansion, they'll have like basically like a preview for what's coming up. We got guys, don't ask me about time travel. It makes my head hurt. It's kind of fun. Look at this. We got, did I turn off the names? No. Why are names not showing up? Did they just don't on these guys? Because I guess they're just anniversary guys. Hergo Belnot, Fila, Minan, Burr, Flankton, Polina Zamis, and Gelrin Tamis. This is probably a reference to something in the real world that I don't know. What are you going to do? That's what you get for being a younger person. Come in here. We got a Goblin Juglin. Oh my god, it's a Dancing Wolf. Oh my god, did they animate the Bullywug to do the animation we could, like the guy in the marketplace? That's actually crazy. I love that. Big fan. Another reason why we should get Bullywugs as a playable race. Then we have the Party Planner, which is where you can do the anniversary party. So this is the old dungeon, and I believe there's a new dungeon as well. So that's always fun. Dread Pirate Bradley. Oh, and there's another game here. I'm terrible at jumping, but I'm pretty good at falling. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta do it once. Hold on. Okay. Oh, it like pushes you when you go through. That's weird. Do that. Let's go over here. Snag this one. Nothing. I got nothing the entire way down. Unbelievable. Anyway, then there's the anniversary token collector. Greetings. Right now we're celebrating Treasure Hunter's buff, which grants 10% festival bonus to your chance of finding named items. It lasts for 6 hours. Stacks on Elixir Discovery. As long as celebration is still running, you may return to me to gain this buff again. Oh my god. That's pretty good. So if you have this, plus you have a discovery potion, there's 15% discovery potions. That's 25% extra. Time to farm some dungeons. Dijin's discovery boost. That's sweet. Time to get farming, everybody. We be farming during the anniversary event. Oh, the gatekeepers are here. These guys supposed to marry my parents. Let's see you. Especially in the environment free of hags, dinosaurs, and pirates. True. I don't know why these guys are here exactly, but they're here. It's neat. Sweet. And then we have the anniversary event. Yeah, how can you afford it? No monetary outlay was required to rent this place. I merely called in a favor, as you would put it, with my acquaintance Crobin Bix. Crobin Bix, the real estate guy, doesn't seem like type to a favor. Master Bix engaged me to silently enter his mind and make him forget one of his former wives. While I was in there, I came across a highly sensitive fiduciary information we both agreed should be kept from the attention from local authorities. Mr. Bix offered to lend me this island to celebration in exchange for my silence. Interesting. Anyway. Alright, neato. And timeline fragment exchange? Oh, so you have to get timeline fragments to be able to craft these things. And they all cost the same. Okay, so buying the level 36 one, if you just want the 36, costs the same as the 4. So that seems fine. Send me to the quest, level 1. Oh, there's different versions of the quest. Time flies. Oh, this is the new event, I guess. Oh, interesting. D&T. Unless that doesn't actually work, but we'll take a look at that. Yeah, overall, this is pretty cool. Not a challenge? It's not a challenge, it's a quest. I don't know what it's going to mean, but yeah. Yeah, they're not upgrades. You just get one, and then you just buy whichever one you want, which is a much better version. Which basically means I'll probably try to put a list together of items I think you should buy. Like the Commander is probably like a no-buy. Minos Lorica, again, probably also a no-buy. The level 4 one's okay. But outside of that, it's probably a no-buy. Especially when you can wear Melicia's crown. The level 4 is a guaranteed buy. You're going to want to get that. All the other tiers don't matter. Just level 4 one's the only one that's good. Cloak of Summer's End is a level 36 must-buy if you like ranged characters. Can recommend. The Cloak of Winter's End is broken. Dread Pirate's Cloak is if you like playing this type of caster, is definitely a good buy to have. The spell powers are just really nice and convenient. Chain Shirt of Toppling is a never buy. The Coat of the Wanderer, unless you like the art, and I will say the actual like colored fabrics does make it interesting, so I don't hate it. Coat of the Wanderer is a maybe buy. It's really good for low levels, and then all the way at the top here at level 36, it's also not bad. Although this is max dex bonus is 5. Does the Coat of the Traveler also have that? DDO Coat of the Traveler. Coat of the Traveler. Legendary Coat of the Traveler has a max dex bonus of 8, so they have to fix the max dex bonus on the Coat of the Wanderer. But yeah, because it should scale with the items level. Grand Ringmaster's Plate is another one that is like, you could maybe argue at 4 it's okay, but for the most part it's kind of whatever. But the 36 might have a place, so I maybe consider buying the 36. And the Robe of Resonance is a bad item, but it looks sick. Dragon Soul Vestments is also a pretty good item. You're probably going to want maybe the 36, maybe the 4. And the Quarterforged Docent of Victory is also a just straight up bad item. But it looks cool, I assume. So, you know, there's that. Yeah, we'll have to see how many fragments you get per run and how long it takes to farm. Okay. Arcane Trickster. I think I have to buy it from somebody. I assume I have to buy it from somebody. My only gripe, it's such a noob trap for a milestone. Yeah. Iconic Hero. Or can you just make it? Can I just make an Arcane Trickster? Races and classes? Oh, there it is. I bought it. Yay. Again, this is the preview server. That's why I have 100,000 DDO points. So if you're like, oh my god, how? Oh, there's Crab Bix. There he is. Anyway. So yeah, so we're going to take a look at the Arcane Trickster. Get a sense of what it looks like, because I'm sure some of you are interested in that. Also, this is town, so you log out quick. Beautiful. I really like that. Okay, so... it's under Specialist because this is a rogue archetype. Arcane Trickster, boom. Oh, there's no new outfit and no changes here. So they'll update the text on this eventually, but Arcane Tricksters are in fact intelligence users. So you want to play a high intelligence race. Your two options are Drow Elf, which are going to be getting a visual revamp towards the end of the year, so they will look different. Or Gnome, if you want to go max on your intelligence. Other than that, yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. So, I think you can't get intelligence out of Eladrin, I don't think. Dampier has an option for intelligence, so maybe play an undead Arcane Trickster. Probably do something like that. Because this character is an Arcane Trickster, we want to go max out intelligence because that's like the most important stat. So if you want to get that, you can. No, I'm not making a half orc. And then you have to decide your combat style. For a character like this, if you're a first lifer, single weapon fighting is a really good way to go. Also a little bit of a combination. This character, if you want to go like intelligence, hit, and damage, which I think is possibly missing from this build, unless you want to do like some type of multi thing. You want intelligence, hit, and damage. You're gonna want Fade Arc Illusionist if you're doing the casting. You're gonna need a bunch of pieces to make the puzzle function. So we're going to grab intelligence. Instead of taking dexterity, I think maybe go with some constitution here so you don't die. Tiny bit of strength, maybe enough dexterity to grab one of the abilities. Not one of the abilities. Maybe like a 14, so I can grab like precision and go single weapon fighting with this character instead of going two weapon fighting, so you get access to an orb. Probably gonna be the option. So yeah. Winter Eladrin is intelligence? Probably. I'm going to be honest, I'm not a big Eladrin fan. I have many people around me that love Eladrin. They think they're like the greatest, and they only want to play Eladrin and nothing else. And I understand that. I'm just not a big Eladrin person. Wait, you don't get swim. Open lock. Repair. The worst part about testing anything rogue is that you want to start intelligence and have high intelligence, but then you have to put points in all this garbage every time. And I have so many skill points. So many skill points. It's the worst. I know it's a weird thing to complain about, but that's me. Did I do spellcraft? Yes, I did spellcraft. And I like having jump because jump is convenient. Probably should have concentration. We're going to get quick and pretty quick. We're going to dex for improved sneak attack in epics. Yes. On a first life, though, I think it's not doable. I don't think you can get 21 dex and have any spellcasting on a first life or in epics. So I don't think it's entirely necessary to do that. Anyway, go single weapon fighting. Start with that. And then you have to multi-class. So this is going to be called Me Trick Chat, and no one's going to be able to read my name in game. All right, so Arcane Trickster. We have an enhancement tree here. I'm going to quickly just get this character to level up a little bit, and then we'll be taking a look at some of the other things. So we're going to start at level 7 here, and I'm going to start my career as Rogue. I do have to take one other level of a caster to get most of the proper feats, so I'm going to be taking a quick level of Wizard just because I can. Spellcraft, Repair, and then what else do I need? Open Lock and Search, I guess. Sure, whatever. And then I get an extra Wizard bonus feat. We're going to use that to take Quicken just to get started. So I have Quicken on all my abilities. You get 7 spells. Sick. I don't really want any of these. Most of these are bad. Jump, Mage Armor, Magic Missile, maybe. I don't know, whatever. Did Artie for the skills? You could. I just wanted the bonus feat. The reason why I have to take a level of Wizard is because there's a bug in the game where you can't take any meta magic feats on an Arcane Trickster, which is relevant. Or int or dex, because expect 20 dex for Arcane Trickster may be a bit unrealistic. Well, improved sneak attack dice is what? 2 sneak attack dice? It's good, but it's also not essential. The main problem with it being 21 dexterity is that it basically means that if you have past lives and tomes, it's really easy to get, and if you don't, it's not that easy to get. Well, I guess past lives don't factor into it, it's just tomes. But yeah, if you have a +8 tome, 21, like I could get it if I had a +8 tome on this character. I was starting with a 14 dex. So, yeah. Is 3 dice? Oh, geez. I thought it was less. Anyway, let's go to Rogue. And now we go putting points into all the things. 1 point into everything. Spot, tumble, UMD. I should eventually put points into concentration, probably. Maybe I should put that into instead of haggle. But nah, I'm going to quicken it literally everything all the time. Whatever, it's fine. All right, so now we get a feat at level 3. Usually in this character, I would take Improved Feint, but rogues get the Mage Hand stuff with the Arcane Trickster. So instead, we're going to grab probably Maximize, because Maximize is just really good with low-level spells. We're going to keep going from there. We'll take a look at what this character actually does. Mage Hand spells aren't currently quickenable, which is really funny, given the fact that there's like a huge quicken focus on the actual character in its design. So that is kind of interesting. Yeah, we'll take a deeper look into that as we get closer. And I get more. I get a spell now. Cool. So I'm going to take actual Magic Missile on this character. I think actual Magic Missile is probably the play. I do wonder if you could play a real Magic Missile type character with this and what that would actually look like. Probably not, but I am curious to see if that's actually something you could do. In future, I will try to do the full rogue. So not on this Lamania, but if there's another Lamania with things actually functioning a little bit more, what I will be doing is what I've done in the past, which is do a 1 to 20 on Lamania and test how the character feels going the entire way through the game. Because one, I am a streamer, so I have the time to do that. And two, it's a good to get a sense of like how something feels like along the way. I think it's really easy to hyper focus on like the end game and be like, okay, what does this character feel like at level 20 or 30 or whatever? Whereas this gives me a chance to kind of like really dig deep and be like, okay, how does this character really feel? How does this character really function? We're going to grab Precision here because Precision is good. We're going to grab Precision because it's good. It's in here. There it is. Quick hits. We're going to each bolt. That's what they say. They say that that's how it will function. So we're gonna get out of here. Whoops. Here. How it all stacks with Rogue. Yeah. So we'll see. It could be interesting. Oh, I get to go to 7. Right. Rogue. So also getting things to give you bonuses to sneak attack dice will probably end up being pretty relevant, not just sneak attack damage bonuses. So as I said, it'll be interesting. We'll see how it actually goes. Okay, now I get my first rogue bonus feat. I could take Extend, I get a spell focus feat, and I get mental toughness. You're probably going to want to take Empower here. I don't even know what spell school you really want, but you're going to have enough feats to take all the things you need, so yeah. It depends on which spells you're casting, but some of them, yes. Whoops. We're getting Shillelagh repair spells. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing is, there's a lot of utility, and that's one of the things I think that the splash ability of this type of character is really, really interesting, because you have access to Thief, Acrobat, and Mechanic. As previously mentioned, I think as time moves forward, I think that the in a perfect world, Thief, Acrobat would have been rebalanced to be less quarterstaff and more general melee combat. and mechanic would be more generally ranged combat. Not like make it more general, but have like a little bit more rogue neutral stuff. So instead of being quarterstaff, it would be like acrobat weapon, and there'd be like things into that type to make it a bit more broad, so it feels a little bit better. But yes. And so yeah, so we'll take a quick look. Hello, I would like a single weapon, please. Give me a longsword. Wait, rogues aren't proficient with longswords. Give me a rapier? A scimitar? I'm not proficient with scimitar. Give me a rapier. Sounds good. No, don't search. Why am I searching? Why are we searching? Look at me. Swashbuckling. Hey ho. Okay, so my fancy outfit. So I'm not naked in town anymore. Alrighty. So we're going to take a quick gander at what's actually in the tree. We're going to do this in game so you can kind of get a sense for it. So starting out, we have Arcane Trickster, trained in trickery. Each core grants 5 universal spell power and 2% double strike and double shot, including this one. Double strike and double shot are one word, so that'll need to be fixed. It's a typo, but other than that, looks pretty good. Others have noted that this tree is missing some stuff, some pizzazz, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Then each of the cores gives you access to Stolen Spell. So at level 1, you can steal a spell from another character, or level 3. So you could steal Cure Light Wounds and cast Cure. Alternatively, you could cast Find Dust. However, it says the DC of these spells is equal to your Disable Device skill. Now, the reason why this is quite good is your Disable Device is a really big number. Okay? So as a result of this, these are spell-like abilities. As a result of this, it means if I go to some of the higher levels, these are level 1s. If I go to the higher levels, Salt Crystals, Salt Ray, Personal Augmentation, Insightful Damage, which you could pick up, Chain Missile, Cure Moderate Wounds, Sound Burst. The thing is, you might be like, oh, don't I need like evocation DCs for working on Sound Burst? No, you don't, because this isn't an evocation spell. It's a Disable Device spell, which means you're able to really easily get this DC to disgusting numbers. Bear in mind that right now, my Disable Device is only 14, which is not quite good. I'm playing as a first life character, I'm only level 7. But you get a couple items in there. You might, you know what you can do? You can take Skill Focus Disable Device, which gives you a +3 on the DC. Which is silly, but it's a weird way to think about a direction you could go with the character. So overall, your Disable Device will be very high. Bear in mind, you need over 120 to disable traps at the end of the game. Okay? You need over 120. 120 DC is also really, really insane for our 10s. But what if we go even further beyond? Disable Device 130, 140, 150? It's really not that hard to do, especially on an int-based character. So, very, very cool stuff. But yes, so the first tier, we have a bunch of basic spells. Shillelagh, if you just want to have Shillelagh for your rogue thing, or for your thief acrobat, maybe you want to go quarterstaff, magic missile. We've got Find Dust, which is surprisingly good. I will say this, surprisingly good is also quite good. Nimble Fingers is also another one, which we'll look at later, because Nimble Fingers, there's an effect in Shadow Dancer, which makes it so that you get bonus to Disable Device +6, and if you have Nimble Fingers, it also gives you sneak attack dice. Well, Nimble Fingers also gives you Disable Device, so it kind of all combines into one, which is very, very, very cool. So we'll take a look at that. At level 6, you have access to Chain Missile. Chain Missile is honestly not a very good spell. It is good if you have lots of targets. It's terrible if you don't have lots of targets. We'll have to test out how this works with the sneak attack thing, because if you can proc your sneak attack on multiple targets at the same time, Chain Missile can be very good in an AoE scenario, but against a single target, this spell will be useless. So it's like a 50-50. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Also, what's up, Kevin Head? How you doing? Cure Moderate Wounds, obviously a simple thing. Getting a Cure Moderate Wounds SLA is nice for late game. Personal Augmentation, again, also something that could be kind of good. Salt Crystals, Salt Ray, and Sound Burst. Sure. Moving on to level 12. At level 12, you get access to Cure Serious Wounds. Bit late for Cure Serious, but has no cost as far as I can tell. Flash Freeze. This ability is very strong. This is one of the best crowd control spells in DDO at the moment. Very, very, very good. unbelievably powerful. In fact, this works way better than you might think. This is useful all over the game. This is for freezing things and stopping monsters from doing stuff that are very annoying to have to deal with. For example, in threats old and new, you can use this all over the place to stop monsters from moving that infinitely respawns. So you don't have to deal with them. So very, very cool option. Force Missile is a really terrible spell. So unless it gets buffs, you'll probably never take this other than for like flavor purposes. Greater Heroism is a scroll. Neutralize Poison's a potion. And Radiant Force Field's very interesting utility. The reason why Radiant Force Field's interesting here is because you can cast this on other people. So you can use this as a tool for other players. So at level 12, you are able to cast this on your tank or on somebody else in your group. So Radiant Force Field, very interesting spell. Very interesting spell. Level 18, we get Disintegrate. This spell is giga bad. Fire Seeds. This spell is pretty bad. Great Evolution, not bad. It's an interesting spell. Definitely something to consider using. You also get access to Greater Hero. Like this gives you +4 intelligence, so definitely something to consider if you don't want any of the other options, which we'll talk about in a sec. Greater Heroism, or it says Greater Heroism, Greater Shout. Greater Shout is a very good crowd control spell because it works on Reapers, and it lets you do a lot. So very, very, very good for Reapers, and just like group crowd control. It doesn't cause helplessness, but 10-second cooldown, it's pretty nice. Then we have access to Heal, which is actually quite good. Some of you might be confused because you can just say, well, it's a scroll, but this is quickened and it scales with spell power, which makes it fairly valuable. You could play Heal Rogue with this, although 15-second cooldown is really rough, but we'll talk about that later. And then lastly, we have Tensor's Transformation, which is just bad. So some good options on this level, but again, the evolution's looking pretty tasty out of here. And of course, at the top, you have Master of Trickery. Your magical ambush dice is upgraded to D6s, and Spell Thief now deals 50% more damage. You gain +2 to all stats and +2 imbue dice. So what does this mean? Magical Ambush is how you apply your sneak attack dice. Basically, if I go to my sneak attack dice, once my character reaches level 8, you get access to Magical Ambush, and it allows you to apply your sneak attack dice, half of this number, onto all of my spells. So if I'm level 8, that means I get 4 D6s, so I would do 4 D3s on every spell, on every time I instance of damage on a monster. This top one is once you're level 20, it's actually your whole sneak attack dice, which can be quite good depending on the spammability of certain spells. So again, we'll have to take a look into that. Bear in mind, a lot of this isn't functioning, so we're going to have to, it's really hard to actually test and function. There's like a million bugs in here, but we will see. Now let's actually look in the tree and what you get. First, we have this line up the left here with Mage Hand, Eye Poke. So the Mage Hand spells, you can get to use a Mage Hand to do something. Now, bear in mind, as a rogue already, we do get some Mage Hand shenanigans. So if I go into the rogue class feats, we have Mage Hand Bluff and Mage Hand Disable Traps. So Mage Hand Bluff lets me use my intelligence instead of my charisma for the bluff check. Although, is that an actual spell? Yeah, you have to use this one. And then Mage Hand Disable Traps allows you to disable traps at range with your Mage Hand. Again, these hopefully will get different icons, but yeah, they don't work as exactly as advertised, so we'll talk about it later. And then the other thing is, that's mentioned here, is the Master of Trickery. There's the Spell Thief. Spell Thief you get level 16, and it basically, if you use or hit an enemy, or was it, you get like a spell steal ability, and if you hit an enemy that has a spell list, you gain mana based on what level spells they can cast, which is really, really interesting. Each missile gets sneak attack? Yes, each missile gets sneak attack. There's no cooldown. Does Magical Ambush work on wands and scrolls? I don't know. We're going to do some testing later. But anyway, so you get Eye Poke. Eye Poke is a D2 damage per 2 character levels. Bad damage. But they have to make a reflex save based on your disable device, or they become blind. So pretty good effect. Just low level blind, and you might look at the damage seeing it as low. Remember, in the early levels, this won't be that great, but it's a targeted blind that allows you to sneak attack to, and it costs 2. This character's spells are very cheap. Moving up, we have Slap. Slap in the face with a Mage Hand. And this grants a little bit more damage, but most importantly, it is a stun. Now, if this stun works on Reapers, this will be insane. If it doesn't work on Reapers, it will be bad. So we'll see how this goes. I wouldn't say bad, but it'll be like situational. Then we have Mage Hand, Meddle with Reality. Any creature you target with Mage Hand, Slap, or Eye Poke undergoes Meddled Reality. Creatures under this effect are no longer immune to sneak attacks. Their fortification is reduced by 25%. Their will save is reduced by 4, and the creature changes to Fey for 30 seconds. Now, this matters for two reasons. Number one, being turned to Fey means you can force any creature to now be under the effect of favored enemy. So in epics, you can get Enemy of My Enemy from Sharati Champion, and which gives you Fey as a favorite enemy type. And a lot of characters actually use favorite enemy. For each favorite enemy you have, the damage against all your favorite enemies increases by 2. So if you're like a ranger who already gets like 5 of them, and then you get an extra like 4 or 5 from other places, you're automatically doing 20 extra damage per enemy. And with this, you can convert every enemy into a Fey and force it to be under the effect, which is cool. So very, very, very interesting with this. So Slap is neat, and you can make enemies, or like this ability is neat, and you can also strip sneak attack immunity, which is quite good. So big fan of this. All right, next up, Helping Hand. Removes most crowd control effect from a target, heals them for half of their max hit points, and applies a restoration effect to a target. If you're incapacitated for more than 6 seconds and have 5 spell points, you'll receive the Helping Hand effect. So this is double duty. You can cast this on somebody else every minute, healing somebody to half. Healing somebody for half, which is affected by healing amplification. So as soon as 100 healing amp, it's just a full heal every minute. Really, really, really cool ability. Very, very powerful. I don't know how it fits into the tree, but it's insanely good. So I like it. So I want them to keep it. And then lastly, we have Pestro. It's an instant kill. 30-second cooldown. Click on an enemy, they die. Very cool. We'll see how this goes. It's all disable device for everything. So what's weird with this is none of the abilities have any actual DCs on them. So you actually don't need any spellcasting DCs, which is kind of funny. It's all just disable device. The only thing you need is out of your actual spells, you will need real spellcasting DCs, but we will see about that. ATR? Is it ATR? Arcane Trickster Rogue? ATR? Oh no. It probably is ATR. I kind of want to see ARC. Like ARC, because it's Arcane Trickster, but they're going to need that for something else. All right, so let's take a look at what else is in the tree here. Let's take a quick gander for that. It's a trap. Yeah, true. Magic Fingers. Open lock, disable device, and concentration. Huge. Remember, there's disable device here and disable device here. So we're double dipping. We're already very high. Keep it flexible. Is there any spell flexible? I'm stupid. I don't know. Spelling is hard. And we get Arcane Spell Failure Reduction. I don't think they suffer Arcane Spell Failure on their spells. Do they? Do I have Arcane Spell Failure for wearing armor? If I do, that's amazing. I'm like, look, I'm no award-winning spellist, but they don't suffer Arcane Spell Failure. So I don't know what this is for, but it's interesting. My favorite bauble, 10 universal spell power when using a staff or an orb, sure. And then of course, I prefer subtlety. Your missile and spell attacks have 10% reduced threat. They should probably add melee to this and just do 30% all threat, but maybe they're worried that you can get too much threat reduction with access to Sly Flourish. I don't know. Next up, we have Protective Gear. Magic resistance rating MRR cap. Super powerful ability. Three-handed casting. Your Quicken Feast spell feat costs 1 less and stacks with efficient Quicken from other trees, which means you multi-class, you can get really cheap Quicken, which is nice. Catcher Glove, which is deflect arrows. Disgusting. And it gives you 2 dodge for a passive. Ooh, passive. This is Lamania. This is Lamania. This is a preview. That's why there's typos everywhere. And then Illusory Escape. This ability has been out of the game for a while. This is very powerful. You may see people multi-classing on tank builds for Illusory Escape. I'm not joking. This is a very powerful effect. Very, very powerful effect. So we'll see. Moving on, we have improved second strikes. So you can either get mixed magics, which is now cheaper than you could with what do you call it? The sorcerer, wild mage. So it's actually better, which is pretty wild. I didn't think we would power creep wild mage so fast, but now the only downside of mixed magics being here is it's really hard to make the argument as to why you would play a wild mage when Arcane Trickster just does it better. So it's hard to say. And then we have Quicksilver. So you gain Quick Draw Feat and 5 spell power. It's kind of neat. Then we also have Tricks on Tricks. Your weapon attacks and offensive evocation spells have a chance of granting you a stack of Tricks on Tricks, which gives you +1 illusion enchantment DCs. The stacks up to 4 times. The rate of decay is 1 every 30 seconds. What is your offensive evocation spells? Magic Missile. Keep that in mind. Then we have Sweeping Strikes. So you can imbue. Either your weapon deals extra damage, d4 +1 force damage, which is a magic missile damage, scaling on melee power, range power, or spell power. Up to you. Tier 4, we have Slippery Magic. You get 5% uncapped dodge bonus and a 1% reflex saves when you land an offensive spell on a target, which stacks up to 3 times. 15% dodge all the time for free is maybe too good. Oh, that's kind of too good. It's kind of too good. It's like a little too good, you know? Oh, he's pretty good. It's pretty good. Anyway. Pinpoint, 1 spell pen and 3 fort bypass, and at max, your mage hand spells automatically dispel Night Shield and shield spell effects on the target. Okay, that's sick. Actually, I love it. I love that. No notes, Pinpoint is excellent. Excellent ability. Gain +1 imbue dice per 3 rogue levels and 10% to crit damage with 4 spells. Insane. Beautiful. Love it. 1 imbue dice per 3 rogue levels? Wait, so that gives you 6 from this? Just for leveling up? Alright, cool. You gotta do deep investment. And then other tier 5s. Extra hand. All meta magic costs are reduced by 2, and an extra mage hand sometimes manifests when a monster strikes you with a spell and knocks them down. Cool, so it's just a Wind Through the Trees. You know how I feel about Wind Through the Trees. Tricky Business. +1 or +2 in illusion enchantment DCs, and then Tricks on Tricks also increases your hit damage with weapons by 1 per stack. Very, very cool. I think you're probably going to be less likely to use a melee weapon, and you're probably going to be using this as a thrower. I think thrown weapon like Throw Dagger could be quite good with this, but or Crossbow or Inquisitive, so we'll see. Go With My Hands gives bonus melee and range power, and then at max you get magic resistance rating cap. And then finally we have Not Half Bad, where you choose, do you want health and critical threat range and multi with melee weapons, dodge bypass, critical threat range weapon with ranged weapons, or spell crit. And I don't know the answer here. I think there's some people have noted that it feels weird that you have to pick one of these 3 things as opposed to kind of just getting it as one. What people want is to get rid of Not Bad with a spell and put it into these 2. So just take all the effects of Not Bad with a spell, delete it, and copy it into each one. So you choose, do I want to use melee or ranged, but I get the spell effect regardless, because it should be a bit of a thing. 10% is 5% crit chance with all spells, so you get a total of 5. Do those evocation DCs work when your DCs come from disable? You don't get bonuses to evocation DCs, so you don't need them. The past life is +1 to illusion DCs, which is pretty good. So let's take a quick gander at some of these actual abilities. So take Mage Hand Poke. I don't need any of this stuff. I'm gonna grab the next Mage Hand ability. Spell Magic Missile just seems like the one you steal. Just makes the most sense. So I have Magic Missile as a scaling thing, so I have 2 of them. Cheaper Quicken. I mean, I do like having Cheaper Quicken so I can have more mana on my mana bar. Although Deflect Arrows is also quite good, so we'll probably go with Deflect Arrows because, no, Cheaper Quicken. Yeah, Cheaper Quicken. Yeah. Then we got Meddle with Reality because that seems insane. Grab the Imbue because the Imbue seems really good. We're going to scale it off of Spell Power because you don't get any Force Spell Power in Heroics. I'm going to grab Chain Missile because I want to see how it's going to perform with some of this stuff. And I actually have to take 2 more levels of Rogue before I can see some of these abilities. So I'm going to have to go take 2 more levels of Rogue real quick. Tricks on Tricks is disgusting. Powerful ability. You don't need this. Although, you know what's funny? If I take Mixed Magics, now that means that my Wizard Magic Missile, which is on a separate cooldown, does even more, which is kind of interesting. Anyway, grab Intelligence here. We go up, pick up the Helping Hand, which is huge. And then Slippery Magic is disgusting. We're going to grab Applied Force, and we're going to grab the rest of the stuff here in a second. But I'm going to go level up twice. You cast Spell? Yeah. Also, I didn't pop out some bars. So I have some. Got some bars, so I can do something with them. I need bars. Okay, so now my wizard's magic missile that's only first level, it now is a 7th level magic missile. In theory. Oh, mixed magics isn't working. Oh, mixed magics isn't working. Right. Dang. If only it was working. Well, in theory, that's what I would want to take. Anyway, I gotta level up. Doesn't get improved uncanny dodge. Yeah, but the difference is you can keep it up 100% of the time. Like, you just get it 100% of the time. I just think it's just 15% dodge all the time, which is probably just a smidgen too much. Isn't Duergar a dwarven species? Duergar is a dwarven species. You're correct. It's like the Underdark dwarves. What's up? How's everybody doing? All right, so let's go here and here and here. We'll level up just a little bit more. Okay, and I need one more level because I need to be able to get the sneak attack as rogue. All right, so now we're gonna have the sneak attack effect. So I will show it off to you in just a sec here. But I need to make sure I could get level 8 as rogue. And putting all these skill points in is a sure way to give yourself carpal tunnel. All right, I get another feat. So now we have magical ambush. Your offensive and instantaneous damaging spells deal additional D3 force damage equal to your sneak attack dice scales with spell power. Cool. I think improve single weapon fighting. I don't think I'm actually going to attack a single monster. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I really don't think it's going to happen. These are my rogue spells. So now I can get another spell. Let's take move speed because I don't have any. And Scorching Ray, because it blasts multiple times. Cool. So let's take Scorching Ray. Okay, so we have Magic Missile, and then I have also Stolen Spell Magic Missile, and then I also have Chain Missile. Actually, I'm going to put that here. I'm going to put that here. So we have Magic Missile and Chain Missile. We have Bluff. We have the Mage Hand thing. We got this. Arcane Trickster's Trick, which is like a buff I can put on myself. Then we have all the Mage Hand abilities, so I don't need the Vampire Bite or any of this garbage. In fact, I'm not even convinced I need to go into melee to do a single melee attack at all, but we will see. So we have Slap and then Poke in the Eye. So in theory, these things will do a reasonable amount of damage. I have some like crowd control going on here, which is kind of cool. This is my Stolen Spell, so it has a cost of 2, and we can just kind of maximize Empower and Quicken everything. And most of my stuff is spell-like abilities, which is kind of funny. So it's actually probably easier for me to do that. So we'll go here, and we'll go with Quicken, just leave it on. Maximize, just leave it on. And then Power, just leave it on. Grab my 2 spells that I don't want to maximize and empower, which is this Scorching Ray. So Empower and Maximize. Turn this off. I have 500 mana, which isn't a lot. Off this, and then off this. And let's take a look. See how the character is going to... what the animations look like, what it actually does. I'm going to grab this, grab this. Intelligence. Missile Match, Archmage Missile, I'd say, sure, cooldown. That's a good question. We're testing Lamania stuff, yeah. Can you helping hand yourself? Good question. Let's find out. A helping hand. Oh, it's got a thumbs up, and yes, you can. Oh, sick. Grease and Mage style quarterstaff usage. Everyone go and quiz. I don't know. I don't know what other people are gonna do. I don't want to speculate about what other people will probably do. Okay, get out my horse. I love that it gives the thumbs up afterwards. Although there's one thing I didn't do. What's the wizard for? There's a bug where you can't take meta magic feats because rogues don't qualify for meta magic feats. So I can't, to get access to meta magic feats, I need to take a level of wizard. Or a level of a spellcaster class, and I chose wizard since it's int-based. You will not be able to fully test this archetype until later. Okay, so we're going to go into a quest, and I want to see how the sneak attack actually functions. I don't have any spell power items, okay? So I have no spell power items. We only have the base spell power from the character, which is 35. Oh yeah, did they say it adds to your emotes? Yeah, it's like... Hey, the Mage Hand waves! That's fun. Oh, thumbs down. It doesn't do anything for angry. Cheer? No, it doesn't do anything for cheer. I don't know which meta magics are there. Which unprepared spells? All my wizard spells I don't care about. They're like level 1. Now I have move speed. All right. Oh, does salute also work? Nope, there's no salute. All right. Good old testing grounds. Kobold ringleader. So I want to see what the damage is on some of this stuff. So monster is going to come in at me. So kobold warrior. He's got 79 hit points. So magic missile. The sneak attack damage is applying on every single hit from the spell. So this doesn't have maximize or empower, and it's 5, 6, 5. So it's an extra 15 damage from that. Interesting. Does it apply on the? Does it get maximized? It does get maximized. So if I maximize it, it's actually doing 14. So it is affected by the maximizing the spell power and everything else, which is interesting. I think this will be really easy to level with. I think this will be really, really, really easy to level with. All right. You have a pro for it? Mine did. So it doesn't do that because it's not currently working in this preview. All right. So now this is the test. In theory, chain missile should apply damage to everything. So let's see if it does. So everything got that extra little bit of sneak attack damage. So it, that's not terrible. The actual damage on the magic missile is that's kind of good. All right, so now we do some science here. Here we go. Are you guys ready to disable traps at range for the first time in DDO history? Are you ready? Not counting spell words, of course. Here we go. Disable device. I don't have thieves tools. I'm angry. Thieves tools. Okay. Did you want to go? Insane. Insane. Look at that. Unbelievable. So yeah. No, yeah, I need to acquire thieves tools at range. Exactly. So if I have all these kobolds, in theory, oh, the sneak attack damage is really good, man. I didn't even try the slap them, where you slap them in the face. So slap. Oh, you can't quicken these. They can't be quickened. Interesting. Eye poke. And then the hand pokes him right in the eye. All right, so these are like non-quickenable, which is interesting. But now he's stunned. Does this take damage over time? Why did it get hit again? I didn't do anything to it. I need something with more health. Well, crap. All right, I gotta find something with even more health than that. Each safe does the instance, does the damage, I'm assuming you're saying? Yeah, I'm gonna find more traps. I don't think it's gonna be broken. I think it might be pretty good for level. Well, guys, I'm level 9. I'm level 9 in the harbor. Okay, I'm not doing that much damage. We'll go do a higher health quest in a bit. But if you're like, wow, this seems crazy, I promise you we're in the harbor. If my level 9 character, even though this isn't fully working, can't handle Kobold's new ringleader, I'm gonna be honest, we have a problem. Do dots apply sneak attack? I'm not sure. We're still doing science here. God, I love that I can just slap these guys, poke him in the eye, and he dies. Whoop. Casual dino crisis? Yeah, we'll see. They said they're not. No. They said that they're not. But are they? You gotta test some things. 13, and you don't get scaling to elements epics. It's a problem? Yeah, maybe for bad gamers, but not for me. Alright, so how far away can I disable trap? What about from here? Oh, man. Oh. You know those times where the trap box is on the other side of the trap? Like in Vaughn 5? Dude, this is going to be sick for hardcore. Because it means you can disable all kinds of nonsense. You can just mage hand it. I wonder if in Vaughn 5 and 6, you can just like disable on the other side of a wall. That's nice. That's nice. I like it. Yeah, but it's very satisfying. Okay, so now the bluff. So I'm going to bluff this guy, which is a 13, which is just my bluff. I don't think that Mage Hand bluff actually functions. It's the same problem as like the head bash from Half Orc. All right, so I'm going to eye poke him. Oh, he's immune to the effect, of course. Oh, but the Scorching Ray gets to deal the extra sneak attack damage as well. Oh, right. It's every spell all the time. It's every spell all the time. All spells all the time, every spell. Oh. You might just be able to play this as like a full caster. Radiant Gloves of Spell Lore 2. Crit. All right, let's try something that's a little bit harder. Can you search at a distance? No. I can't test Vaughn 5 and 6 because I can't get into it. The Skinhead Sneak Attack Eldritch Blast. You could definitely do Sneak Attack Eldritch Blast. When Arcane Trickster will go live? Yes, Arcane Trickster will go live when the anniversary goes live in February. The absolute latest is the last week of February because it has to happen in February because that's when the anniversary is. Yeah, I would assume 2 weeks as well. 2, 3 at the most. But we're probably gonna get this Lamania and then maybe another Lamania the next week or the week after, and then it's done. When is February? I don't know. It's it happens eventually. There will be a time where February will be rary, and we'll go from there. Okay, so now we have more hit points on the monsters. Whee. More hit points on the monsters, eh? Oh, right. I have trapping dealies. Oh, traps. I don't know if I can actually disable this stuff, though, because I think my skills are too low. Yeah, my skills are too low. I can't see this. I need trapping stuff. Hold on. I can't do any trap tests because I need trap stuff. Also, bear in mind, the Arcane Trickster is you'll have to, like, it will be free if you play during the anniversary. Okay? So if you play during the anniversary, you'll be able to get access to the Arcane Trickster because there'll be a character you talk to unlock it on your account. So at level 1, you'll be able to talk to a guy to do that. If you do not play during the anniversary for the 1 month, I believe they said it's 1 month since the start of the anniversary, you'll have to buy it. Okay? So just keep that in mind. It's free unless you don't collect it, at which point you have to buy it. So yeah. Go pick up a dark gift. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. Nope, not this guy. This guy? Tertiary loot guy. Pre-charm loot. Update 41 loot. I believe it's update 41 loot. I just want the gloves. No, it's even before this. Is it update 40? No. Update 40? Nope. 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 Is update 39? Yeah, there we go. I don't need money. I don't need money. I don't need money. Give me money. Money, money. God damn it. When is the anniversary event starting? The anniversary event will start closer to the end of February. I should just put that on screen, but no one's going to read it. February. Arcane Trickster activated skin. Yeah, there's some cool stuff you can do. Want a searchable all loot on one big index? I don't think DDO has something that is search. Well, because given how often those like windows crash with like the extra search pages, I can imagine it would be very annoying. Plus, they can't trade for gold with them. And one of these is an intelligence one. There we go. I'm just gonna get rid of the intelligence one, so give me more skills. I need to be able to disable device and open stuff, so this should be good, hopefully. Okay, so hopefully that's search 30. I don't know if 30 is enough, honestly, but we will find out. Can I get more search? Search. Perfect. I have more search. Orders stay like this forever. They remove it soon. They haven't said. They have not said whether the Fae borders will be staying forever or whether they will remove them. They did say that Cordovan said on the most recent Fridays of 4 that it was a big complaint that a lot of people had was the borders. And so they're going to be looking into what to do with that, both going forward and for the new event coming. Spell power and lore? Nah, it's fine. I don't need it. So yes. Yes, this is coming out soon. It's coming out very soon. I hope they remove them. Yeah. Like I said, I agree. I like to see them remove it, but we'll see what happens. Alright, can I disable a trap? Let's find out. So first, we can search it. Alright, here we go. Disable trap. Is that a range? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's a pretty big range. Line of sight. Dude, that's still sick, man. That's pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie. That's cool. That's really cool. People have wanted that functionality forever. Yeah, there's your hardcore trapping character. Slap you. And get you with the fingers. Eye poke. So the eye poke, is this going to do a dot? He gets another save. Nothing's happening. Also, you shouldn't be able to cast spells. He's literally blind. Weird. You have 4 stacks of illusion DCs at once. It doesn't seem to be doing it as quickly as you would think. It's only on slap. That makes me think it's a bug. All right, it's right here. But now I can just... It also means if you're somebody who like really wants to activate traps before other people, you can. Okay, so if I slap the ooze, it does get stunned. And it didn't deal damage over time. So it doesn't do damage over time. Completed. Also, oddly enough,
people still play this game.
It also doesn't... Wait, now it's doing the damage over time? Also, it's not applying sneak attack damage. What? Also, Scary Nubbin, welcome back to the stream team. Pretty super fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Yeah, it's always a surprise when people still play this game, myself included. Huh? Can't sneak attack and ooze. Wait, is sneak attack immunity is a thing? Are they subject to sneak attack immunity? I need more oozes. I need way more oozes. So yeah, doesn't mean to sneak attack, but is it? Was it not applying the sneak attack because of that reason? I don't think that's what happened there. Ooh. Everybody dies. God, that is really good. Anyway, let's find some oozes. So in here, oozes, ooze. No, I'm immediately applying sneak attack to it. It's not immune to sneak attack. Its slap doesn't apply sneak attack damage, which is bizarre. Because slap is a damage over time, so it's not applying sneak attack damage. I think that's the answer. I think that's what's happening. Slap does not apply sneak attack damage. Huh. You have to remove on mage hand skill? Yes. No. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter because I'm not sneak attacking them. Like this, I didn't use my mage hand on it. I'm going to cast Magic Missile. Actually, you know what? I'll just cast Scorching Ray. Scorching Ray will deal 0 fire and it applies my damage as sneak attack. I did not strip its sneak attack immunity. I'm going to now use Eye Poke. By using Eye Poke, this monster now has no sneak attack immunity. Okay? I now am going to use Slap. By activating Slap, the target does not take sneak attack damage because if I am looking at this, I think Slap is a damage over time, and because it's a damage over time, it doesn't apply sneak attack because sneak attack is not applied on damage over times. Interesting. Does it stun Reapers? We're gonna find out. Assuming this is Lamania? Yeah, it's Lamania. You want to see something cool, Scary Nubbin? Check this out. This is brand new on Lemania. See this trap box? Normally you'd have to walk over there, but you might be like me, where your fingers, they get tired, okay? You're going out there, you're working in the mines, you're digging out rubble all day, and you just don't want to slap on the keyboard to hit that W key to get over there. What if I told you, now with the new Arcane Trickster, I get Mage Hand Disable Traps. If I click on the control panel, and then boom, we're disabling it, my Mage Hand is unlocking it, and boom, it's done. How cool is that? What a feature. And it's good accessibility feature for everybody. What's the range? Spell range. So whatever like standard spell ranges. Magic Missile character. I am Magic Missile build. Okay, the fact that this Magic Missile build is like doing its thing is kind of sick, man. I'm too weak. Okay. Would you still take damage if you crit fail the trap? No, because it's an AoE explosion around the effect. So we'll see. Will Enlarge affect it? No, Enlarge does not affect it. Also, personal opinion, I think Enlarge is bad, but that's neither here nor there. That are immune, that's why you wanted to turn them to Fey. So they're immune to sneak attack, but this is not allowing you to sneak attack spells. I want to make sure, we'll read the text to make sure everyone's on the same page. Magical Ambush. Your offensive and instantaneous damaging spells deal damage equal to your sneak attack dice. You are not sneak attacking an enemy with magic. You're not subject to any of the rules of sneak attack. It's just letting you apply the damage to your spells. That's all it is. Okay, Reapers. Yeah, we can go and see if we can find a Reaper. So I can just reopen this quest. Scales with spell power? It scales with spell power, yes. You just gotta find a Reaper. I need one. But I don't know where a Reaper is. The guy's still dead? Nice. And then we'll try to slap a Reaper. Oh man, these guys have so much more health on Reaper because they just take less damage. All right, I did not find a Reaper, unfortunately. I'm hopeful that I will find a Reaper at some point during my adventures, but I don't see one yet. What if you mix it with Warlock? You can do that, but bear in mind that you then are missing out on sneak attack dice, but you then have to make up some other way. Additionally, one of the reasons why, even though you get this effect at level 8 and you can start using it relatively early, which is cool, but it's not insane, is because the capstone specifically doubles the damage of your magical ambush, which is a reason why you may not want to multi-class on this character. I'm gonna find a Reaper in here eventually. There's so many monsters. Like there's got to be a Reaper in here eventually. Oh, there's a Carnage Reaper. Okay. Excellent. Don't get murdered by the Lightbearer dog. That's really, really dangerous. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold. Slap. It works on Reapers, baby! It works on Reapers. Once they actually fix it so you can quicken these spells, oh my god, this character is going to be so good. Also, oh no, my health is low. What am I going to do? I guess I'll just use Helping Hand on myself. Whoop! Thanks, Mage Hand. It literally gives me a pat on the back and heals me. Oh my god. This character might be really good for slamming past lives. Trapping, spells, range, AoE, single target, crowd control. Can you pull levers and open doors with the Mage Hand? No, you cannot. You can only disable traps. If you could open doors with the Mage Hand and pull levers, that'd be sick. But you can't do that. Okay, that's kind of neat. Unfortunately, there's too many things not entirely working in Arcane Trickster to really do a full thorough test. But already it feels very powerful in the early game. Testing out how things are going to feel in the late game is unfortunately not really on the table. at the moment, just due to the nature of the fact that there's too many bugs to cause it to be something you could really test and dig into, but very, very, very cool. Because remember, I don't have any items equipped other than a trapping item and an intelligence item to raise my trapping skills. And this is an R1 quest, which I would be able to solo without really too much of an issue, if I'm being honest with you. Hey, Reaper, slap. Now he's stunned, and now he dies. I'm not gonna lie, very satisfying. Yeah, there's more things we should probably test to see what does and doesn't work. Like, can you snapshot some of the things? I'm out of mana, so I can't actually beat this quest. But yeah, there's probably some things we should test out with this. So some people ask questions about like wands and scrolls. Good question. I do not know the answer, so let's fix it. Let's go with magic missile. Can I get a wand? Oh, baby. Let's go. Magic missile! What level is my magic missile wand? Oh, it's a 5th level one. And yes, it does apply to the wand. Oh, you can play a wand build. Also, why is this doing 20 damage? Oh, that's my sneak attack damage that's doing the 20. Now my brain is like, what if we just use wands only? No items, wands only, and you just have to beat the entire game using only magic missile wand. Which honestly doesn't even seem too bad. Just get some spell power. Again, really does not seem too bad. Okay, interesting. So it definitely works on that. The Call Lightning Storm is an interesting one. You can probably do a half elf. It's neato. What else do we want to test? It is falconry attacks. I mean, you kind of. I mean, if I just got to the shrine, I could also finish. I just don't feel like it. Like I'm not learning anything new. Is a dot. It's so Call Lightning Storm is not a dot. Which is really weird. Call Lightning Storm can actually proc LGS effects. So I wonder if you can do it. The other is a bluff. Yes, it's a bluff that's supposed to use your intelligence. It does not do that. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't check Call Lightning Storm. Wand and Scroll Mastery out of Mechanist. Oh my god. And then do a wand build. And then you just take all like defensive abilities, like all the heals out of Arcane Trickster, and you just use wands. How do you use it on NPC interaction? You don't. You bluff targets. Bluff is an effect where you use the button to make it so you can sneak attack monsters that are looking at you. That's what bluff does. Yes. So Shadow Dancer Wand Mastery was supposed to stack with regular Wand Mastery, but it doesn't. But it's supposed to. But it doesn't. But it's supposed to, but it doesn't. Dampier also has some neat stuff because you can pick up sneak attack dice from here, +1 sneak attack dice, and then +2 sneak attack dice. So Dampier seems kind of sick. You can go undead, which is kind of sick. Although it's useless, but it's kind of cool. Someday Ascended Bite will get fixed. And you can actually use it because this is an intelligence-based build, so you could stun things with Threatening Countenance as well as with the slap. Dominate Person, because you can actually gain intelligence DCs. You can just dominate whatever you want, which is kind of sick. More enchantment DCs, which would be good here, except you have nothing enchantment based, and there's nothing in epics that uses enchantment. So yeah, how do you meta wands? You don't. You just play really slowly. Epic Strike with SSA at stack with this. They're just different effects. That's all. They're just different effects entirely. It's a rune arm shot. But yeah, I've actually been meaning to play Dampier Rogue. When Dampier was announced in the preview for Chill of Lamortia, Chill of Ravenloft, I was really excited. I was like, I'm gonna play Dampier Rogue. I'm gonna go like sneak attack. We're gonna stun a guy with threatening countenance. We're gonna get the cower. Then we're gonna go in for the instant kill with assassin, do kind of like combo wombo assassin. And then it's I don't know, it's been like 7 months and this thing doesn't work. But someday it will. All spell DCs is disable device or just the SLA? All of them in the tree use disable device. So anything in this tree is disable device. The spell DCs in your character actually use the real spell DCs. However, there's some reasonable options for some of the spells. So here is my immediate feedback from playing around with this kit so far, just from clicking the buttons, from getting in and locking in some keys, okay? Right now, I think that a couple things that should probably be adjusted is a couple of these spell selections. I think most of them are quite good. So I actually think that 1, 2, 3 are good. I think these ones are just solid. I think the top tier, Disintegrate, is a giga bad spell and would just need to be changed to not be a bad spell. The problem with Disintegrate is it does 2d6s per level, which sounds really good, but that's actually lower than a regular 6th level spell does right now, because of the extra +6 damage per spell cast. So right now a regular spell is a d6 +6, and this is technically like just 2d6s, which is average 7.5 damage, whereas the average damage of a regular 6th level spell is more than 50% higher than that. So Disintegrate's just a bad spell in total, so it needs like a rework. Literally just changing the damage numbers. The one downside is if SSG does decide to change the damage numbers and Disintegrate to accommodate Arcane Trickster, Disintegrate will be so dangerous coming from monsters. So I don't know what the answer is there. Maybe Disintegrate's just not the key, the player. I couldn't tell you. Anyways, Fire Seeds. Some people said it's probably good. Maybe it could work. I'd like to see Tensors get replaced with something else. I don't know what you replace Tensors with. The problem with Tensors is it's an easy scroll, and it's also kind of counterintuitive, although maybe not. It affects like, I guess it lowers your spell DCs, but you don't really care because these don't use spell DCs. Honestly, I don't know the answer. I don't know. There were some suggestions that people said where you make the capstone also include like even bigger spells, which could be interesting. I'm not so sure how I feel about that. Otherwise, I like the actual abilities in here. Obviously, fixing it so Quicken works on the mage hands is important, so I think that can be achieved. Some people also pointed out increasing the cast level and maximum cast level on spells is a way to improve the power, a la like Archmage, things like that. So like throw +1 cast level and max cast level up here, which gives you an incentive to pure class. I actually do like that. I think giving more incentives to pure class is a good choice. So I would like to see something like that. Basically copy what the wizard gets from Archmage and just slap it in there. Even if you want to make it specific to certain spell schools, which this one seems to be Evocation, Enchantment, Illusion, so that could be fair. Both are good there. Other than that, I really like a lot of the abilities. I think Tricks on Tricks is great. I love Slippery Magic. Mixed Magic doesn't work as easily demonstrable. I am a wizard. I have 1 level of wizard. My Magic Missile is level 1 when it's not supposed to be, so Mixed Magic just straight up doesn't work. So that's like a bug right there. And yeah, these things can't be quickened, which is a bit of a problem. And then I'm gonna do more testing. We're gonna go up to the top here, but then the other one is not half bad. I do agree with what people said, where the main issue is that choosing between do I want to be melee, ranged, or spellcaster feels rough, when it would be nice if like this is a hybrid. So this I'm a spellcaster should be built into my melee range stuff if it's meant to be like we're doing all three. So there's that. Have I tried casting the wizard magic missile? You know what? Fair. I haven't tried clicking the spell, but I should do it. Firestorms? Yes, I do remember that. That was a good time. Woo. But I trust the information in game that it says cast level 1. So we're just gonna, but I am fairly confident it's not gonna do the thing that you think. All right. As far as how the actual scaling kind of shakes out, we'll have to take a bigger look at a later Lamania for now. Yeah, it's level 1. It's just shooting 1 magic missile. I mean, the damage is good because I maximized it, so it costs 50 mana. But yeah, it's level 1. Does this tree offer a trance or even int to hit and damage? Oh, that's another thing I think this tree should have is probably intelligence to hit It doesn't need intelligence to damage. My argument is you can take intelligence to damage out of the Arcane Trickster here at level 6, and you can have access to Harper Agent. And this feels very much like the other tree, like Eldritch Knight and like both Wizard and Sorcerer, which get int or Charisma to hit, but not to damage, which you have to supplement through other sources, which I think would be a good place to put that. So I think intelligence to hit in Arcane Trickster somewhere would be kind of interesting. Whether you get it like, maybe it's a part of Tricks on Tricks where you get intelligence to hit in addition to other things, or maybe it goes into Trickster's Trick because it's like an attacking thing. It gives you intelligence to hit or something like that. So I think something like that could be fine. Archmage Magic Missile SLA was getting all hits for you. I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's not working. Is just an Eldritch Blast a spell? Probably not. Would be weird if it got the Magic Ambush bonus. Yes, Eldritch Blast is a spell, Alaquani. You can do that. It 100% works that way. Anyways, let's take a look at some of the higher level stuff. Because I actually don't know if any of these things actually work, which will be the next test. And by the way, the things not working, this is like obviously the first preview. There's going to be a lot of bug fixes between now and later. So this is just me like just trying to help find neato bugs and things that are not currently functioning. Outside of that, I'm going to be honest with you, I actually do really like a lot of the layout. However, what we're going to be doing after this is we're going to be looking at what updates the developers have given about their thoughts on this. Actually, we'll just do that now, because I just gave you some of my raw thoughts about this. We're going to take a look at what some of the direct updates that have come through have been. So we'll take a look at some of this. So give me a break here. So let's see. So from Torque, as an update in the Arcane Trickster, every other spell power past life is 5. This one is only 3. Gear doesn't have lower force spell power, so let's keep it consistent, which I agree. And also, out of all spell power types, force is the weakest. True. Force is the worst spell power in DDO by no small margin. It's surprisingly worse than like poison, and poison has immunities everywhere. Because the way that damage scales in the game is you need to reduce enemy magic resistance rating to get huge amounts of damage on enemies, and it doesn't interact with that at all, which is a bit of a problem. Now, there are a couple ways to get around this. I actually don't hate the fact that force damage ignores pretty much other forms of damage reduction, which is good. The main problem is that force spells, as a result, tend to have their damage reined in. So, for example, a force spell will do less damage than a spell of the same level, which means not only do they not get the damage scaling, they're actually worse, which is kind of like a double whammy. However, according to Torque, the Ash mechanic is an interesting point, though. It strikes me maybe fixing a force damage MR interact might be a better way of addressing that for many different reasons. We still have the problem where force is just a worse damage type, but I like it. Why does Arcane Trickster only have access to 4th level spells? Because the archetype system is more similar to D&D's current edition subclasses. We also couldn't exactly do what the old prestige class did technically anyway, which is increase your arcane casting table. It's a bit odd, but DDO has been around too long. We have multiple editions of D&D material to draw off of. As I said, my feedback to this one here, and this is to the development team in case you guys are listening, a lot of people, they want higher level spells. They're like, these should be 9th level spells. Some people might think that 4th level spells are fine. Do the right thing. Make nobody happy. Make the character get 5th level spells as a cap, or like 7th level spells, and then have a really weird range where it's just it just looks wrong. It looks like it's like a person with like 3 eyes on him. It's just everything about it would be wrong. No, don't do 6, because then people will they'll be like, yeah, it's right. It's like a bard or something. No. Do like 5 or 7 or something that just makes people angry. That's my opinion. I don't care what access we get to the level of spells. I think 4 is fine. The main issue you run into is DCs, which is a little bit of a different problem. But fortunately, a lot of the spells that you cast that have DCs actually come out of the tree. So it's a bit of a hard thing to say. Not on my computer yet. Does ambush fully work with AoEs? All targets in the AoE take the ambush. It's 100% spammable. You can't use it on dotty things like Qualifier or Lantern Archon. But yeah. Overall, makes sense. I've tested this. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. Is it overpowered? We don't have the scaling right now in terms of like you have to multi-class and you also can't check the capstone. During heroics, it seems good, but I had to get to 8 first. So you have a long time of your character feeling like garbage until you get to 8, and then it starts to feel good. But if I was just playing a Blightcaster, I'd already be here. So before people are like, oh wow, this seems insane, dude, you were like crushing those guys in Tear of Deccan. Tear of Deccan is a 20-year-old quest, and you don't want to see what I would have been doing if I was a Blightcaster. Okay, so interesting. All right, moving on. to the next reply. So we're just looking at some of the updates from the developers. So we make sure I'm on the same page. Does that include sun and moons being removed? Sun slots are intentional. Okay, we have intentional sun slots. Next up from Torque. Consider punctuation. This reads like occasionally grants deflect arrows at random. True. Imbue ag reduction is getting looked at. It might be less complicated than we first thought, but still tricky to fix. Ooh, that's cool. This is actually one of the major problems in the game right now, is that basically imbue builds are really bad to bring into raids because you turn bosses. So I'm happy that that's getting looked at. Very, very cool. Exciting. Next up. Does that include procs like mantles, dripping effects, whatever? I can't recall, but I thought those had the same issues when it came to aggro. Not sure yet. There's actually another problem where mantles can snapshot all sorts of wacky stuff, but I guess you can't really snapshot the mantle with the sneak attack. Does the sneak attack apply to the mantle? Like if you cast a spell, does the mantle proc the sneak attack? I don't think so. No, that wouldn't work. Does that work? That wouldn't work. Does the Alchemist Burning Ambition proc the sneak attack? I'm just double checking the things that I know are the fringes of my mind. All right. Does magical ambush apply to Warlock? Eldritch Blast, not the aura, but the other blast type should work. Okay, cool. Cool. And then my thoughts after playtesting. Thank you for taking it for a spin on the client. We'll definitely look at Chain Missile working more like a standard AoE to fill this gap among other things as we get the feedback. Seems to be a viable force caster. There are one epic combination Shadow Strike and Ambush is going to carry you with adequate seek attacks force damage, blah, 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 blah. Yes. So overall, I think that it feels pretty good. But until the thing gets fixed so that maybe like the next Lamania we'll be able to like use the keyboard, not the keyboard and mouse, but we'll be able to keyboard and mouse it and show it through. If we do get the Lamania 2 to get a much like with the things working, I will do a full 1 to 20 or as far as I can get, maybe 1 to 30 with some XP potions and play through the entire game to give you a general feel as to how the character feels. So I can give some like really nailed down feedback about the leveling process. The super endgame giga maxing, I'm going to leave to somebody else because there are people who are like way more unemployed than I am who have those types of like knowledge set that I do not. So I will let those people kind of handle it. Now, as a reminder, there are a lot of posts in here, and I want to find 2 of them because Chris the Miss posted a pretty good like review on this one, or like some good ideas, and I wanted to just highlight them because I thought they were interesting and good. So in case some of you might be interested, you may wish to also see this as well. That's this one right here. I agree and disagree with some of this after playing it. So I think actually it's enough bonus feats. I actually disagree with this, having the chance to like play around with it. I think it's actually fine. I think that Flash Freeze being on a 30-second cooldown, I think because you can only select one spell, the cooldowns might be a little bit long. So maybe on some of those ones, they can come down a bit, but I still think Flash Freeze is really good when it always lands. The force thing they're looking at, I think the damage on those abilities is actually fine as long as Quicken is working on them. Not good enough spells for nuking, not good enough spells for CC, not enough MP damage crit to be a DPS. True, yes. One of the big problems is that this character is a hybrid. And so because it's a hybrid, you just kind of get less numbers. Like, as we were talking about before, like the core should give SP or spell power and 3 melee power per core, similar to EK. I don't know if that's 100% true. Somebody was saying it would be interesting to put force spell critical in the cores. That somebody was me. I said that. Kind of like how Bard in Spellsinger gets Sonic spell crit in the cores. It'd be neat to have like 4 spell crit in the cores here. I think that would be good. So I think something like that would be fine. And then not so much adding more spell, but like the capstone being a multi-selector with like giga spells would be kind of interesting, as was put here. So the capstone having giga spells on it is an interesting idea. Deadly weapon sucks. Get this out of here. Get a better idea. Come on now, guys. Come on now. And then also I think the cast level with spells is also a good idea to really make it feel a little bit better. That being said, as far as like the crunchy numbers, this one I also kind of disagree with. So this tree needs 25% comp HP. The problem with this is I don't think it needs 25% comp HP. The problem is we were given directly that if something is a hybrid, it doesn't get 25%. And then Dragon Disciple came out, which is the most hybrid, and it has 25%. So I just want consistency like most other people. So if this comes out at 15, which is what it's slated for, then Dragon Disciple should come down to 15, which doesn't need a nerf, or it just goes up to 25. Like, we just need consistency. That's it. We just need consistency. So that's a big deal. And then, yeah, there's no nuking, but again, we'll see. The other hard part too is at the end of the day, it's really difficult to take a really big glance at what the actual max cap of this is, given the fact that you can't play this as a pure to max out on the sneak attack dice right now. So again, it'll take a second chance to really like investigate that as like a possibility. Now, I want to make sure this is super clear. If the tree, Arcane Trickster, comes out being undercooked in the sense of that it is not a end game damage monster, but it is still a very fun and viable leveling character, I think it'll still be a good release. Looking at something like Dragon Disciple, where Dragon Disciple is a leveling machine and monster. It's very fun to play, but at level 34, you're not going to be like, you know, crushing R10s on your Dragon Disciple the way you think you're going to play it, unless you do some other stuff. Specifically, you throw the shuriken. But it's still fun, so it has a place. I don't think everything needs to be like top number one, just for the record. I just want to make sure that's super clear. I don't think things need to be top one. As long as it's fun, it works, and it is usable by a good chunk of the player base, I think that is good enough. But the concerns of the super end gamers should be looked at. That being said, kick from raids for griefing the paladins. Oh, because they're turning everything into Fae instead of undead? Oh, right. Because they prevent monsters from being undead. Oh, did somebody post about that on the forums here? That's a really crazy thing. Yeah, you like brick all the paladins in your raid. Oh, no. Oh, interesting. Well, it's not bad for favorite enemies for the most part, because favorite enemy Fae is really easy to come by. But interesting. Interesting. It would have to be like Fae in addition to its other types. I wonder if that's a thing that can be done. Like this creature, you know what? Magic the Gathering figured this out already. This creature is considered a land in addition to its other types. All the lands that you tap and then you turn them into a creature. You know them lands. You know, guys know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about land. Just do that. So yeah, just make it a Fae in addition to its other types. You can even put you can put the text, the bracketed text. Where is that? Creature land MTG. This guy, there's an example here, I'm sure. Yeah, so like for example, like this creature here, Cactus Preserve, where it says for 3 mana, until end of turn, Cactus Preserve becomes an XX green plant creature with reach, where X is the greatest mana value among your commanders. It's a commander card, I guess. It's still a land. Just give me that. It's a Fae in addition to its other things. Yeah. Just give me some land, dude. Give me some land. Shrouding Mantle with Paranoia, Epic Strike to proc like hell with Magic Missile. Might. We'll see. Sun versus DC is empowered. But that's the other thing, is like the DCs are really crazy, so we'll see how that goes. Anyway, and then I like some of this. I don't love all of it. Like I said, I think it's just one of those, like, just look at numbies, but it's hard to get accurate numbie impact when we don't have the things. Anyways, I was sent a hallucination to read, so we're gonna read through it. So this is from community member Nero Sothi, never mind, who writes really well worded hallucinations. This is because he's got to do something with his PhD, and this is really the only thing he can do with it is write long-winded posts on DDO forums, because getting a job is basically impossible at that point. So we're gonna take a quick look through this and see how it goes. +6 with DC's most useful and most casters. Yeah. Well, it's the issue is that, like, if you take evolution, it's probably fine, but then you miss out on the thing just to get DCs and it feels bad. The capstone should give like plus some DCs probably to like make up for that fact. But anyway, hello, my name is Nira He, and I have once again emerged in February like Groundhog of Lamania. This aggressively oversized post will deep dive into Arcane Trickster and how it's both good and bad and probably fine. Green is something I think I wish to address. Orange is problems, and red denotes core design problems or critical bug issues. Teal denotes my own suggestions. Ooh. Honestly, yes. The core should just be +1 to illusion and enchantment DCs and +2% crit to force spells. And before somebody says, dude, that's really crazy, you're suggesting a lot of power in this core. No, I'm not. Is this Spellsinger? Please tell me Spellsinger. Spellsinger. Boom. Evocation alignment +1 DC checks and +2 critical with all that. And also, if you're like, oh, dude, that's like really broken, dude. It's like really broken. It's even more broken than this. Did you know this is +1 to all spell DCs? It's way more broken than you think it is. Also, did you know it applies to this one as well, even though it just says it doesn't? Yeah. Did you know it also applies to this one as well, even though it says it doesn't? Yeah. And you might be like, whoa, does that mean Bard is super crazy overpowered? No, Bard's fine. Bard's actually totally balanced. So yeah. Does it apply to the capstone? Yeah. And Bard is totally balanced, by the way. Like, it is not overpowered. In fact, you rarely see Bards. Yeah, you have too many DCs. It's actually the one reason why Wail the Banshee is kind of usable, because you get +6 DCs to Wail the Banshee from the course. Anyways, everything else is my yapping, so don't caution. If you're a dev or someone, or just wish to skim, I bold and underline what I personally think is vital info and data that I have gathered. Got it. We're only reading the bold and underline part. I also got to say it every time. I'm just a bozo who yaps too much on the forums for a 20-year-old game. My opinions are just that, opinions. I'm not here to tell the readers or any of the devs how to make an archetype or how to objectively balance a game. I just want to share my 2 cents in a constructive way. In the case that any of it doesn't help, to give those who don't have much time, check out the preview, a glance of what's going down. Got it. Which means everything he says is bunk. We can ignore it. Checkmate. All right. Arcane, the Trickster's design is amazing, but needs at least one more preview to iron out bugs and see some numbers, in my opinion. Agree. And the reason why I say that is because there's actually surprisingly not that many bugs, but the main problem with the numbers, because you can't get access to the capstone, it's really hard to make a case for how good or bad it is, because you can't get a feel for it. Anyway, on every tree to make multi-classing less attractive, I think there could be at some point, like, I think I've said this before, I think a themed updates would be a good idea, like themed balance passes. So instead of hitting a bunch of things, like, let's imagine in Q2, so like sometime between April and June, there's supposed to be a new quest pack comes out that is but the dragons taking interest in the deck of many things. That's cool. I think it's going to be interesting. And imagine a balance. There's like a little bit of balance going into there. So what I would like the devs to do, because again, I'm also a bozo. I'm a bozo. Please understand, I'm just a bozo. Is they should be like, okay, what do we want to do as a thing during that? So they could go, okay, let's look at bad capstones and then just make bad capstone, like make some adjustments to bad capstones. So the only balance changes that come through are 2 capstones. So now it's like themed. You have an idea, it's cohesive, you know what you're doing. And then after that, it's like, oh, the next thing that's coming out is like the Abyss or whatever. And it's coming with like dwarves. So then they go, okay, well, let's look at, it's going to be a demon themed expansion. Let's go to all the demon things that we have and like zhuzh it up a bit, you know? Like, we're like Acolyted Skin. Let's zhuzh it up a bit, you know? Make the things that are demon themed and like put that in the patch. And that way it makes it so it's cohesive. It feels good. The ideas are already flowing. You're not like going reaching different places. I don't know. But yes, on hit dice for spells scaling off sneak attack, a machine gun caster playstyle is decent. Okay, anyway. What has me hesitant about gushing about this archetype is bug interactions. Mage hand spells feel rather horrible to use because they can't quicken. Mixed magic doesn't give caster levels, it's broken, and no sneak attack dice in Arcane Trickster tree leads to a drought in sneak attack scaling while leveling. Yeah, because you only get a sneak attack dice every other level at that point, and there's no other way to get up there. Another thing that was pointed out, which I think is really good, is one of the feats, which I don't think that was posted here, but one of the epic feats is called Epic Sneak Attack. Hold on. Let me load the webpage. Improve sneak attack. And this ability requires 12 rogue and 21 dexterity. here's the problem with improved sneak attack. It's not a bad feat. The problem is it's a pay-to-win feat. If you are playing as a dex-based rogue, you get this for free. If you're not playing as a dex-based rogue, you get this for free with a +8 tome. So I kind of don't like the pay-to-win element of this. So for example, my character that I'm playing right now, I started with a 14 dex. I can't get improved sneak attack, even though it's a huge increase to my character stats, and I would 100% take it 100% of the time. But I can't take it because I didn't buy a +8 tome. But if I bought a +8 tome, I would be able to take this. And so I would love to see improved sneak attack change to dex or intelligence, so 21 dex or 21 intelligence, so it has like different requirements. If that could be changed, I think that'd be huge for this character, and also would fit into a lot of other rogue builds that exist, and first life rogue builds. So I think that would be just generally good as a cohesive thing of splitting it up. I don't know how that works, but I think that would be good. Does sneak attack go on items to improve Arcane Trickster? We don't have any sneak attack dice items other than set bonuses. Anyway, back to the hallucination. Really, I could blather about how fun it is to theorycraft this archetype for a solid thesis length post, but I have a bed I yearn to sleep in, so let's get to the details. Bed to sleep in? It's at 4 o'clock. Get out of here. Anyway, mechanic, Thief, Acrobat, and Arcane Trickster as the trees. I think Exclusive Assassin is the best choice. I agree. Core Rogue should get the highest sneak attack damage. If Arcane Trickster could dip into Assassin for more dice, you would just slam a jam. We all get it. They have to replace it. It makes sense. I will say I would love to see maybe 5 or maybe 10 more RP MP somewhere late in the tree. Yeah, I agree. I think that there should be just like a baseline of like, we need to have at least this much in the tree to feel good. So that way you don't kind of lose out on these things. Maybe Tricks on Tricks that have a Martial Selector to give melee range power when you cast a spell would fix this. I don't know. That or the cores giving 3 to 5 melee power or range power, as neither Thief, Acron, or Mechanic give our MP RP. Well, also, you know what would be like a cool, simple fix? Thief Acrobat just sucks ass. Just make Thief Acrobat have some like melee power in the course. And Mechanic sucks ass. Give Mechanic range power in the course. Boom, you get 3 range power for each core and 3 melee power for each core. Bum, 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 bum. Done. I'm a genius. Hire me. Anyway. Arcane Trickster's identity. If we're being a reductionist, Arcane Trickster's most defining features is scaling imbue dice, mage hand, stolen spells, sneak attack dice, and spells from magical ambush. Probably. Also, Soundburst with a DC of like 10,000. Right off top, magical ambush is great conceptually. Shadow's ability to add sneak attacks and to spells. Blast. Don't you dare sneak that in here. Don't you dare. You forced me to play sneak attack warlock. You son of a bitch. The caster side of Shadow Dancer has long needed a tree which meant to gain something from specking it, so it's great to see here. I actually agree, but Shadow Dancer is a different thing. Biggest issue with ambush is in the heroics, Arcane Trickster has no way to gain sneak attack bar the auto dice granted from rogue levels. Actually, you can get the Raven's Eye set in heroics at level 7, and Raven's Eye actually allows you to get a bonus sneak attack dice. Okay, so checkmate. Take a shower? I can't take 2 showers in one day. You think this hot water's free? While this does get fixed in epics, blah, 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 blah. As I said, I think Assassin should be a master of sneak attack scaling, but Arcane Trickster really needs 2 or 3 sneak attack dice nodes somewhere, because in heroics, magical ambush is easily hitting for numbers. What this amounts to is magical ambush being horrendous, magic damage let alone serviceable in heroics until you can find 5+ sneak attack damage non-rogue. I was blasting things in R1 in a 20-year-old quest, but you're probably right about this. Anyway, to point out how bad it can be, if you want to play a Thief Acrobat Arcane Trickster, you get no sneak attack dice, bar your level up unless you take the Thief Acrobat capstone. Yeah, there should be a way to get like extra sneak attack dice somehow. I don't know what that would be. Maybe like an Arcane Trickster specific bonus feat called like Subtle Casting that gives you like extra sneak attack dice. I don't know. You'll also only gain 3, but then it feels mandatory, so then making a feat feels kind of bad. Gain 3 more imbue dice compared to the base Acrobat Assassin mechanic. Acrobat Assassin mechanic can avoid this issue. Managed to feel bad to Arcane Trickster and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I think having a little bit of extra sneak attacks would be nice. If you yapped long enough on Magical Ambush, what about Stolen Spells? Listen, Stolen Spells are flat out amazing. I agree. I jest, but like Bar like earlier, these cores are cool and useful. Wow, that was really concise regarding Stolen Spells. Does this mean the rest of the post will be as straightforward? Oh no. I said we're leading a hallucination, you guys. Requirement shouldn't have an ability score requirement like Vorpal Strikes requires 23 Wisdom and 12 Monk, or Sacred Fist, which is just unnecessarily restrictive. I agree. Also, it should be Wisdom or Charisma, but whatever. Mage Hand is too damn slow. That's because they can't be quickened. So once you can quicken it, all these spells will feel fine. You have to be able to quicken them. Like, I think not being able to quicken them is a bug, because if they're not quickenable, I don't know. This is one of those things where, like can you quicken these? No, you can't. You should be able to quicken these specifically because you get quicken mastery in the tree. Like, the idea that you couldn't quicken your main chant abilities and you get quicken mastery and minus to even more spell costs or meta magic spell costs, so you can quicken everything and you can't quicken your main chant spells, is baffling to me. Yeah. I'll learn to use mage hand in combat, but right now they stick out of the gameplay loop. Yeah, it's really painful to press in combat. Instant kill from Presto is neat, but 30-second single CD, single target instant kills are not worth pressing or putting points to do when it's the only one you have. As wild as this sounds to say, this is absolutely correct. In DDO, it is not worth it to press an instant kill with a 30-second cooldown. I know, like, listen, we could argue all day about, like, how that's, like, not even good. And you're like, what are you talking about? But this is, like, I'm going to use a Magic the Gathering comparison. Like, if you could play a 1 mana 3/3 with no text on it, would you play it? The answer is probably not. And it's like, that's just a weird thing to think about in Magic, that's like bad, because it's like a crazy stat. It's the same thing here. Yeah, Assassin gets 12 seconds and it kills 2 creatures. And it kills 2 creatures. In some decks, yes, I will. No, never. Again, not saying it's bad, but go for the kills, 20-second cooldown. Go for the kills, not an instant kill, but fine. Death attack is 12. Some on instant kills are even shorter, so I don't think bringing this down to 20 seconds. Yeah, I think this is too high. I agree. I totally agree. Again, it's just a weird, like, I wish you could slow down DDO and change it up, so this is not the case, but it is truly the case that this ability has too long of a cooldown, and you would need to slow down. Regarding to Imbue Dice, this is a neat thing. Gives a solid option for thing, and thing, I don't know. Big boy bugs. Mixed magic doesn't work? Correct. Checks notes. Wait, is that the only bug I have written down? To be honest, there's probably more in my testing. Something. As of note, the 12 Arc Trick. Is that what we're calling it? Arc Trick? 7 Wiz plus 1 favorite soul is a damn good force caster. Yeah, the multi-classing is going to be pretty wacky. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing casters. I wept when the Archon didn't get added to the magical ambush. That's fine. What you got to do is you got to take this and you got to play it as a half elf. We're gonna check out the half elf to see if I can get it to proc on the dragon mark. Anyway, enjoy getting racial completes just to make my acolyte of the skin. Arcane Trickster just barely working. For now, though, I think I'll call it here. I'll get more numbers when the more final build comes out. It's a super cool archetype. I think this is, to be fair, this is really important. Overall, I think it's a super cool archetype with some much needed attention before wrapping in a nice bow and shipping. In my opinion, I love the archetype conceptually, and I will say this. What I want to, like, hats off to the whole team for the stolen spell idea. I think this is the kind of stuff I really like seeing in DDO, where the ideas are just fucking good. Like, this is just such a good idea of, like, instead of saying, here's a really expansive spell list or something like that, instead it goes, here, you're going to steal spells from other classes. You pick the classes and we go. Really like it. Really think it's a good job. Excellent work, Saints of Games. Like, again, so Arcane Trickster has, like, really solid foundations. And I love a lot of the design of it, but I do agree with some people that there's some numbers that could be changed. Some sneak attack dice showing up in the tree would go a long way to make the tree actually feel a little bit more cohesive. Some people have noted that ranged and melee power would also be nice to throw in here. Applied Force could just add like 5 melee and range power. You know what I mean? Something like that. I think that combining not bad with a spell into not bad with a blade or not bad with a bow would be a good thing to do. So you get to pick, do I want to be a melee hybrid or a ranged hybrid? Like, this is not a spellcaster tree. It's a hybrid tree. It's obviously a hybrid tree. There's hybrid everywhere. So just shove this into these. I think it'd be a good idea. And yeah, lower the cooldown on Pestro. Also, if you say Pesto, it makes you hungry. Yes, and you can steal from multiple classes, which is really, really cool. And then as far as the actual numbers, the crunchy, does it kill God in one spell cast? I don't know. We can't take the capstone yet. So, you know. Or you just play without Quicken. No, it's not good. Anyways. But yeah, overall, I'm really excited. And I think you guys should be excited about it too. Also, this... hopefully we'll get new icons for the Mage Hand Disable Traps and the Mage Hand Bluff. Oh, Mage Hand Bluff doesn't work. I forgot. I don't know if anyone tested this. It doesn't work. All the effects in the game like this don't work. So I'm just going to go through the list. So specifically Mage Hand Bluff allows you to bluff using your intelligence instead of charisma. It doesn't. It's just a bluff check. It just takes this number right here. There's actually an effect in the game outside of this that already does that, which is enhancements. Have work. So you get the ability Lock Bash. So Lock Bash, attempt to pick a lock with your fists. This ability operates as open lock using Intimidate plus Strength. No, it doesn't. It's just your Intimidate. It does not do the plus Strength, just uses your Intimidate. Just keep that in mind. Key Shout. Does Key Shout actually work? Is Key Shout in the game? No, Key Shout's gone, right? I think Key Shout's gone. I don't remember. I'm going to be honest. I haven't played a Shin'Tao in a while. Oh, it's in Henshin now. Oh, it's in Henshin. That's why. Yep, there it is. Yeah, Key Shout being is very good. Actually having the abilities work as described is very, very good. So yeah, I agree. So sick. Key Shout working, but yeah. So overall, I'm really excited. If this wasn't bugged at the moment, with the capstone, I would just sit here and just keep playing and playing and playing and running around and playing and playing and playing and playing and playing. I do want to test some things, so we're going to test out a half elf. That's going to be a big one. But other than that, I will say I'm very happy with how the archetype looks so far. Very, very happy. Again, I understand that some people are upset about specific numbers queries. I'm not disagreeing with anybody who has those types of complaints or anything else like that. I think it's very valid. And as I said before, thank you to all the people who have taken the time to test things, to look at things, to post their thoughts on the forums, to give some feedback about things that I can't necessarily see all the time. My God. Is it possible to try Duergar yet? No. Duergar is coming in the summertime, so we're not going to be able to see it probably until like June. So Duergar is not coming. Also, I apologize. The title of my live stream is both a reference to the fact that we got the producer's letter yesterday, which told us we were getting Duergar, and also Tears of the Kingdom. If you know, you know. But yeah, overall, very, very, very cool. Okay, so I need to make a half elf so I can cast Storm thingy. Also, the hair on the Dampier looks sick, dude. I'm so jealous. Okay. Oh, no. This one. Yeah. This guy's doing the thing. He's doing the thing with the thing. Is it good? I have to test it. I don't want to level up his rogue. His 5 times for sneak attack damage. I know. Okay, I gotta click it. Hold on, we're gonna level up his rogue so I can click the button. Spectral Blades is one of the worst spells ever added to Dungeons & Dragons Online. However, it's an epic spell, as in you have to take a feat, an epic feat, to be able to get access to the spell. However, at some point, somebody at SSG like hit their head and then woke up in the morning and was like, I'm going to fix Spectral Blades or Spirit Blades. And so they did. And so Spirit Blades now has the effect where what it used to do is it used to basically be Shardstorm. Oddly enough, Shardstorm is really good and Spectral Blades was bad, but it kind of used to be a similar thing. No, was it ever Shardstorm? Yeah, wasn't it just Shardstorm? And then it was really... No, it wasn't Shardstorm. What am I thinking of? No, it wasn't. It just had this like really slow... Anyway, they fixed it. The animation's like a million times better. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm like foaming at the mouth over here, excited to put my fingies on this. I'm just gonna put on Mental Toughness. I don't care. Feats. Oh, you actually get Chain Missile? And Repair? You get Repair? Kind of sick. Also, people probably added extra spells as suggestions to add onto the Arcane Trickster spell list. I think the Arcane Trickster spell list should just have a smattering of spells from all the Arcane classes in the game, because as per the the actual book, if you want to play an Arcane Trickster, you have to have a existing class. So I think having something like that would be kind of cool. Also, the fact that enchantment is useless in epics is also another problem, so I don't know how to solve that. hopefully someday we will not have that. Wasn't it Shavrath blades? No. Spectral blades. No, it's spectral blades, spirit blades. It's been a while since I clicked spirit blades. Okay. Where's my greater single weapon fighting game? Do I still not have enough things? Oh, improved critical piercing? Sure, I'm a rapier user. Force missiles. That's a really bad spell. Haste? I know it's also a bad spell. I'm just trying to speed through this, you guys. What's their best damage spell? Greater shout? Well, this you don't need the damage spells. You're as mentioned before, you have to think of your spells as a vehicle to apply sneak attack damage. Okay, so what I mean by that is like when you know how you have that friend who you go to a place and you order and you get some food or whatever and they order fries, but they didn't really want fries. What they wanted is to slather their fries in mayonnaise so the fries become a vehicle to eat more mayonnaise. Right? That's what we're talking about here. We're not trying to like cast spells that deal high damage. We're trying to cast spells that apply sneak attack damage. The spells are just a vehicle for the sneak attack damage, as the fries are the vehicle for the mayonnaise. I explained this last night, but if you just like go and grab like a big tube of mayonnaise and just squeeze it into your mouth, people will look at you weird because that's not something people do all the time, is just sit down and eat some mayonnaise. But if you have fries, no one bats an eye. You can, well, then do it. If you want to do it, then go do it. Go to a public place and just drink some mayo. It ain't ranch, man. Like if you sit down in like a food court of a shopping center and just like pull out like a tube of ranch and just take a big swig, no one's gonna really bat an eye. People drink ranch all the time, but mayo, it's like another step, you know. Shots of mustard. Yep. Okay, we did it. Oh my god. I have to claim my epic destinies later. Oh my god, I can't level up. Need my own fries. A good sandwich is made better with butter regardless of the sandwich. True. But what if that butter was actually mayonnaise? Alright, I can't take sneak attack. I didn't do the thing. Your aim. It's fine.
Squirting one mayo packet into your mouth is worth 2 in the A.
True. Ludicrous, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate we're doing fantastic. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing very, very, very good. I'm doing good. Thinking about eating some mayo. Alright. So now, Arcane Insight. I don't care what my feats are. We're not using this character. I'm doing testing. Did somebody already test Hellball? Did somebody test Hellball? Somebody did test Hellball, right? You tested Hellball? Thanks for streaming on YouTube. Anytime! Glad to. I'm trying to make sure I'm hitting all the things. The YouTube stream is specifically for people that just don't really want to watch on Twitch for whatever their personal reason is, and also for people who want to see our yeah, that's pretty much it, just for that. Okay, hold on. Where is it? Where are you? My beautiful spell. Spirit Blades! Alright, here we go. Spirit Blades. Ladies and gentlemen, you might be like, Stream Tom, what the heck is Spirit Blades? I've never heard about this. Don't worry. Laying down and watching on TV? Hell yeah. I'm sorry to hear that you're sick, dude. That sucks. I have been sick, which is why I have... I don't know where. Oh, there it is. I got my medication, baby. I got my antibiotics. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Spirit Blades. Here we go. Sneak attack damage. And Hellball. Charisma or intelligence. Oh, I'm very smart. That's why I took Hellball. All right. So, sneak attack damage is going to apply on every single hit from Spirit Blades, in theory. So if I grab a magic missile and I magic missile this guy, we've got all this damage here. My sneak attack damage is hitting for hundreds with no spell power. Cool. It's actually not that cool because that's really not that much damage. Anyway. Spirit Blades. Is that enough numbers? I don't know if that's the right amount of numbers. Hold on. Okay, each blade is doing 1 sneak attack damage per blade. It's not the force and the physical aren't both proccing it. So Hellball is only 1 proc each. Is this spell good? I think the answer to that is definitely no. But it's interesting. All right. Well, I have horrifying, awful news, which I'm going to share with you in just a second here. Activate Shradi with colors. Shradi is Gigabad, but it honestly might be usable, but probably not. It's probably still bad.
The city of towers.
Celestial Bombardment. You can check Celestial Bombardment. That idea for like sneak attacks and Arcane Trickster tree. The multi-selectors mixed magics also is one against sneak attack per meta magic feat you have, up to a cap. Dude, that fucking rocks. Oh, that rocks. Yo, somebody hire Sweet Fang. Okay, their suggestion is in here where you get the mixed magics. Instead, put a thing that gives you the option to get +1 sneak attack die per meta magic feat you have. Oh, that rocks. That rules, dude. Oh, because you're going to have 3, so it's 3 sneak attack dice automatically. And also, there's precedent for it because that's in Flippin' Flappin' Magoose of the Eclipse, where you get the thing with the thing. Magic resistance, rating cap, spell resistance, and all that. Oh my god. Yo, that's sick. That's a great idea. Wow. Good idea. Holy mackerel. That feels great. You even just put it in Shadow Dancer. You just attach it on to Bring Darkness or something. If you want to do that. But probably be good to have in Arcane Trickster. Anyway, speaking of this, I have food that arrived for me. So I'm gonna go quickly run and eat it. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So you can enjoy this, and I'll just leave Arcane Trickster up here so people can get excited about it. But yeah, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I gotta go get the food and eat it. But I don't have a thing here. I have a thing here. I have a thing here. I have a thing here. There we go. I will be right back. I have food I gotta go eat. People will be taking to shoe materials. No, but it does count granted. Does it count granted feats? Hold on. Minimated feats are required enabled. Yeah, so that would work with Draconic Incarnation for the issue, and it also works with stuff like Fatesinger for the free extend. Kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie, that's a sick idea. I love it. Anyway, I'll be right back. Arc trick. I'm back. Does the traps spell-like ability get Arcane, Trickster, Sneak Attack? Oh, great question. Probably not. But I don't know. Washing down those McRibs. No, I didn't. What are we starting playing a sap build? Hopefully never. We'll see. Trade off being of way less weapon focused feats, so you're locked into spellcasting that needs to be tested. I'm concerned with the idea that it might give more dice to Assassin Tree, even larger feat investment. Well, yeah, but you have to take a bunch of feats. I think taking a bunch of feats is a worthwhile trade. Also, I don't think it gives more, because don't you get sneak attack dice from the capstone? Something like that. Anyways, you guys know what time it is. That's right. It's medicine time. Ugh. It's good stuff. Unrelated, but it's also time for daily D. So if you're like me, you don't go outside that often, and you want to add some vitamin D into your diet because you live up north and the sun doesn't shine that often, time for some daily D. Swallowing pills on camera. Okay, beautiful. 1,000 IUs? Yeah, it's 2,500 IUs. You only need 1,000 IUs, but I didn't buy this. I asked my girlfriend to buy it, and she just kind of bought the first one she saw. All right. So, oh yeah, also the desync on the Raven is crazy. Where like you just start to slowly become out of sync with actually like riding on the back of this thing. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. Whoa, we're sliding. We're sliding. I can almost get him to slide. All right, so someone is asking about the alchemical traps. D4 plus sneak attack die in sonic damage. Does this apply? Excellent question. I don't know. Does that affect the cooldown? No. All right, alchemical trap attack. Thunderstone. I'm gonna test it. Taking your daily D. I do want to refer to it as that, yeah. The reason why I want to refer to it as taking my daily D is it's a good way to keep it in a reminder. You gotta do your daily D. Flask will apply the damage. Will it? Oh.
Oh, there you are. Meet me outside across the canal. I have something to show you.
With that,
I shall attend to it in a
Orban's
trice.
image vanished.
Please, Standing Stone
Orban
Games,
uses
revert the
magically
borders on the Fey
animated hands
items.
to help
I'm
craft
tired of the
wares
booger
in
green.
his shop.
So Voldufer, I have terrible news for you. I am John Standing Stone Games, the official Standing Stone Games person, and I decide to do the exact opposite of what you want. I don't work for Standing Stone Games. I am Standing Stone Games, and it's my decision, and my decision alone, to make sure they stay forever. In fact, items that didn't have the border are now getting the border.
Ordinary crates.
Orban's pleased expression
It does apply the sneak attack damage. What the hell?
shop.
That's crazy. What are the odds?
Oh, come back here. Come back. Oh.
The flask mechanics scale with spell power and crit? Yes.
No, that's not what was supposed to happen.
Pipes the astonished wizard.
Yeah, they use spell power and range power, allowing them to deal meager amounts of damage.
Fix the animatic before it animates everything in the city.
They're not good, but they're also bad. It's crazy that with double scaling, they're both not good and bad. It's kind of neat. All right, so did anybody test Call Lightning Storm yet? All right, I'm on it. Next up is Call Lightning Storm, so we are going to do it. Can you sneak attack with Call Lightning Storm? Let's find out. Speaking of, a grip. Oh, Call Lightning Storm doesn't? Oh, okay. Keybolt doesn't. Why would Keybolt not do it? Does the wave do it? Oh, I'm trying to think of anything else that would actually apply. The Keybolt's technically not a spell. That depends on... I only took 6 levels of Monk for testing. Ah. So what you're saying is I have to test Sacred Fist, obviously. Alright, well, we'll test Sacred Fist and see how it goes. Now, some of you might be screaming externally, Strimdom, no! It has to be done. Does stack slippery magic? That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I know. I know. If it does in fact function, we may see some interesting numbers. Why am I knowing? There's a build that uses Sacred Fist inappropriately. Just do Dampier again. Dampiers are cool. Let's be a guy though. Yeah. Okay, I don't want that much intelligence. I want like 14. And then like Sacred Fist, they use wisdom or charisma? It doesn't matter. I just need key. Concentration. This is just for testing purposes. Tumble, UMD, I don't know. You confirm the mark? Nah, if Zotil says it, it doesn't work. I trust them. I have some questions with your melee. With the melee area you're playing in the guide, you don't take strategic combat 2 from RJ tree, and at level 31 you get perfect 2-handed fighting as a feat. Yes, you don't take strategic combat 2 from Harper Agent because you just cast the spell. There's a spell that does the same effect, and you cast that, and you don't get perfect 2-handed fighting as a feat. You're correct. You take 2-handed fighting specialty. Does it say perfect 2-handed fighting? It shouldn't. It should say 2-handed fighting specialty. It doesn't matter which feats I take. Oh, hell yeah. Hair good. Phantom Knives doesn't apply magical ambush. That's crazy. But yeah, it should be 2-weapon specialty. 2-weapon specialty gives you all of the feats of the 2-weapon fighting, or not 2-weapon, 2-handed fighting line. So that should be the ability there. Paladin. Okay, so I need to be 11 Paladin, 8 Rogue. I need to make sure I have concentration. Paladin. Okay, combat feat, doesn't matter. Who cares? Stunning blow. It doesn't matter. This is just for testing purposes. Melee, Paladin. We're doing science, okay? You guys, we're doing science. If you freak out and you're like, Strim, what are you doing? We're testing things. Key bolt. Right, not monk. Melee, Paladin. I think I'm a monk, but I'm not a monk. Melee, Paladin. Paladin. I don't think I put any points into like the defensive stuff. Can I take metamagics yet? I think I can. Metamagic. Yes. Quicken. Paladin. Weird happening eventually on level to 30 the game and gave enough experience to 34. That's not weird. That's how it's supposed to be. Legendary experience is its own experience. You don't have to re-earn it. And the devs have said that at some point they would like to change epics to also be the same. So epic experience will only go away when you reincarnate, as opposed to just automatically going away every time you reincarnate. Like, for example, if you don't, let's say you're level 30, and then you do a heroic past life without doing an epic one, in theory, when you hit 20, you didn't reset your epic XP, so you should be able to pop back up to 30. That's like a long-term goal for the devs that they've said they want to do. Long-term goal, not short-term goal. Which well suited, or is it spread too thin? Probably spread too thin because you don't get the proper scaling. Probably, anyway. Wait, Shadowblade and Fan of Shadowblades doesn't work? That's shocking. I would definitely bug report that, because there's a direct synergy there. I crave ultimate mastery. Alright, so it's 11 Paladin, 8 Rogue. So 11 Paladin, 8 Rogue. Yep. So we're here. 11 Paladin, 8 Rogue. Meta magic feat. Maximize. 11 paladin, 8 rogue. 11 paladin, 8 rogue. I'm just saying this so I don't overlevel. Third level spells. Okay, perfect. Orchid Blossom works. Okay, that's interesting. No! You can't multi-class? Ah, crap. You have to start as an Arcane Trickster? Damn it. I have to start over again. No. Okay. I'm literally fixing that now. No, it's all good. It's one of those like, no. It's okay. This is why we play the game on camera. The bugs, they can be sourced and they can be found. Multitask, I started as an artificer. It didn't let me. Look at my beautiful boy. He'll never become, his hair is so good, he couldn't become a Arcane Trickster. Hair good. Hair good? Hair good. All right, start again. Paladin, Sackfist. Again, we're doing some science here for trying to find all the abilities that do and don't work. And one of the reasons why we're doing the science is because, let's do it Tabaxi this time. Tabaxi also get hair good. 14 and 14. And Tabaxi still don't get a bonus to Charisma, which is criminal, but at least they can take it. So it worked for the Puss in Boots build. No, Arcane Trickster. Bad brain. Bad brain. Arcane Trickster. Pay attention to what you're doing. Specialist. Rogue. Arcane Trickster. Go. 14. 14. Cap. Strength. No. Yep. Just put the points into the skills. But yes, anyway, what was I talking about? I distracted myself by like rambling. Anyway, TLDR. Oh yeah, I don't get any of the feats. That's funny. I don't get access to meta magic feats on this character either. Tee. All right. Hair gooder. This character actually has way worse hair. I can't even lie to you guys. I'm sorry. The hair's way worse. Yeah, in the Puss in Boots build, I did take Charisma out of here, so I could do like the Charisma to damage thing. So you do get some, but you know, the fantasy. All right, Sackfist. The classic Arcane Trickster Sacred Fist. Honestly, this build that I'm putting together sounds like this is just for testing purposes, so we're just testing a single ability. But it sounds like the type of build that would like people would make a side eye at you if you're playing it like your table, where it's like, oh, what's your character? Yeah, I'm like a Arcane Trickster Rogue, like Sacred Fist Paladin. And it's like, all right, buddy. And how are you role playing this one? Well, you see, my guy was like in the circus, and then he got thrown out of the circus because he decided to find faith. Phaelites doesn't apply magical ambush. Yes, so that's definitely something that should get fixed 100%. Phaelites not applying it because that's probably one of the things that is like first. This is good that we're testing these spells. So I hope somebody is writing this down. Because being able to test all these abilities so we find them ahead of time of like, this does work, this doesn't work, this does work. Because I also don't know why it wouldn't work. Because I'm not no sort of program doctor. It's probably just something that's missing a tag. If I take the Paladin equipment, does it give me armor? Hell yeah, it gives me full plate. Let's go. How many Tabaxis? There are very few. Yeah, Tabaxi is definitely in like one of the least popular races, which is weird because they're just like generally good, but you don't see a lot of Tabaxi generally. It's really about the tag. Yeah. This is why, controversial opinion. I'm gonna nerd out for a second. Hold on. I'm an idiot. So there is a video game called Path of Exile, and Path of Exile is a really good game if you like to get lost for hours. If you want to spend more time on a spreadsheet than playing the game, play the Path of Exile. Anyway, all the abilities in the game, so every spell has a tag on it, so you know what scales with what. So if this wiki will overload, please, I want to show my example, but I can't. The wiki, it'd be lost. it's probably faster to load up Path of Building. Anyway, so let's say I load up a spell here, right? So let's say my character, I want to play Volatile Dead. How do I scale Volatile Dead? It literally tells me it's a spell. So it scales with anything that scales spells. It's an AoE, scales with anything that scales AoE, and it's fire. Scales with anything that scales fire. And this information's in the game, so you can read it yourself as a player. So if, you know, the tags for the spells were like readable in game, it's sort of like how there was like that change that made it so that you could just automatically see the spell DC on it, like this thing with all the bullet points, where all of a sudden all the players you could just go, that's broken, that's broken, that's broken, and you can like find all the spells that just aren't working immediately. The tags. We can find all the things that don't have the proper tags. Outsourcing labor. That's right. I mean, it's probably take a long time to actually get the tags to display, because also, if I had to guess, the tags for a lot of these things are probably like written in some type of internal lingo, which is like, as opposed to being tagged as like spell or fire, it's probably tagged like SF effect dot something, which is like unreadable to the human consciousness. I don't care. All right, back to work. 11 levels of Sacred Fist. Don't screw this up. Anyway, the reason why we're testing this out is 2 reasons. Number 1, I want to make sure I can check all the spells in here to make sure they're functioning. We don't have to check any of the higher level Sacred Fist spells because the higher level spells require 14 levels, which means you wouldn't be able to get this effect anyway as a rogue. You wouldn't be able to do that with this character. But more importantly, because there's some wacky things that happen here, and I will do my best to explain. Basically, the paladin abilities scale off of spell power or melee power, the spells, and abilities that scale off of the. This is the 11th level. Don't screw this up. This is it. Just gonna make sure I do this. Stop talking. Focus. Don't have to re-level again because that'd be annoying. Level 3 spells are done. The paladin abilities scale off of melee power. So if I go into here and I take Keybolt, it says in it directly it scales with 300% of melee power. So if I go over here and I Keybolt a guy, takes a little while. If I go to Keybolt somebody, it deals damage and scales off of my melee power. My melee power is currently 0, but if I get any amount of melee power, the damage will start to increase pretty dramatically. However, there is a weird thing where secondary effects that come off of this, which scale off of other numbers, scale off of melee power also. So I want to see if that's going to work here. So, for example, if I have like a mantle, it will scale off of melee power. Why, you might ask? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. What are we going to see? Move speed. Facing spells work at least, despite dealing an upfront spell hit. Stormcatcher didn't trigger it, but Primal Scream doesn't trigger it. Primal Scream doesn't trigger it. Interesting. Primal Scream probably should trigger it. So it's weird that it doesn't. Alright, let's max this out. Need 8 levels of Rogue. I'm trying to remember what level I'm actually at now. Concentration. I have 11 Paladins, so that means I get to 19 before I'm done. Mental toughness, whatever. Improved mental toughness isn't on the bonus feat list, which is weird. It should be on the bonus feat list. It's not a good feat, but yeah, it just should be on the bonus feat list. There's no reason for it not to be. Also, speaking of meta magic feats, whoever had that genius idea where all the people are complaining, like, give it more sneak attack dice, and then yeah, there's Sweet Fang with the genius idea of making it so that instead of giving sneak attack dice, throw an effect on there that is you get 1 sneak attack dice for every meta magic feat you have. Oh, genius! It means you only get the bonus if you're actually investing. It's so good. Okay, so now I apply my sneak attack dice onto my spells. So if I Keybolt a guy, I should apply the effect. No, it doesn't work. No. Okay, so Keybolt unaffected. Incinerating Wave. Uh-oh. Incineration Wave. Don't fail me now. I can't do this in a public area. Oh. I need Kobold Ringleader. Quick, get this man to Kobold Ringleader. Eventually. We're walking. We'll get there. We're doing
Everyone
science.
at Morgrave University is talking about Vecna and the Codex of the Infinite Planes.
I love the way that
The
line is delivered.
Morgrave University air
Everyone
shuttle
at the
will
Morgrave
and
University is
Trickster
talking
fills
about
the
Vecna
outside
and the
Barrett
Codex
Hall
of the
and more.
Infinite Planes. I don't know why. There's something about like the sing-songy nature of how she like reads out that line is great.
Activity in the area.
Everything will die here. I need something with more life. Grim and Barrett. No, Dinosaur Quest. I don't get monk stances. I can't instant recall. Whatever, it's fine. All right. Wait, where's the Dino Quest? Is it not here? Wait, the Dino Quest is not on Lemania? What? That's kind of cool. Okay, that's it's not a bug that anyone needs to care about. That is kind of funny. Where I'm like, oh, I'll check this one. I can't. Anyway, into Grim and Barrett we go. But it's just that's really funny. No, Grim and Barrett's fine. It's just I didn't expect Dino Crisis to not be on Lemania.
Too late, mortals.
I've heard this sound effect a million times, farming the Fey event. Okay,
I'll leave my minions.
so let's see. This might be a bad place to go because there's like a million guys I'm fighting, but no, it doesn't apply either. It doesn't apply either. No, I can't damage them. I gotta go. All right, so it doesn't work with the Sacred Fist spells either, which is interesting. So there's science. So no incineration wave, no key bolt at all. So I thought we could double dip Dragon Disciple. I didn't test Dragon Disciple. But yeah, I thought we could double dip, but we cannot double dip, unfortunately. It is not applying. And just confirming I have the effect, double triple check. Rogue class feat. We do have magical ambush. We do have sneak attack dice because I have magical ambush. It should apply. It did not. We had force damage. That was from the incinerating wave itself dealing force damage. So it does not apply to incinerating wave. Lotil, did you test Dragon Disciple spells? No, Keybolt didn't work either. Sacred Fist Keybolt didn't work, and neither did Henshin Mystic Keybolt. None of it functioned. No, none of it worked. Alright. Let's do more. We'll do Dragon Disciple and see if it actually does anything. Yeah. As for Sneak Attack, no, it does not. It applies at all times. Alright. Dragon Disciple, let's be a Dragonborn. Just makes the most sense. Int. Dragon Disciple's wisdom because it's a monk, right? Not breaths? Okay. This also lets me test Dragonborn breath. Concentration and some other garbage. Also, you're going to see me leveling a lot and redoing a lot of characters today. That is the process of testing things on Lemania. There's going to be a lot of this. So just be prepared for that. No, I'm a Dragon Disciple. Bad brain. Why do I do this to myself every time? Bad brain. Specialist. Rogue. Arcane Trickster. There we go. I was like, bonus feat? I shouldn't get a bonus feat. Constitution. Alright. Yeah, we're going to test the Dragon Disciple spells as well as the breath attack from the racial tree. Somebody test Drow, or remind me, Drow Darkfire. That doesn't matter. And we need to be lawful. Breath. Oh no. Bad breath. Fire and forget instant damage on spells. Yeah. Yeah, if you actually needed to qualify for sneak attack, I think that it would be basically impossible to use. Well, I wouldn't say basically impossible, but you run into like a million problems with the effect. If it was possible to do, where you could make it so that you could actually get it to apply to anything, that would be or like to actually require sneak attack, because you can make things vulnerable. It would require to actually use the bluff effect. Crowd control becomes more powerful. Honestly, it'll probably be fine. But if it does, if the guardrail comes up of you need to actually be qualifying for a sneak attack, or monsters that are immune to snake attack are immune to that effect, you would also need to really ramp up the damage because of the guardrail. Because it's like, okay, guardrail good, but also now you need to make it valuable to actually work around the trade-off. It's like a delicate balance, you know? All right, we're gonna do more testing. Monk. Test. More feats. I need metamagic feats, please. For convenience sake, I need Quicken. Please don't make me play this video game without Quicken. What's my bonus feat? Oh, I'm a monk. I gotta get bonus feats. Lightning reflexes sounds good. I like lightning reflexes. Give sneak attack? Yep. Yeah, we give sneak attack. So would the stun. You kind of would just end up with what you get normally out of Rogue, which is that the character would be really strong in a group, but lose a lot of the value when solo because you wouldn't be able to apply sneak attack on stuff. It also would make it so that all of the AoE attacks that you could possibly get, like people are like, yeah, what if you had Fireball? What if you had this? What if you had that? But yeah, but you can't AoE bluff anything. So if you're playing solo, you don't have like at least an improved deception effect or a strike through where you can bluff multiple targets. You're literally stuck to one. Unless you crowd control them, obviously. But if the monster's crowd controlled, it kind of doesn't matter at that point because you're already getting the damage in. Sork Strim. Am I going to test Sork? I don't know what I would test in Sork. What do you think I should test in Sork? Give me a suggestion. I don't know what are we testing in Sork? Does this game differentiate between arcane and divine spells? Kind of. There's some weird effects in arcane and divine spells, like classes that get access to some stuff. No, there's quells, but there's also like some effects from classes where if a spell is from a different class, it might carry on some of the secondary effects of that thing. So an example would be, this is not currently in the game, but some spells that primarily exist on arcane classes going to a divine class, or divine class going to an arcane class, have retained some of their quirks of being from that school. With magical ambush, I know Shade, but like what? Like what do you want to test with magical ambush? Like I don't understand what you want. Okay, Dragon Disciple. Dragon Disciple. I also like its DDM, Dragon Disciple Monk, and its ATR, Arcane or Arcane Trickster Rogue. I kind of love it and hate it. All right. But yeah, there's like a thing that happened with Druid where it was doing that. I need more Arcane Trickster levels. Why did I take more Dragon Disciple levels? DDM, so I can get to... Okay, whatever. I get all the breaths from the tree. Although the tree breaths aren't the same as the regular breaths. Okay, I'm just gonna test the tree breaths and hope that the tree breaths are programmed the same way as the regular breaths. And then we're gonna call it there. Not call it there, but for this test, because I can't get access to the highest level stuff anyway. Yeah, and then also divine and arcane isn't really accurate because there are effects that say like increase the power of divine spells or increase the power of arcane spells, but some effects or like several class and character effects are not divine nor arcane. So for example, Dragon Disciple Monk is divine in terms of the way it's coded in the game, but if you have something that says increase the cast level of divine spells, it does not work with Dragon Disciple, even though it's divine. For example, druids, rangers, Dragon Disciples, paladins, Sacred Fists, they're all divine, but if you get an effect that says increase cast level of divine spells, it only works with clerics and favorite souls. As an example, right? Like you could make the easy argument that arcane doesn't work with like alchemists or artificers because artificers don't cast spells, they cast infusions, and alchemists mix potions or something. But with the like paladin, things like that, it should fit, but it just kind of doesn't. So yeah, there's some weird stuff when it comes to typing arcane divine in there. And sometimes spells from those classes, if they're in other classes, will still carry on those effects. No. Meta magic feats. So you just gotta watch out for some stuff like that. Okay, it's now level 12. I need more Arcane Trickster. You try a Spellslinger Splash? What are we testing though? Holy Fireball isn't triggering Magical Ambush. Nightmare Lance isn't. Nightmare Lance doesn't trigger Magical Ambush? Oh, lordy. That's like the first thing you would try with it. So that's a really good find. That's a really good find. Prismatic Spray, it only hits once. Because each effect is from, it's like the one, like each color would cause the effect to happen, but it only hit once. Because Prismatic Spray doesn't hit one target multiple times. Okay, so I have 8 levels. So now we can test this out. So Dragon Breathe. So red Dragon Breathe. Should work. I'm a Dragon Born. Blah. It works. Cool. So Dragon Breath works. I'm actually shocked by that. Let's go with Dragon Disciple. So we're gonna grab all the SLAs. I'm just taking literally every single SLA in here. Right, give me more things. There we go. We have all the SLAs now. So Acolyte's Breath. Yes. Draconic Burst. Yes. Draconic Devastation. Yes. Lesser Burst. Yes. Excellent. Okay. So Dragon Disciple does work. I don't recommend doing that. I'll just to check the spell, just double check. The spells work too. Cool. All right, so that's functioning. All right, good. So Dragon Disciple seems good. DDM. Would you play a DDM multiclass? No, but it is working. Despite Dragon Breath's Epic Strike triggering Energy Vortex, working Energy Vortex doesn't, which is, of course, the intended function. Yeah, because Energy Vortex is more of a damage over time spell. But yeah, DDM functions. Is there anything else that I can do a couple levels of? I'm lawful, so I'm kind of limited. Trying to think of what else. We already know Warlock works. All the regular spells should function. Rune Arms shouldn't work. Alchemist should. I'm trying to think of any weird corner cases. Am I lawful good? Damn it. Didn't get its flags right. Just missing. Yeah. It's Keybolt for, I don't know if it's draws from one source, but Keybolt for both Sacred Fist and Dragon, not Dragon Disciple. Sacred Fist and also regular Monk Henshin. Magical Ambush make Wiz Past Life Initiate worth it. That ability was actually still kind of good anyway, but yes, it's really crazy with the Wizard Past Life Arcane Initiate. Weird Domain Cleric spells. It probably works with all of those, I think, for the most part. And I don't have the patience to go check every single one, but Weird Corner Case doesn't work with the Druid Animal Form spells. Like the attacks. Because they are spells. All right. We're making a new guy. Arcane Trickster on beta? That's right. We're testing out Arcane Trickster. It's the ATR, Arcane Trickster Rogue.
By the edge of the Stormreach Mountain,
Anything that's a weapon attack?
pensive form
But here's the thing.
thronging crowd.
What if it
She is
did
searching
work?
for heroes. Heroes able and willing to
Think the
face
slides?
an unknown
Well, we're just gonna
foe
test it out
in
here.
the ancient ruins
Because like
of China.
you say it probably shouldn't, and I agree with you. What if there's goblins in the code, you know? Mind goblins. Alright, let's do an Eladrin. Because Eladrins are like that. So we get in this. Make it. Oh yeah, Drow. Darkfire. Drow. Right. Also the Eladrin Chaosmancer SLAs. We can test that as well. So someone consider Eladrin Chaosmancer spells. Test that. single weapon fighting. Always. Mind Goblin. Arcane Archer attacks? No one would check those. Yeah, exactly. It's not that I think that there could be a bug there. It's like, just what if there's like a 1% chance? We're gonna try regular druid because I don't want to check Lightning Strikes. The mountain is actually a weapon to apply damage, but it's an age. Yeah, we can test it. We'll test it. I'll have it. So we'll just keyboard to mouse and see what happens. Also, for those of you who are not familiar with enough internet culture, my character is named Mind Goblin. So then when you say something about Mind Goblins to somebody, they go, what are you talking about? What's Mind Goblin? At which point you reply with, Mind Goblin D's nuts. It's a classic, gets them every time. So you've now all been warned. You now know about this trap. So you don't want to be caught in this like mental trickery. Yeah. Somebody hits you with a Mind Goblin. You're like, oh, I have a 12-year-old nephew or child. Like, you can't catch me with this one. I'm too slick. So yeah, there you go. Or if you do have any like, because they'll get you at some point. It happens to me as a streamer all the time. Bofidis is a classic. Somebody got me with that one. We get with the Bofidis, and I got destroyed. It's gonna get you every time. It's gonna be a pain to need a +1 lesser heart TR. Yeah, it's gonna be horrible. But listen, we gotta test it. We gotta know. Trickster is supposed to be magic missile proc champ with sneak attack damage. Kind of. It is kind of like that, but it also has some other weird utility because it works on all spells. Also, something that I think a lot of people haven't kind of clued into yet is that other than the fact that you have to deal with spell penetration, you can get a sound burst with an infinite DC on any character, which is really interesting. It takes 6 levels of Arcane Trickster, and you can get a sound burst that has a DC so high monsters can't make their save against it, and you can apply that to whatever character class you want. So 6 levels of Arcane Trickster gives you rogue skills, evasion, and an incredibly potent crowd control effect. I say infinite DC because the DC is equal to your disable device check, so it's very easy to max out. On spells stack with Arcane Trickster, yeah, because it's just a separate thing. These newts, wow. Is Death Aura possible with undead form? You don't get to steal Death Aura, unfortunately. Which, if you wanted to play a Dampier Arcane Trickster, that'd be kind of sick if you could. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, so I need not 11 Druid, the rest Arcane Trickster. So we take Druid to 12. I gotta go talk to the guy to take Druid to 12. Now we go to the Druid trainer. No, I meant just generally on the spell list. It'd be kind of cool if you could get it. If you could get the Death Aura spells. Meta Magic Feats. Quicken. Wild Shape. Winter Wolf. I need Winter Wolf. I don't need Dire Bear. There's no Dire Bear spells that have like casting animations. Go, go, go. Also, leveling up like this is maddening. Fun fact, if you haven't played Druid in a while, and especially if you haven't played Winter Wolf, there was a change that was actually added a while ago that allowed you to, or made it so that the Winter Wolf breath attack, the cold breath, has no saving throw on it. Honestly, huge change. It made the ability feel really smooth. It's just a good leveling ability. It still completely falls off at endgame because it's effectively a 3rd level spell, so it's not very strong. but it's really satisfying to use. It feels thematic to be like blasting ice on your Winter Wolf. It's very, very cool. So that was a really, really good change for SSG to like throw that one in there. That was a really good one. That was a long time ago, but yeah, it was cool. Okay, how does stealing work? The enhancement tree. So Arcane Trickster gets to steal spells from other classes. So this classes, you have Artificer, Cleric, I think, Alchemist, Sorcerer, Wizard, Druid, and Bard. And there's one spell from each spell list that goes onto here. So for example, you get Soundburst from Bard, Salt Ray from Druid, Salt Crystals from Alchemist, Personal Augmentation from Artificer, that sort of thing. And so there's one for each one. So this. So each one kind of goes through here. And these are really cool. So I actually really like a lot of these spells. I think they're very interesting. I do like the idea that some people had, which is like the capstone could possibly just be like a Giga spell. So kind of top there. And then you get to choose like how you want to go with the Giga spell. So it could be like Meteor Swarm, Mass Hold. So Meteor Swarm for Sorcerer Wizard. Oh, then you wouldn't get Mass Hold because it's a Bard thing. Oh no, you have to choose. Oh shit, I like Meteor Swarm though. That's kind of cool. And then like Alchemist, you wouldn't get Multi-Vial, but I guess you could get like probably like Elemental Combination from Druid. You could get like Ice Flowers. You can't take an Elemental Form spell. Word of Balance, something like that. Yeah, something like Giga spell could be good. Make an Alchemist, but not an Alchemist. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of sick. But that was a suggestion that somebody had. Just make the capstone like a really powerful spell. Because remember, you only get one. And, you know, if you're worried about people like spamming it, just put it on a 30-second cooldown. And most people won't even use it. I hate 30-second cooldowns. They feel so bad. But yeah. Swap. Yeah, no assassin. Oh yeah. I don't know if you were here when this was brought up, Torque, but there was if I, you know, as we all read the forums, there are a lot of people that are like, me want more sneak attack damage in my tree. But you can't just add sneak attack damage to the tree, because if you just add sneak attack damage, then it just gets more powerful, and that would be ridiculous. But somebody had the genius idea where they saw the lines. Out of Magus the Eclipse, the meta magic idea. Okay, yeah. Like, just not saying include that, but just, you know, that's sick. Conditional, you know, some people just like, you know, I love conditional things because it forces you to go down a path and choose what it is you want. And I kind of like it. I kind of love it. Implement, which helps. Yeah. Although now that I think about it, dude, what if the multi-selector is like, you either get sneak attack dice or you get like melee or range power based on your, no, that's too much. That's too much. Ugh. Because then it wouldn't make sense. That's more of an Archmage thing to have like more meta magic feed bonuses. Again, this is what happens as you go too far. You take the metaphor too far. This thing is great. It's like 4 to 6 d6 to attack 2 OP. What about focus? It's not that it's 2 OP because it's conditional. You have to take the feats, right? So you have to burn some of your feats on something. So if you're playing like a, if your goal is to do like adding as much like physical damage as possible, or do a hybrid's already on the back foot, right? So yeah, what if each core gave 200 force spell power? It's not enough. Do you get to choose no matter what? Are you going to go Bard line? You get to choose at each level. That's one of the best parts about that in Joss J. So if I choose like Cleric here, I can then choose the next one up here. And then I can choose a different one up here. And I can go whichever one I want. It'd be more, yeah. That's the thing is it's really hard to tell how powerful this class is in total, most specifically because we can't take this and have Quicken, which makes me so sad. So it's hard to get a sense on how powerful it is. But you know what we can do? That's right, testing Druid spells. Okay, so I'm going to go with Druid Animal Form, woof woof, bark bark, and we are going to test specifically how wild shape, Winter Wolf, Dire Bear. All right, we're going to test abilities to see if they trigger sneak attack. We're just going with the basic stuff, right? So just to double check to make sure I'm not crazy. Thorn Strike, right? Trigger sneak attack. Cool. Takedown. Clearly an attack. Doesn't trigger sneak attack. I don't have a weapon that actually might be relevant because sometimes weapons don't carry secondary effects. Like if you don't have a weapon, you can't do a secondary effect. So, hold on. Okay, does not apply on takedown. Good. Flaming Sphere. You know, good thing to check. Can I summon one in here? No, I can't. We'll check Flaming Sphere later. It shouldn't work, but like, just in case. Okay, that applies it, which is good. Baiting Bite. Does not apply. Okay, good. Poison. Does poison apply it? It does not. I wonder if poison would apply it if you get the thing where poison actually deals damage. That's a great question. I don't know. I think the backend tech won't with a spell that is really a melee attack. Oh, 100%. Like, if this is like a, I have to test this, you know what I mean? My brain is just like, I'm already here. Quench obviously doesn't apply it, which makes sense. So Quench does not work. Checking clouds. We're just going to check the cloud real quick. No, I'm not. I'm in a public area. Psych. Thornbloom. The spell is still wacky. Oh, look at the sneak attack damage, buddy. Holy moly. Cure. I want to try Cure on an undead to see if it triggers it. Because I can cure a player and I don't sneak attack them. But can we sneak attack an undead? Excellent question. Excellent question. Enveloping Swarm shouldn't work. It's a damage over time spell. Smack it on there. Whack it on. Nothing. Okay, perfect. That's a lot of con. Oh my god. Oh, that was the poison. Okay, Cold Breath. Animal form breath spell. It works! What are the odds? The only problem you have to be careful with Thornbloom is that Thornbloom, if you quicken the spell... oh, is it actually working now? I thought it didn't work before. Did it break? It wasn't working before. Oh, hold. Hold. There's a Thornbloom bug in here. Unless it was fixed. Let me find it. It works 80% of the time? Okay. There's like a bug where Thornbloom just doesn't work. But it seems to be working. All right. Was it a cosmetic only way? No, it's sometimes the spell didn't activate. I will admit, after the bug was a thing, I stopped using it. So I haven't tested it since then. Thornwave. Omnispell components. Oh my gosh. Omnispell. Come to me. Okay, Thornwave works. Cold Breath functions. Again, we already tested Call Lightning Storm, but like just in case. Okay, get him. Go Call Lightning Storm. Okay. Fire Seeds. This is a multi-selector. Fire Seeds the spell. Yep. Spell not prepared. Oh, I didn't prepare the spell. I brain small. It's doing something. Jaws of Winter, the last attack I can test. Nope. All right. Seems good. I want to test Word of Balance on a neutral target because it shouldn't work, but I'm curious. And then I want to check the reflection effect from Fire Shield, which also, again, should not work, but I am curious. I have brain disease. I need to know. Oh, the physics of Fire Seeds? Oh, the reason why Fire Seed's bad. So my understanding as to why Fire Seed's bad is twofold. Threefold. But go here. One of which is, if I recall correctly, I don't play Druid, for the record. I'm not a Druid player. Not a Druid player. I don't play Druid. Okay, I'm not a Druid gamer. But my understanding is that the damage is low. I mean, the damage does seem kind of bad, but it's hard to say. Hold on. It's a d6 per caster level, and you get 3 of them, so it's 3 d6s per caster level. Each acorn does a d6 per caster level. Oh, the projectile's so slow, dude. But wait, is that an AoE? Huh. Wait, is that an AoE? Is that hitting multiple targets? I mean, if hold on, let me just maximize it and empower it to see what the damage feels like. So this is doing like 700 damage. It's supposed to be Meteor Swarm Light. Yeah. Okay, so I'll give you my short answer as to why I don't know about the spell. I haven't used it that much. But I think the really, really short answer as to why it's maybe not as good is less to do with the spell itself being bad, possibly, and more to do with the fact that compare this spell to Ice Flowers. Obviously, Ice Flowers is a couple levels higher, but yeah. And I think that's usually where people are probably going with it, is it doesn't feel as it's got the same oomph. Oh, where you quicken, you lose a projectile? Oh, specifically when it's quicken enabled? Oh, really? Does it do that? Okay, hold on. How many projectiles do I gotta get? 3? That was 3 and hit 1 guy. Okay. Also, the AoE is really small as well. That's another thing. The AoE is very small in this spell. Like, if I'm hitting the front kobold, it's not hitting the back one. And that is a visual bug. It did shoot out all 3. But yeah. If I hit this, it doesn't hit anything behind it. Interesting. So if I turn this off... Oh, never mind. It didn't work. Okay, hold on. So I have Quicken on Fire Seeds, and it just didn't do anything? Okay, yes. If you turn on Quicken on Fire Seeds, but don't have Quicken globally enabled, it shoots out 2 seeds. And also, sometimes it doesn't AoE. Bug fixing. And now it hits everything. I have no idea. So, and more cooldown on spells? No, it's more fun this way. Anyway, so as far as I can tell, the answer to this one is this spell is wonky, so maybe that's why people aren't using it. Yeah, weird behavior and collision issues. Honestly, if you clean up, if the projectiles are like 10% faster, like just physically how they move through the air so that you don't miss, because another issue is like these things are so slow. So like if I cast Fire Seeds, like I'm missing my target. So if the Fire Seeds are like slightly faster, they have a slightly higher AoE, so they actually AoE stuff, and they don't disappear, I think people would probably use the spell. Go Fire Elemental? I can't. Mage hand animations are great. 100% I agree. Shrim, that's me. What's up? Oh, Darkfire. Okay, god damn it. I'm going. Also, I have to check Fairy Fire. Did you find the emotes? Yes, I did. The emotes are awesome. I've said it before, and I just want to make sure that this is reiterated, because I know we're testing out a lot of stuff. And I know that right now, I'm currently hunting for bugs. I should make it super clear. I am hunting for bugs, because I've already done the analysis. But in case you missed it, okay, I just want you to see this. My personal opinion, Arcane Trickster, like flavor-wise, 10 out of 10. The stolen spell mechanic down here is such a good idea. And the implementation is so good. Genius. Like, mwah, beautiful. The mage hand animations are excellent. I can wave as my wolf. What? You don't get the mage hand in wolf form? Oh, do I have to take the mage hand? Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Wolf. Yeah. Okay, it works in animal form. Yes. Perfect. Change that to a level check? No. I think it's okay that it works on the first one. That's great. Big fan. No, that's good. I actually think it's better that way. It's better that it's in the tree. I think it's way better. I forgot I didn't put any points in here. That's my bad. Should it become a paw in the wolf form? I think let the artist go to sleep, man. Okay, anyway, we have to test 2 abilities. First, I want to see if I can get the sneak attack damage to apply to Word of Balance when the target is immune. And second, I want to see if I can get Sleet Storm to apply the damage. Third, I want to see if I can reflect the damage with Fire Shield. So if I can sneak attack people with Fire Shield. And fourth, I should probably put the points in here. Hold on. Nature's Protector. Lightning strikes the mountain. Go click the mouse. No, I'm trying to get away from multi-selectors, but there's too many, Captain. All right, lightning strikes the mountain shouldn't be a spell, but what if it is? So let's find out. Okay. Oh, and curing undead. Curing undead. We have to cure undead. All right, science time. You're thinking the extra force damage applies to any spell you cast? No, I'm testing if it does apply to wacky stuff. Oh, and drought spell. And fairy fire and dark fire. Oh, and okay. Okay, hold on. So flaming sphere, this shouldn't work.
It's likely you will encounter several.
Go flaming sphere.
You should proceed with caution.
All right, so obviously flaming sphere doesn't work. Sleet storm. Okay, sleet storm does not work, obviously. Fire shield. Okay, obviously fire shield does not work. These are good. This is good. Fairy fire. It does affect them, but not with the effect. Okay, good. Lightning strikes the mountain. I actually didn't see it hit the last one, and that one guy got killed instantly. He doesn't have enough health. So we're gonna have to go find a higher health target. Ah, crap. Oh, no. The folly of man. Yeah, no persistent stuff should work. Dark fire, I did not test. Dark fire. Too much damage. Crap. I'm too powerful. Oh, no. Sorry. Did I say I was too powerful? I don't know why I said that. Oh, God. Also, I still got that weird bug where my, I have to restart the game, where the health bars don't show on top of monsters. It's not the character names, like things aren't displaying. I don't know if I'm the only one that gets it, but yeah, it happens to me all the time, unfortunately. Oh, actually, we're just gonna generally check. I don't have spell prepared. I didn't prepare word of balance. I'm so bad at this game. Okay, anyway, what level am I? 19. You know, actually, I got this. Shift V. Okay, gotcha. It's not doing anything. Gotcha. It's not that the bars are showing above the monster's head. It's that sometimes it just disappears from me. Yeah, I'm gonna go find some undead real quick. Healing. I'm just gonna change it to spell. And I need some neutral creatures. Delaris 1 has everything I want. No, not Delaris 1. Catacombs 1 has everything I want. Okay, so we swap this out for Word of Balance. You must be in a tavern. But I'm a VIP. Yeah. Yes, true. Now that you say that, you're probably right. So Delaris 1. Are there spiders in Delaris 1? No. There's high health undead in Delaris 1. It's probably fine. I need spells. Okay. Word of Balance. Perfect. Okay, so Word of Balance shouldn't kill. Alright, yeah, that's good. Also, I'm gonna pop out a second bar so I can have more things to do. Which I should have done a while ago, but I didn't. But yes, by the way, we're just testing wacky spell interactions to make sure we cover every base in the entire game. Because, yeah, you turn a golem into a fae and PK them. You shouldn't be able to do that. What do you mean that when you turn a golem into a fae? They're still immune. Aren't they still immune? Wait, hold on. Meddle with reality takes away immunities inherent to creatures? Hold on. What is this? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you mage hand slap them. So they lose their spell resistance and then become subject to other things? So some people did point out that one of the problems with the ability is that it does cause a secondary effect, which is that paladins if you have an Arcane Trickster in your raid, will make it so that Paladin Ascendancy no longer functions, which is one of the main reasons to use a Paladin, because Ascendancy gives you 75 melee power. Is it 75? It's 45? Yeah, 75 melee power. So if you can make it so that the boss is no longer whatever its original type is, that would cause a problem. Which I thought was an interesting thing to point out. I don't know if that is how that functions, but yeah. Oh yeah, feeder spiders are evil. No! Are there any regular spiders? No, don't be evil. Oh my god, they're all fiendish. Regular spiders. No, I need regular spiders. Oh, this video game makes me so sad. Alright. Bear form. Lightning strikes the mountain. Okay, as expected, it didn't actually apply the secondary effect, which makes sense. Knight of the Chalice, tier 5, top left, is Ascendancy. It gives you 3 melee and range power every time you attack an undead or evil outsider, stacking up to 15 times. The capstone puts it up to 25 times. So it's 45 melee or ranged power for attacking undead or evil outsiders, and it goes up to 75 melee and range power.
From the passage behind you.
Yeah, T5 top left plus the capstone. So if you can turn that off, it's basically one, it's just straight up griefing, which could be kind of bad. It is. The alternative is, you know, it could just be Paladins just change the numbers, so it's Paladins just get 45 and 75 melee and range power, and then honestly I think the problem is basically solved at that point. Fun fact, Paladins getting all that melee power does not make them the top DPS. Not even close. But it is cool. It is kind of what they have going for them. I apologize. I didn't mean to bring that up. Anyway, okay. Healing. Okay. Cure spells do not trigger sneak attacks. And neither does Darkfire. Darkfire doesn't trigger it either? Yo, that's wild. Okay. But Word of Balance does trigger it. So Darkfire does from Drow does not trigger it, and neither does Cure. So Healing Undead does not. That's not how it works, Abracadabra. Don't worry about that. You can self knockdown with a Cure. Oh, if you have the thing, the extra hand. Interesting. I'm using Cure Serious Wounds. Cure Serious Wounds is not applying sneak attack. You know, I didn't even think to test the other cure spells. My brain just automatically assumed it would all be the same. But yeah, Cure Serious does not. Interesting. Okay, I gotta go find an animal. I need a wolf. Where can I find where's a fast wolf? Or neutral animal? Red Fang the Unruled. Abracadabra, that's not how it works. The Arcane Trickster allows you to add damage equal to your sneak attack dice to spells. It does not mean you need to sneak attack. It just says if you do this much sneak attack damage, you get to add that to your spells. It's not saying it's a sneak attack thing. Okay, good. Yeah, it's just like Shadow Dancer. All right. Oh, if a monster is true neutral, so they don't take any effect from Word of Balance, they're still affected by the sneak attack damage. Does that work with Dark Apostate, Bane, and Prayer? Now I gotta check Dark Apostate. Did anyone check Dark Apostate, or am I doing it? What about the actual heal spell? Oh, good question. What about the... it doesn't matter. I can't get high enough level on this character. That's why I'm not checking into the Elemental Form spells. Elemental Form is 13 levels of Druid, and you need at least 8 of Arcane Trickster, so I don't have to worry about that. Does that work with word spells? I'm not checking the word spells, I just don't care. Spells that change type are problematic? Yes. But you know what? Let's do some science. Because Dark Fire should work, and the cures should work in theory. It's a good question. What about Healing Pillar? Oh. Arcane Trickster gets heal SLA. Oh, Arcane Trickster gets heal SLA. Oh, I have one. So I can just check it here. Good call. Good call. I forgot about that. Just missing its flag. All right, there we go. Heal SLA. Let's go heal some undead. Oh yes, and also extra hand in theory should knock me down if I cast heal on myself. This has a 15-second cooldown. Well, it didn't knock me down. I guess it's sometimes. No, you're good. You're good. Okay, undead. That is insanity to me. Epic Catacombs. No, too long to get there. Epic Delirious? Epic Delirious first room. And line spells that multiproc like Scorch, Lightning Bolt. I haven't checked multiprocs, but multiproc should do double damage. So for example, Lightning Bolt that can hit twice, it's just casting the spell a second time, so it should work. That's why the monster gets a separate save. Same thing with Scorch. Might be from other party members. Oh, like if somebody else heals you, then they get knocked down? Oh, maybe. It's like that time where what was it? The Primal Avatar ability was added to the game. This one, Spring to Summer. No, Reborn in Fire. And I was like, yeah, Reborn in Fire. And then I was standing next to Axel, another DDO content creator in Lament, like in the testing dojo, and I killed him with it. Because it could proc mantle effects on allied players. Which, this does apply to then? Yes, it should just apply to everything that deals damage. But that is not like a damage over time spell or like a cloud or anything. It should be, as long as you cast a spell that immediately does a thing, it should apply. So that's why we're running on the list of spells that you cast that immediately do something. So for example, yeah, it's just direct damage. So for example, here, if I cast Hellball procs it, which is fun, but only once, obviously. Oh my god, this is so much damage. Heal? Okay, heal works. But Cure Serious doesn't. Fun fact, Thunderstone does. Which is great. I love that Thunderstone works. Yeah. So heal can kill undead. Correct. Heal can, but cure can't. Or Cure Serious can't. I should check the Cure Serious from the actual tree. Because the Cure Serious from the tree might, but the Druid one might not. So let's actually check the tree. Because we get it from Arcane Trickster. So let's just do the old reset here. No, it's all good. This is what I live for. Writing down minute details, I'm gonna be honest, I could do this all day. I love stuff like this. Where we're just like looking for tiny discrepancies. I don't know, that's my jam. I could do this all day. What about alchemist stuff? Those don't do direct damage. So I don't have to worry about those. Chain heal triggers it? Ooh, chain heal. I can probably test that. Also, spirit blades. I will make the build that uses spirit blades. We're gonna test that.
Get me out of this
Close wounds. Does it work? Also, welcome Brackart Raiders. Okay, all the cures don't proc it, but heal does. Huh? So Cure Light, Cure Moderate, and Cure Serious from Arcane Trickster don't work, but heal does. Also, what's up everybody? Welcome, Brackart Raiders. We are on Lamania right now, testing all of the spells in the game to find every spell that doesn't work with the new deal damage with spells rogue Arcane Trickster thing called Magical Ambush. So we will see how this functions, and we're gonna keep looking for more things. We're gonna keep searching. This is Dungeons and Dragons Online. It's a free-to-play MMORPG, and we're currently on the preview server looking at the brand new character class coming out, the Arcane Trickster, testing stuff, because we're we're examining things. Somebody said chain heal. I kind of want to try chain heal. We're gonna go test chain heal and healing pillar. That's a good question. Thought D&D Online was dead. Nope. Dungeons and Dragons Online is just like the YouTube channel Will It Blend, where you go, man, I guess that game must be shut down. Well, I guess nobody's making Will It Blend YouTube videos anymore. But it turns out, yeah, they've been still making it the entire time while you haven't been looking at it, and people still participate. That also prompted some of you to go, oh yeah, I remember those videos. Did they still make those? Yeah, they do still make Will It Blend. It's a blend tech product, so makes sense. Close wound spam. Yeah, we'll try close wounds in a sec. I have to make another new character. But yeah, overall, as I said before, Arcane Trickster, I really love the design. I really love the direction of what's happening with Arcane Trickster. Big fan. A lot of people gave suggestions of extra spells to throw into the spell book if there's more spells needed. I think this is my, as I said, my personal opinion. I think that if Stone Games decides they want to change, because people are like, yeah, you should add 6 level spells. It's probably too close to that. But if they were going to change it, make nobody happy, do max level spells as 5 or 7. Just do 5 or 7. Make people lose their goddamn minds. I think that would be perfect. That's what should be done. Because people are like, oh, they should be like 6, like because they're like half casters, like bards and stuff, or they should get full 9 for like pen and paper. No, just do like 5 and make everybody unhappy, and then you never know when you get new spells. Do you need to pay for membership? Dungeons and Dragons Online is a free-to-play MMORPG, but yes, there's a VIP program where you can pay for. But you can also just play and earn all content by playing the game. Why did I come in here? Leveling up. That's why. Yeah, you trade out Assassin. You don't get Assassin. Oh, I didn't unlock the Epic Destinies. I was like, why is she sending me to the Junction of the Spheres? It's because I didn't do the thing I was supposed to do. Yep, Blinding Speed, really good. Legendary feat. Arborea, excellent feat. You know what? Blinding Speed, actually great, because I'm too lazy to get movement speed effects. Does not get you free power. It's not pay to win, just like other MMOs. It depends on what your definition of winning is. Because I don't think there's any definitive winning in DDO. I would agree that I don't really consider it pay to win. But like, technically being VIP gets you 10% more XP, and some people consider gaining experience over another player is winning. So yeah. The level cap is 34. It is going up to 36 on in the summer with the new expansion. It's the reason why I don't generally engage in pay-to-win discussions, just because like everyone's definition is kind of different. So I don't find it an interesting conversation topic. You're awesome. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. HCP, I'm doing pretty good. I hope you are good as well. All right, so now we test new spells. Exalted Angel. We're going to be grabbing the Healing Pillar and seeing if I can Healing Pillar an undead to deal damage to them, as well as Chain Heal. So we're going to be testing Chain Heal to see if I will also be able to do that. We're also, you know what? I should test Cure here, Cure Moderate, because Cure Moderate Mass should apply. In case it doesn't, we'll know the answer to that question. And then Chain Heal. Or Chain Cure. Okay. Let's find out. So we're doing some science. So next step is Cure, Healing Mass, Healing Pillar, Chain Cure, and then, oh, I guess I'm not high enough level. All right, I'll get the last level that I need for the Angelic Charge. Is there a mage class? Half the classes in this game are mage classes. There's 15 million players? No, that'd be cool if there was 15 million players. There's not 15 million players. If you want to see the exact player counts, there's a website called ddooaudit.com. ddooaudit.com has the exact player count at any given moment. Really cool website. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Now we get this, which deals damage. So Heavenly Wrath deals damage. Will the damage from Heavenly Wrath, when I use my Angelic Charge, proc sneak attack damage?
Something strange has been sighted off the coast of Storm.
We're doing science, okay?
Mysterious Isle of Dread.
All right,
Speak
back to
Wolf,
Delair's
the
tomb.
Gatekeeper in Stormreach Harbor to learn more about this land of dinosaurs and danger.
Honestly, great question. Good call. I like that. Place your bets. All right, everybody. Will angelic or will wings proc sneak attack? Yes and no. You know what? Gambling. Let's do it. Actual gambling. Place your bets. Place your bets. Who knows? It could work. It could not. So this is the wings effect from Exalted Angel. There's an upgrade that makes it so that it either deals damage or heals. I took the damage effect because that would be the most likely to cause it. If the damage effect doesn't cause it, I will reset it, get the heal, and see if that also causes it. It shouldn't. In fact, this shouldn't do that at all. But we're gonna see. It should not. It absolutely should not. But this is a will it do it at all. We'll also test Healing Pillar to heal an undead. We'll be testing Cure Moderate Wounds Mass, and we'll be testing Chain Cure. Because you never know. All right. It's a spell with the damage component. Why shouldn't it? I mean, true. Excellent question. All right, science time, baby. Science time. Okay, so pop out the bad guys. We have undead. First step, Healing Pillar. Healing Pillar does not apply the damage to undead when healing them. Cure Moderate. Cure Moderate also does not apply sneak attack damage to undead when healing them from Exalted Angel. These are two things that we're two down. Next is Chain Cure. Chain Cure strikes allies for positive energy or undead foes dealing damage, and it chains. Chain Cure, gotta kill, does not proc sneak attack damage. Last but not least, Angelic Charge. Did I miss? Angelic Charge. What was that secondary number? Oh, it's fire damage. It's light and fire. Damn. I don't know if it worked or not, because it gives me light and fire damage, and it killed it. So they didn't have enough health. I have to reset to see if I can get them with more health, because they died. They need more hit points. Hold on. They died in one hit.
This Stellara module is narrated by...
The tomb opens up into a large...
Oh, it's a new mechanic that allows the Arcane Trickster Rogue, the new archetype, releasing with the anniversary, which, by the way, if you don't know anything about this, the Arcane Trickster Rogue archetype is going to be free if you play during the anniversary. There's like a guy you talk to who gives it to you. If you don't play during the anniversary, so like if you start logging in April, you have to buy it. And the... when that stuff like that happens, just always remember, sucks to suck. Log in around the anniversary within the month that it's happening, and you get it for free. Or you have to buy it.
The sound of the bridge
All right, here we go.
is followed by that of caskets breaking open. Undead.
Ooh, that was very clearly fire and light damage. There was no force damage there. No force damage. No force damage. Unfortunate. All the people that said no were absolutely correct. But we did learn other things. But yes, to clarify, to make it so it's 100% crystal clear, I'm going to say sneak attack damage, because what I'm saying is correct. But I want to make sure it's abundantly clear for people that are tuning in. When you sneak between flight and the cure mod, the tooltips, of the effect. So Angelic Charge, leap through the air, blah, 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 blah. The secondary, when you use Angelic Charge or Leap of Faith, enemies who fly through take 1d6 light damage per caster and fire damage per caster. This damage scales with spell power. So presumably this is an additive effect. The other thing that indicates one is an SLA and the other thing is just a feat. And then Cure Moderate. Yeah, so Cure Moderate has like the spell text. Cooldown, target, spell point cost, school, caster. So it doesn't say spell-like ability on it, but it obviously has spell text. So you can clearly indicate this is a spell and it should follow the through line here. But But anyways, I'm going to use the term spell sneak attack. In fact, can I get the can I get this one so it's clear? Yeah, more clear. This one doesn't have all the same information, but yes, if you don't see a school, ambush won't apply. It's not a spell. Okay, so you need a school. I believe the druid spell schools are melee on the melee attacks. Okay, hold on. Does the new and updated not blighted bite, Jaws of Doom say conjuration on the spell school? It scales with conjuration. I don't know if it says it on the school. Excellent question. We'll check that out in a minute. But first, to explain how this works, before I lose my mind, what month will that be? February. So at the end of February, Arcane Trickster is going to be coming out with the anniversary of Dungeons & Dragons Online, which is in February. So Arcane Tricksters, when you get to level 8, not before, but once you get to level 8, find the rogue feat here. We got a rogue. You get access to Magical Ambush, which states your offensive, instantaneous, damaging spells deal 1d3 force damage equal to your sneak attack dice. So you're not sneak attacking a target. It just gives you damage on your offensive, instantaneous damage spells based on your sneak attack dice. So that's why we just say sneak attack to spells, because it's shorthand than saying d3 damage per sneak attack dice to spells. Just faster to say sneak attack to spells, because it's basically the same thing, but you're not subject to the rules of sneak attack. You don't have to be sneak attacking. Monsters that are immune to sneak attacking are vulnerable to magical ambush, etc., etc. This is just you apply the damage to your spells. Now bear in mind, obvious thing, if you're attacking and you use magical ambush and you cast spells and you have a melee weapon or a ranged weapon, the sneak attack will apply to those things as well. So they might be still subject, but you get better scaling out of your weapon attacks because now you have access to double strike, double shot, 150% melee range spell power scaling. So it does end up being better there, but still it's interesting. The reason why magical ambush is cool is because this has no internal cooldown, which means magic missile, if I cast it and I hit 5 missiles, this procs 5 times, which is unlike any other effect in the entirety of Dungeons & Dragons Online. So keep that in mind. There was something else I wanted to test here, but I got distracted. I tested that, I tested this. I think that's it. I think this is, somebody wanted to check close wounds, so I'm going to do that. So close wounds is one of them to see if that works. If raw damage bonus to sneak attack applies. If raw damage bonuses to sneak attack applies, what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by that. Try turning undead and see if that triggers. Oh, turn undead and then try casting cure on myself? Am I a Dampier? Oh shit. All right, hold on. It shouldn't. Okay, embrace death. Oh right, no, I can still heal myself. What am I talking about? I don't take damage. Just extra damage if you have access to sneak attack dice. And 8 levels of this class, yes. Like the stuff that gives +5 to hit and damage sneak attacks, no, it only takes dice. It doesn't take anything else, only dice. Yeah, it only takes dice. Turn undead and see if it sneak attacks. Turn undead shouldn't work because it's not an instantaneous damage spell. Now, there was a time, like 6 or 7 or 8 years ago, where it was possible that turn undead would have been reworked into basically just a spell attack that deals damage to undead and would stun them based on a DC. And the DC formula at the time was going to be like 10 plus cleric level plus paladin level, so you can multi-class cleric and paladin together, plus turning bonuses, and it would basically be damage plus a stun. And then if you were like radiant servant or whatever, you could still get the instant kill on undead. And that was super, super cool. At the time, there's a lot of community backlash from a bunch of people who didn't understand how turn undead was calculated, and so that has never been added in the game. But that would be very cool. One of my favorite parts about it is just the DC changing to 10 plus cleric plus paladin, which means cleric plus paladin multi-class, which is always bad, but still doesn't feel as bad if you decide to do that for thematic purposes. It makes sense. There's like literally no downside, and it would make the ability more understandable from like a player perspective. I could probably talk for 10 minutes about how to explain turn undead to somebody between turning damage, turning hit dice, max hit dice, all this stuff, and like still confuse people. That's what's listed on Orchid Blossom and that works. Wait, really? Force damage to yourself. What a great bug would have been. Yeah. Yeah, because Orchid Blossom does work. Oh, is there anything else I want to test in here? We tested Exalted Angel. I think you tested every other epic ability, right, Lotil? Do your weapon damage? No, it's a spell. It deals spell. It does. Well, it's not. It's Orchid Blossom is this tooltip here, which I can move. It's always going to be in the middle of the screen, I guess. But yeah. But yeah, it's this tooltip. A Blossom is released from your palm, dealing 1d6 plus 10 force damage per character level, which scales with higher melee or range power and is doubled against creatures. This effect used to be good when it double dipped spell power. It is now bad, but it used to be good when it double dipped spell power. Leads through Primal Mantle to pets and hires. No, it shouldn't. Test Rust Pillar from macro. It technically does damage. There's probably a spell that should work. Okay, that sounds good. I did test Keywave. It does not work with Keywave. The Twisted Talisman triggered it. I can get that. You know, now that you say that, I have to test it. So for those that don't know, the Twisted Talisman is an item that comes from Last Stand, which is a quest in Red Fens. And it basically lets you trade health for mana. So you take damage and then you gain some spell points. That spell effect scales with Reaper mode. So if you go into R10, it actually like basically almost kills you and gives you like 20 mana. It's really silly. Does that scale with sneak attack? It is a spell. We're going to do it. I'm going to go get it. Okay. Heroic. Wasn't it update 50 or was it 51? Oh, no, I went to the wrong thing. Update 50. Revamped SSS loot. Heroic. Red Fens. It's in here. Wands, yes. Rune arms, no. Wands do proc it. Twisted Talisman. SLAs weren't doing damage as far as bursts and hammers when I tested them. Didn't test the repair one. Okay. So none of the macro tech stuff was working. All right. Twisted Talisman. I can't do it in a public area. Damn it. I'll test the repair as well. Where can I repair an enemy that is not going to die at the beginning of a quest? Oh, I know where. I've been in that quest multiple times today already. Macrotech, doing science, mending burst. Oh, it's the repair damage. Oh no, I don't think this will apply because this is the rust. Ruin drive, the rust. Yeah. Okay. I don't think this is gonna work. I'm gonna be honest with you guys because this is a rider. It shouldn't apply it because it's like a secondary effect. But for science purposes, I will go test it because I do want to test the other effect. Someone test cookies. I don't have any cookies. Listen, I will test cookies when SSG fixes my damn door. Sorry, Spider-Man 2. 3? No. My cookie jar is still bound to character, and so I will never move any other cookies. Never. But someday my cookie jar will be made bound to account, and then I'll use all the cookies I've collected. All right. So we go into good intentions. Just do it on hard mode because I'm not going to die. All right. Let's see here. Will I take damage from Twisted Talisman? Okay, it did the damage, but I didn't sneak attack myself. I took 11 damage and I gained 50 mana. So that's interesting.
With that, Orban's image vanishes.
And now Mending Blast.
Orban uses magically animated hammers to help
yeah, I already have it turned on.
wares in his shop.
Behold
The animatic.
Cries the gnome.
Again, this should not function at all,
change life in Stormreach forever.
but we'll
The
see.
gnome proudly points to his creation.
To demonstrate my latest invention, the animatic will now.
Oh, it literally didn't work.
Perfectly ordinary crates.
Orban's pleased expression quickly changes to one
It just
of
doesn't work at all.
Wait.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna be honest. That is not what I thought. I thought it not working as in it just didn't do the specific effect. I didn't think not working as it literally didn't work.
wizard.
Does this just not work?
Like a host, something has gone terribly wrong. We
What?
must fix the animatic before it animates
What the fuck?
everything in the city.
Okay, hold on. Is it because I can't repair because I'm undead? Oh no, if you're using repair, no, if you're using repair epic strike, it also supercharges you. So supercharge is working. Is because I had a target? Hold on. No, it just isn't working. These are constructs though. Are they just immune to rust damage? Is rust damage so underutilized that no one noticed that these things are immune to rust? These are excellent questions. We're doing even more science. Hold on. No. No, stop attacking me at range. To be fair, I've never used rust before. Can you sneak attack yourself? I don't think so. All right. What's a construct that would definitely take rust damage? I'm trying to think. What do I do? What do I do here? I need cures. Iron golems were the pilot for those skills. Okay, an iron golem. How do we get to a fast iron golem? So level 2. Oh, iron defender should probably take rust damage. Okay, I'll check an iron defender here. Back in the Eladrin days? Yeah. I'm trying to think of where a fast iron golem is. Because there's like Von 4, which has an iron golem on one side, but you have to fight your way through a lot of garbage. Fast iron golem. Like Von 4 is the first thing that comes to mind with the lightning golems. It also might just be the ability that doesn't work. Catacombs. There's no iron golems in the catacombs. Iron defender.
Room, you see an iron defender.
Well, that definitely takes rust damage, so that's good. So that definitely takes rust damage, so that's good. So it looks like just those things don't take damage from iron defenders, which is neat. Or from rust. Okay, so now I need big boy iron defenders. So we go to the cave quest in Cerulean Hills. It's free to play quests in House K. 0 Degree Comet and Moon Shadow aren't triggering magical ambush. Okay, good, good, good. Intro to one quest. I think it's in House J. Oh, made to order. Made to order, right? Okay, yeah, made to order is a good choice. I'm gonna head it to this one because in theory the dogs, there's iron defenders right at the beginning of Heart of the Problem. So in theory, Heart of the Problem should work too. I can't rust. I mean, okay, yes, true. I guess you can't rust a crate. Maybe it's thematic. Maybe the constructs don't take rust damage because you can't rust a crate. But like, it's like decay, you know? It's like how if silver has rust on it, you say the silver is tarnishing. It's not because rust is specifically iron oxide, but silver, like a tarnished silver is silver oxide. It's just oxidized metal. It's like the same thing. So like rust is, I think, the catch-all term for like material decay of construct. Construct buster damage. All right, Heart of the Problem. Right on a viewer who is a Warforged? Yeah, I'll just go do it in town. All right, there's an Iron Defender right there.
You've arrived at the main.
Will we sneak attack it? No, but it does take damage, so that's good. Actually, science question. Does the construct behind it take damage? Nope. That's really funny. Oh, shit. Fun fact. So this is just one of those things where, like, I can't even... I can't get mad at anybody or blame anybody or be like, how has this not been searched? Hey, man, ain't nobody using effects that do rust damage. So we, like, you guys didn't know it either. It was sort of like the same thing where in one of the hardcore seasons, I took Flow of Water to take less helpless damage and to increase my saving throws, which you would never normally take. But I was playing on the hardcore server on a monk, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to die while leveling. So I took Flow of Water while leveling. But what I didn't realize is that the code was actually backwards. Instead of making it so you took less damage while helpless, so you take 15% less, it was actually the opposite. It was dividing by 0.15. So I took 3,000 damage from a trap. Because instead of dividing by whatever, it was multiplying by 7. So I instantly died. That was like one of my favorite clips of all time. But to be fair, I can't blame anybody for not figuring that out. Because, hey man, no one took it. It wasn't until we found it on hardcore when I died at level 26 in the Friends in Low Places. And it was like, oh. What's the command for that clip? I don't know, actually. Good question. I really, really should make that a thing. Yeah, hold on, let me find it. I'm gonna find it. Somebody might be faster than me, but I'm gonna try to find it. Hold on. We are searching. It's like one of my favorite clips. I'm a big fan. Is that it? We'll never know. No, it's not. That's Griffins. No, it's not there. What season was it that we got the we got that? What season was it? Death by sneak attack. Normal people are part of the rat race. Sometimes is not part of the chat race. True. Players. There it is. Poison Trap 3000. Holy moly, he's on it. All right, here's a clip. So this is me. Again, this is my Vile Master of Flowers build for hardcore season whatever. I had taken that enhancement. I have Ocean Stance on right here. I did it specifically in case I went helpless. You'll notice how calm I am because I don't think I'm going to die. Because I shouldn't die because I'm going to take damage from an elite trap. This trap will do at most 200 damage.
Some guys that'll take you to the Wayloon prison. Once you get into the Wayloon prison,
oops, I'm paralyzed.
You'll have to.
Look at my face. I'm not even moving. I still don't move. I'm still just, yeah. And then of course I'm sifting through. You just passed it. I'm like, there's the damage. There's a barricade. Save failure. And then I find it eventually. There it is.
I took 3,000 damage?
I took 3. It was just like, oh, it was so good. I couldn't believe I took 3,000 damage from that one trap. Oh, dude, it got fixed like the next week because another monk player also died to the same thing. There was like me and 2 other people that were like in epics at that point playing monk, and all of us died because of this bug. Because we're again, no one would ever take a defensive ability like this, the less helpless damage, on the regular servers. It's never going to happen. You would never do it. Why would you ever do this? Because if you get held, you just assume you're going to die anyway. So why would you take less damage while helpless? It's just not going to matter. And also, if you die, there's hirelings, you got guys in your party. Who cares? It's never going to happen. On hardcore, the one time, the fact that this was like a 7 times damage multiplier was awesome. And it was a 7 times damage multiplier on top of being helpless, which is I think a 20% damage multiplier. It was great. Honestly, one of my favorite clips. I love that clip. Big fan. Which as I was scrolling through, I also wanted to share this clip because this clip is also good. So I just thought I would share this one as well. As a reminder to everybody, always be careful when you're playing on hardcore.
At trap fire? What's trap fire? Fire?
So if you didn't see it, what's going to happen here is, you know, I'm just playing along. I'm just having a good time. And I'm like, what's trap fire? Because we're playing on, this is R2 hardcore. I was playing Cold Warlock. I've got a wand. I'm wand whipping myself. And this artificer is staring. This artificer's staring at something, but I don't know what. It's off screen. But then he shoots and I explode because he shot an explosive barrel, instantly killing me. What is trap fire, you guys? What's trap fire? I don't know. Dude, hardcore's the best. I miss hardcore. Anyway. But yeah, so that's what I said. Like, when the idea that Rust is not affecting a whole bunch of monsters in the game that you think Rust should work on, I'm not mad. Because, dude, I didn't test it either. I didn't know. So now we know that Rust doesn't work on like half the monsters in the game. That's good. I'm trying to think, any other bugs we can search for? I'm trying to search for bugs. Search for bugs. Bug. You already caught the 2 out of Magus of the Eclipse. So Magus is not working. These 2, so that would be Moonshine and 0 Degree Combat. These are not classified as spells or for the same category, so they do not get affected by the sneak attack. Anything else that should work? Anything else that should work? We know rune arms don't work, so it's not a problem. Chain heal doesn't work. We already tested that. Things that are spells. Unyielding Sentinel, throw the boom is like not a spell, so it shouldn't work. Breath might work, and its aura version. Lotil was testing it and said that the aura didn't work. That Draconic Incarnation, this one, the Vortex did not work. Is Shard Storm a spell? Does the breath work? Yeah, the breath works. They said that the breath works and the burst works. So when you change it to burst, it still functions. Yeah, so Shard Storm should work. Honestly, though, why not? You know, we're already here. You know, Shard Storm. It's in one of these. One of these in here. Primal Avatar, there it is. You know. Shard Storm doesn't work? Okay. Let's see here. Yep. All right, let me go find some bad guys. I'm just doing the double confirm. I trust you and I believe in you. Shard Storm probably should work because it works with other procs. So it should function like that. But obviously if it's not, it's not, it is what it is, but we'll take a look. We'll take an examination. I think I quit DDO if that happened to me. Yeah, I mean, I play DDO as like currently almost a job. Because I'm still looking for a real job so I can be a real grown-up and contribute to society in a positive manner. But until then, I'm just going to keep doing this. But I don't really mind. Actually, I don't even mind dying on hardcore that much for the most part. Especially now that those that haven't played Dungeons & Dragons Online in a long time, you might not know that lag has almost entirely just vanished from Dungeons & Dragons. You can play this game without lag. It is madness. Watching through some of those old clips and noticing how laggy the game is, it's mind-boggling to me how different it is.
Have transformed this cave into a shrine. Something
yeah, it stacks Arcane Warrior. So yeah, I agree. Right.
By the gatekeeper's spell.
Oh right, saving throw. I forgot. God, this spell is so much worse now. It does not work.
Though not in any condition to receive guests.
So it probably should work on this one. And man, Carrion Swarm, RIP, dude. I know. Carrion Swarm went from being like a pretty good epic strike to being possibly the worst one. The main problem with Carrion Swarm is the monster gets a saving throw every 2 seconds. And if they make their saving throw at all, the effect immediately falls off. So you have to stack this up to 3 times. But during the stacking process, if they make their save, you immediately drop all the stacks and lose the ability. Which means that on the way to getting, even if you have like infinite saving throw, if they roll a 20, the whole spell comes off and you have to start from 0. So it's never a good idea to use at this point, which is disappointing. I'm on Thrain. This is I'm currently playing on the preview server, Lamania, which is the one where you can test stuff ahead of time, but the main server I play on is Thrain. Death, that wasn't your fault? I mean, it was on video. No, so SSG has a policy where they don't help people when it comes to like hardcore deaths, and which makes total sense because even though I could prove that what happened there on video was like a bug or whatever, if they do it once, they have to start doing it for everybody. And I don't want that. If you die on hardcore, you die, that's it. If you're not okay with dying on hardcore and losing your character, don't play hardcore. It doesn't, for me, in my opinion, I think it doesn't matter how your character dies. If you die on hardcore, your character dies. That's it. So I would never like challenge my death and be like, oh, I should get my character back, because I shouldn't get my character back. I knew going into it that there could be a risk to my character, whether it was a bug, whether it was whatever. I choose that. I logged in. I decided that. Yeah, I do. Here's my personal Discord server for like my channel and stuff, because I'm like super duper famous. And then here is the actual official DDO Discord, if you're interested. But save to just end feels bad. Yeah. I agree. We can rework it again. Yeah, I know. Have you contributed to my life in a positive manner? You got me into this game again? I'm glad I could help you with that, Vildoofer. Okay, other spells. Focus, guys, focus. We gotta get some more spells. More spells. Anyway, long story short, I wouldn't want SSG to change their policy. Also, yes, for those that don't know, Thunderstone is a spell that applies. Ooze Flask is a spell that applies. I think Time Bomb probably makes it apply. Is there a damage spell here? Oh, I didn't check the iconic spells. I didn't check the iconic spells. Did anyone check Hellish Rebuke? It's a reflect, so it shouldn't work. Do I have the energy to go check the iconic spells? Yes. Let's go check Chaosmancer. Just post? No, I'll go check Chaosmancer. I really had to think about it. I had to think about it. And yeah, we'll check Closed Wounds and Chaosmancer at the same time. Iconic. Chaosmancer. I don't want to test Dark Bargainer. I'm lazy. I'm not going to do it. You can't make me. I am Death's Phantom Tiger. Nice. That's good. Two-handed fighting. Spells. Chaotic Neutral. And this is going to be ABC Close. AB Close Wounds. Yo, Cruiser Zero, welcome back to the stream team for 58 months. Appreciate the support. This outfit is slick, dude. I love it. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. 58 months is a very long time to sub to the stream. Glad to have you here. Have I tested Alchemist? I think other people have. I have not personally gone out and tested Alchemist. The 4-season cloak. Shout out to the art department. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Great job, art department. I don't need your training, wizard. You finally do it, Stream. Give me heroic sneak attack caster that I've been begging for. Cruiser, you can right away start sneak attacking monsters. Cruiser. The beginning of the game. You can right away start sneak attacking monsters, okay? Right away. Because you start with sneak attack at level 1, and you can attack monsters to deal sneak attack damage with your attack weapons. But if you keep waiting, level 2, not yet. Level 3, not yet. Listen, hold on. Hold. Level 4, we're not there yet. Keep going. 5, I'm so sorry, you cannot sneak attack except with weapons. Level 6 though, but there's the thing. Once we get to level 6, that's when you get everything. Everything starts coming through. You get the ability to continue waiting. Level 7, you still can't sneak attack with spells. Cruiser, you gotta hold on. You gotta hold on, buddy. But once you get to level 8, and you are level 8, you can sneak attack with some spells. Level 8. That's right. So, that's it. Just, you know, at that point, it's just celebration. I will say, extremely cool. I've said it before and I will say it again. The sneak attack stuff is like mind-boggling. It's so good. I'm a big fan. Okay. Okay, so I can only choose Rogue. So how do I have to do this? Do I just need to use a plus 20? Plus 20s aren't available. They're in the Hall of Heroes. There's plus 20s on the floor of the Hall of Heroes, so I need to use a plus 20. Do I need a plus 20? If I take Rogue, can I just pick the other Rogue? No, it has to be on level up. I have to use a plus 1. I have to take no Rogue. I have to use a plus 20. Oh, I have to use a plus 20. I have to use a plus 20. Okay, I have to use a plus 20. Now I'm thinking about this, how to do this. Okay, we need a plus 20. So I'm just gonna take Sorcerer and use a plus 20. Yeah, plus 20. Heart of Wood. That way I can reset all my character classes. Yeah, redo tune with Arcane Trickster at 1, and then also take the favorite soul later. Take Rogue? No, I can't take the Rogue. I need it to be at 1, so I don't want to take the Rogue. So we're going to use a plus 20. Can't pick Trickster at 1? I definitely did. I don't know what to tell you.
Something strange has been sighted off the coast of Stonereach. The mysterious
In Arcane Trickster at 1, that's what we're going to do.
Speak to Wolf.
I don't think you cannot sneak attack
Stonereach Harbor.
with Shadow Blade spells. Yes, the Shadow Blade spells also don't apply. They will eventually. But on the preview, this preview, you can't. As I said, ideally, if there is a Lamb 2 by some miracle with like a lot of the spells working, and also just some of the basic bug fixes, like being able to take meta magic feats, things like that. If we do get a Lamb 2, I'll do a full level 1 all the way up to as high level as I can get at 20 for sure, possibly all the way up to 30 on Lamania to test it. Yeah, so if we can like take the capstone, if we can do that other stuff, like the major ones are in, I'll do the whole thing. Yeah, so you will see me in this chair on the preview server wasting 2 days of my life. Probably not, probably one day, probably like a good 16-hour live stream, and we will do the whole thing to see how it feels. Obviously, it would be just one build. So again, I'm not going to do the Giga Endgame gamers. You'll have your chance. But yeah. Alignment requirement. I believe you can take Acolyte of the Skin while being the wrong alignment for the Pact. Can you? The whole shebang? That's right. Actually putting Arcane Trickster? Yeah. It's actually better. So the way it works, Bookworm, is not only do you get Arcane Trickster, which allows you to apply sneak attack damage to your spells, but also you get the ability to steal spells. So one, you steal spells from other classes, so you get to pick like cleric spells, wizard spells, alchemist spells to add to your they're like as spell like abilities. But the cool thing is the spells that you steal, they're not like, oh, I can steal Soundburst, but I don't have any evocation DCs and that kind of sucks. No. You steal the spell Soundburst, and it scales off of your disabled device. All the spells scale off disabled device. It's a rogue archetype. So you stack up your disabled device, and you start slamming like infinite crowd control spells and all sorts of stuff. You also get a mage hand, and the mage hand allows you to, you can like poke somebody in the eye and take their eye out. You can slap somebody in the face and stun them by so many levels of Sork. We're scouring the game for spells. So as I said, you can apply sneak attack damage to all of your spells, but some spells are not coded properly as spells. So I want to test out to make sure Autumn Decay, Winter Hail, Scorching Summer, and Spring Storm count as spells to proc the sneak attack damage. Right now we're bug hunting. We're hunting bug. We find bug. We look. We search. How's PvP? There is no PvP in DDO, unfortunately. Okay. Lesser Heart of Wood. Hello, Mr. Life Shaper. I'd like to reshape my entire life, please. Shape me up. Oh, crap. What did I name this character? ABC Close Wound. ABC Close Wound. You can technically Tavern Brawl other characters. The main problem with DDO PvP is with the modern character scaling, you can one-shot everybody else, no matter what. Where you buy Elidar's Electric Surge scrolls? I don't think you can. I believe those are rare scrolls. I don't believe you can buy them. Don't forget the much, yeah. Sneak attack on Warlock Blast? Yes, you can, just not on the aura. Yes on the blast, not on the aura. Massive work to get under control again. So my personal opinion about PvP, some people are going to disagree with me about this. In Diablo 2, because I'm an old man, there's a concept of low-level dueling where there are rules of which you have to adhere to be able to do low-level dueling to make sure the game is like kind of balanced to be able to play with. In Path of Exile as well, there's PvP, and they added a similar thing to the Path of Exile PvP, which is you can make a character that I believe is level 28 automatically that can never leave town, but you can equip it with whatever you want and use level 28 characters for dueling in that game. So, and so players had their own rules for dueling where like you must be like level, I think it was 28 or 35, I can't remember, I think it's 28, but they had their own rules of like this is the maximum level and people were doing it. And so GGG, the company, instead of making a PvP game mode, they just said, here, you can make level 28 characters, because people ran their own tournaments and stuff. So instead of having to level a character to 28 and then lock your XP somehow or worry about not leveling, instead they're like, you can just make a character that can't leave town that can PvP. So my thought process is that if the DDO player base wants PvP in the game, then the DDO player base can just take the time to go and make a PvP rule set that is balanced. And then once there's tournaments or people participate, people compete and do PvP, then at some point, maybe the people that work at Sandstone Games go, oh, you know, you guys do level 10 characters. Okay, now you can make a PvP character that can't leave town that you can just use for PvP and people can enjoy it. And it's just like, it's a simple thing that puts most of the work on the players to figure out the rules, figure out the balance, figure out all this other stuff. And you might be like, why should the players figure it out? Well, if the players want PvP, they're going to do it. And if people aren't putting the effort in to want to make the PvP good, like they're just going to go play another game that has PvP. Like if you just want to play a game that has like Magic PvP, like WoW already has a PvP system, or like Guild Wars 2, or like one of those other games. So yeah. Dexcaster? Yes. Unfortunately, it's not a Dexcaster. Love PvE, but I suck so much. Yeah, me too. All right, here we go. So I don't want to be a sorcerer. I'm going to keep doing this. So I need to be a favored soul. Actually, yeah, we're going to do the rogue first and make sure I don't screw this up. Yes, we're still waiting on a Dex caster for the Dex caster boots. Honestly, I don't know how much time this would take, but here's my thing. This is my one appeal on a public platform. Standing Stone Games. You know how favored soul has the ability to like use wisdom or charisma as the higher stat, because in pen and paper they used both wisdom and charisma. So when they were brought into DDO, they used wisdom and charisma, and it was like, that's just silly, let's fix that. What if Arcane Trickster could use the highest of dex or intelligence for their spellcasting and their mana, and then the dex boots that give insightful spell focus as the artifact from Vecna Unleash makes sense. Look, man, I just want to justify those boots. I don't understand them. I don't understand those boots. Why do they have decks on them? They have quality decks, and they have insightful spellcasting. There's no class in the whole game. Yeah. Isn't a mental stat anyway? Listen, I don't... Guys, you don't understand, okay? God, I don't even remember the name of it. It's like, the worst part is like mockery something. DDO boots. I'm getting the boots. Hold on, we're getting the boots. I gotta pull it up. Paulie, get that clip. I'm gonna keep leveling while the wiki loads. Okay. Listen, you might be like, Strim, you're delusional. Strim, you are like freaking out for no reason. Are you okay? Do you need to calm down? Have a glass of water. No. You have to calm down. I've been looking at this for years. Where is it? There it is. Even better. The mocking passage, like personally directed at me, okay? The mocking passage. Quality dexterity, which means you're only on a dex stacker. Insightful spell focus mastery, caster. These are incompatible statistics, because if you want a quality of a dex, you can't be a caster because you're investing too much in a non-caster stat. It makes no sense. There's no logic here. Why is this here? But if this entire class can scale off of dex, then these boots are no longer just a mockery. The mocking passage. Walk the way of betrayal and bloodshed, if only. Anyways. And it's an artifact. And it's an artifact. Listen. How about this? How about this? I'll take this instead. Maybe Arcane Trickster is not a dex class. But make me a promise that the next 100 years, somebody makes a dex caster so we can fit the boots. If we can agree on that, and sometime in the next 100 years, next century, so you have until 2126 to add a Dex caster, then the boots will be worth it. Ugh, just wait. It'll be like 2099, and then Dex caster comes in, and we will equip those boots. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait. I don't know, man. I don't know why my brain just like, it's like obsessed with those boots. Yeah. Dance cast animations. Oh, now we're cooking. Although perform is like isn't that weird that like perform, I guess acrobatics kind of ties into performance. Yeah, acrobatics and athletics. Which makes me think Elder Scrolls, which unfortunately makes me think 5th edition. Because they use like athletics and acrobatics. It's supposed to jump and climb. Probably a better system. Never thought of it. Devs just don't understand hyper efficiency making casting rev saves, so they made these. No, I think like this is one of the things that I think is really important to understand is that like with anything else, sometimes you have an idea for a thing and then you just can't like implement on a thing or can't do a thing. I can say this as somebody who's done this myself. The number of times I've started working on a project or had an idea for something and then I have to pivot partway through because a thought I had changed, somebody told me something that was actually a good idea or like changed my mind on something, and there's just a remnant of something old. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a different purpose or use for that boots, or there was a reason as to why it was put like that, but then we just never got to actually see the real reason, and then it just changed. Like that's just gonna be the nature of like these types of, like when you're looking at an online product, or not an online product, but like a game. Sometimes there's just something where it's like, yeah, it was designed like this for a reason, and maybe that reason never came, and it is what it is. I don't mind. I was just playing, you guys. I was just having a little bit of fun, okay? I was just being silly. We're still looking for spells. Oh, spellcaster. Favorite soul. This takes so long to do. I can see why nobody does this task. Anyways, since I'm already here, somebody said alchemist, right? Test alchemist spells. Can I get multi-vial? No, I need 12 alchemist. We'll do alchemist later then. We know warlock. I'm just gonna go favorite soul and just grab spells to double check and test them. Anything that sounds kind of weird. That seems like there'd be something in here. Inflict spells? Do we test inflict? I don't know. Be silly all you want, but I need my hybrid classes. True. Me too, man. Me too. And 2126 still waiting on GTA 6. It's coming. It's coming. Okay, we have closed wounds. Geophic Vengeance should work. But we'll take Geophic Vengeance. We might as well test it. Soul Knife or Soul Bow. Well, my suggestion to the developers to like save on time, because they've said publicly that like making a class is really complicated and very time consuming and very expensive, which I can believe because you need like a lot of pieces. Instead, if they ever want to add psionics, this is a free idea. You can have it for free. Instead of adding a psionic class, which might be difficult to find one cohesive shell to fit everything, instead give us like the Sarlona expansion, which takes us to like the island of Sarlona, which is where like the Clash Tars and there's a lot of like psychic characters there. Take us there and then let give us 3 psionic archetypes, like Psychic Warrior for Fighter, and then like Soul Knife for Rogue, and like Scion for Wizard or something. And then that gives us the ability to have like, instead of having one class that's all of psionics, instead you spread it amongst 3 different classes, which makes it really easy to have one unified idea of what that's supposed to be, because Psychic Warrior can just have melee psychic stuff, and you don't have to worry about having Scion abilities or something else to make one cohesive thing. So it makes each class much more narrow, which makes the design a lot easier because you're falling into like a single point. But then also you kind of get to go like, boom, expansion, triple archetype, 1, 2, 3, bazinga. But also you're doing a lot of like flippy flappy copy pasty. That's how I would do it personally. And then also Clash Tar Race. When I say that's how I would do it, that's how I would do it as somebody who doesn't work there, doesn't understand the scope of things, doesn't know how to program a computer to save my life. Someday I thought about learning it, but you know, it's a difficult skill. If anything, I'd rather just get into IT work, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Okay, so let's test out the Eladrin Chaosmancer abilities. Oh my god. So many things. Sacred Geometry. Isn't that complete Arcane? I feel like it is. Where's my complete Arcane? It's not here. No, that's the Geometer. The complete Arcane is not there. Is that Pathfinder? Sacred Geometry is in Pathfinder, but I think it's there. I'll have to find it. I know I have the book somewhere. Pathfinder 1E, Sacred Geometry. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go test some spells to make sure some of the stuff functions properly. So we're going to do some, see if we get some sneak attacks going here. So that is Autumn Decay, Scorching Summer, Spring Storm, Winter Hail. So these ones should all proc sneak attack, which is important. Next, spells that should proc sneak attacks. So we're going to test Close Wounds. We're going to test Glyph of Warding. We're going to test Inflict Light Wounds. And we're going to test Deific Vengeance. On top of that, we're also going to be looking into, specifically, out of the Beacon of Hope tree, we're going to be grabbing Close Wounds here and see if that will proc it. These Close Wounds should proc it. And then outside of that, we'll also grab the Beacon of Grace, because Beacon of Grace and Beacon of the other thing should work. And then lastly, we're going to go into the Angel of Vengeance tree and test out Nimbus of Light. So that's what we're testing as well. So this is Beacon of Grace, Close Wounds, and Nimbus of Light. So all that's there. Then we'll see if any of this actually functions. This is why we do it. Barbarian into a caster. Probably with their fist. I don't know. It's like the classic muscle wizard. Rage Mage, if I remember correctly. I mean, yeah, you just play a wizard with a bunch of strength. Dinner. If the spell's broken, put it in chat. All right, sounds good. I will keep a tally of broken spells. But yes, please eat dinner. It's like 8:22. Please don't feel like you have to stick here and listen to our silly ramblings. You know, it's I appreciate you taking an active role in just listening to my paranoid ramblings. And also what other people are throwing into chat. Again, my goal here is not only to ensure that we do get a Dex caster at some point so I can justify those boots' existence in my mind, but also just generally, I am happy that I still get to play DDO all the time, and if I can help contribute, I do. Because it's a good game. All right, so science time. I don't know why I came in here, but I did. So we have 8 levels of Arcane Trickster. Oh no. Shrinkage. Alright, so Vine Horror, Nimbus of Light, applies sneak attack damage. So let's start with Autumn Decay. Oh, I have to be in the stance. No, I have to be in the stance. Okay. So Spring. So we'll go with Spring Storm. Spring Storm does not work. Interesting. Now we have Science. It says it doesn't work. That's cool. Okay, this thing is killing me. Please die. It has too much health. Oh no. Oh no. Am I gonna die? Uh-oh. Oh, I died too quick. I have to get shards. Give me a spirit cake. Oh no. This happens when I have no health and I didn't put Maximize on my only heal. Because I didn't put Maximize on it because I spaced out. I was spamming Close Wounds the whole time. I just don't have Maximize. No, DDO store, save me. Anyway, Maximize. Empower. Okay. Consume Spirit Cake. Alright, anyway. Summer. Summer works, oddly enough. So that's interesting. So that's good. I'm feared. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, we're good. Okay, Autumn. Oh, I got stunned, so I couldn't activate my stance. Oh my god. How do I get stunned? What a bunch of nonsense. Well, I'm just gonna keep healing. No, it's Electric Loop. Oh, out of phase. Oh, I'm immune. Nice. Autumn Attunement. Let me wait. Wait. Okay. Autumn Decay. Autumn Decay doesn't work. because Autumn Decay is... What is Autumn Decay? Autumn Decay doesn't work. I'm feared. Okay, this is like the worst spell ever. Constantly getting chain feared is so annoying. I'm going to a different quest. Oh my lord. Oh, okay. Let's pick a new quest. But I'm going to... let me write this down. Notepad. Okay. So spells that don't work for sure is Spring Storm. So Eladrin, Chaos Mancer. Yeah. Does it matter if they saved? No, it doesn't. Because they take damage regardless if they save or not. I'm going to encourage more character creation and testing of certain things, I bet. Lamania as hardcore would encourage... So the main... I've actually said this. I think it would be kind of cool if hardcore seasons had crazy rule sets. If instead of doing something where it's like, oh, hardcore is like, you know, you do something like a very minor change, like a very tiny change, where it's like, oh, there's like different champions. What if hardcore was like spells cost health instead of spell points? So your spell points don't matter, it just costs health. Or I'm trying to think, like every monster like rotates their resistances or something, or I don't know. Yeah, it's like just like you can think of like a big rule that could be changed. True. Everyone starts as one character class could be an interesting idea. Yeah, DDO of Exile. I mean, or like, what if it's like when you make a character, instead of getting, you pick your character class, let's say you pick fighter, but you get assigned 3 random trees. So instead of having the fighter trees, you got like Beacon of Hope, Thief Acrobat, and Kensai or something. And like, that's just what you got. And you're like, okay, you got a deal.
You are greeted only by silence.
I don't know.
And a strange smell.
All right.
A smell
So,
like a weed-choked garden after
Oozy
the
boys.
rain.
So Autumn Decay doesn't work. Okay, good to know. Next up, we have Winter Attunement. Winter Attunement, Winter Hail. I didn't see it. It doesn't work either. So, Autumn, what's this spell called? Autumn something? Autumn Decay and Winter Hail. Stop this, stop. Okay, good. Next is Inflict. Did that work? Yes, it did. Inflict Light Wounds works. And lastly, whoops, I didn't mean to kill that. Oh, I need spell components. No. Did the proc work, or did it just kill them? It just killed them. Environmental death effect. They just died. All right. Yeah, only summer functions. Okay, we're gonna buy some Omni Spell Dust. Omni Spell. Ow, my body. Get Glyph of Warding, sucker. It works. Glyph of Warding works. Dude, of all the spells, Glyph of Warding works. Also, I didn't know this spell does lightning damage. Come on, walk into it. Come on, come on. Yes. Oh no, it's in the corner. Come on, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, the spell. Okay, hold on. There you go. Yeah. Oh, it works. Unbelievable. Somehow Glyph of Warding works. Try Delayed Blast Fireball Trap? No. Okay, so Undead. There's an Undead quest that doesn't feature Undead at the beginning. It's like a bunch of elementals here. So I don't want to do that. Undead. Fast Undead. Catacombs? Delirious? Delirious? I'm thinking Delirious. I think Delirious. Delirious? House J? House J. We go to House J. I think we go to House J. No, I think we go to House J. Yeah, just go to House J. There's like a million. Ravenloft is an option. Well, Ravenloft 1 doesn't work. And the Dead Shall Rise. Grocery shopping. Also, why am I walking places? Teleport. Also, if you didn't know about this ability, oh, the Rod of Teleporting is so nice for here. There we go. Beautiful. Are mummies even undead? Yeah, mummies are undead. Fun fact, did you know that all of the constructs in Good Intentions are not constructs, or are not affected by rust damage? I don't know if that's a fun fact, but it is a fact. Or like mummy type or something dumb. No, they're undead. Okay, let's test this. All right. So, does close wounds or the beacon apply damage? Excellent question. Oh, mummy. Close wounds does not apply sneak attack. Beacon does not. All right, that answered that question.
Of this fountain are foul, corrupt, afflicted by an unholy blood.
Oh, I didn't check the spell. The spell? No, just this. Spell and SLA don't work. So that is close wounds and beacon from spell and SLA. SLA and beacon from Beacon of Hope. All right. So these are the spells. Oh god, it doesn't format. Anyway, just remember that, you guys. And eventually, if Tor comes back. If he doesn't, I'll just post on the forums. But I can use the washroom real quick, so I'll be back in a minute. I shall return very shortly, but bathroom calls. Anyway. Did anybody come up with any other ideas of things to test? Because I didn't. Water. Gold rolling system? No, that's not helpful. You're not going to like it? I don't like most things. Yes, I did try Flaming Sphere. Ruin? I don't think we have to test Ruin. I just don't think it matters. I'm sorry. I'm not going to test Ruin. I don't think it matters. I get dog spells? Druid? I did the Druid spells. I just didn't do the Blightcaster spells. But I did regular Druid spells. So it's already been reported. Ambush. I figured out how one of my automated tools can process and miss a spell, so I have many fixes already pending. Ooh, cool. Sounds good. Ruin and G-Ruin do work. Have I tried Fireball? Yeah. Yeah. Other than that, I didn't actually see. This is another thing I didn't actually get a chance to test. I didn't check Spell Thief to make sure Spell Thief actually does a thing. I assume it does, but I didn't actually test it. Did anybody actually Spell Thief? Did anybody steal mana from an enemy? Because I did not. Yeah, Flame Turret probably. I think it's it. Also, Might's Reward now gives the proper spell power, which is kind of cool. Arcane Pulse. Arcane Pulse doesn't proc it. It can't. It's damage over time. Okay, I'm going to test the spell thingy. I have so many bad characters in here. Me trick chat. I did. So as per the effect of Spell Thief feats, which again, I think is one of those things that's really simple, but I actually didn't click it. As per the effect, your melee and missile attacks that strike targets who have spells grant spell points. So it gives you mana back when you hit enemies who can cast spells. So I did not test this at all. So in theory, if I grab a weapon, then I cast a bunch of spells and I have no mana, I should be able to get spells back. I did test Spirit Blades. It does work. I imagine it's working on the same level. It scales with spell power? That's crazy. I mean, we can also test this. This is not impossible to test. It's actually startlingly easy to test. So give me a moment here. That is actually very easy to test. No, it isn't when I don't have a weapon. I need something with an augment. Because I was like, oh, I can just augment spell power, but no, I can't. I don't have a spell power augment. So let me just go get a spell power item and we'll test it out. Because if it does scale with positive spell power, that'd be extremely funny. It's just a passive. So it basically makes it so that when you attack enemies, you get mana back if the enemy that you attack can cast spells. So a d20 spell points for whenever you hit, with a 5-second cooldown for melee attacks and a 10-second cooldown for ranged attacks. So I need a weapon that has a red augment slot or a healing item. Healing piece of equipment that I can think of off the dome, off rip. The silver thread belt? It's the first thing I can think of. My mount is invisible. That's fun. Silver thread is Ravenloft 3. I think. Are there enough levels to grab Chaosmancer spells? Oh, in case it was missed, yeah. Eladrin, Chaosmancer, Spring Storm, Autumn Decay, and Winter Hail don't proc, and neither does Close Wounds or Beacon of Hope. Or any of the beacons from Beacon of Hope. In case I missed those. Just want to double check. But yes, alright. Good question. Let's see. Blightstaff, to find out the evil spell power never applied when Wild Mage was on Lymania. Yeah. There's just some of those things where it's just, you have to like really dig into it. Like the Blightstaff, not evil damage not applying. It wouldn't be surprising if the Bullywug Shaman Staff also had a similar level of bug. Because realistically, who's using the Bullywug Shaman staff? You know? So you're never going to figure that out. All right. So Swipe Signet has a bunch of guys that have spells on them. Oh, they're really far away. Oh, SDK 1. And Sacred Helm. Sacred Helm is perfect. This is a perfect place to test this. Because Sacred Helm has like a bunch of guys that have spells. So we'll do that. We'll be using the staff strim. True. So if I go like when I blast my spells, attacking these kobolds should not give me mana. Okay, you do get mana from regular non-caster kobolds. The kobold shaman also gave me mana. But the regular kobolds that don't cast spells definitely give mana. And I got 21 mana. Well, I got 21. I don't know if it's scaling off of spell power. That's 9. How'd I get 21? Is it scaling off of healing amplification, maybe? Maybe it's healing amp. Hold on. How's this working? Blue augment slot. Okay, maybe it's healing amp. Let me get a healing amp augment. Ampli. There was a change that allowed you to like partial search terms on the DDO store, and I just want to say, God tier change. God tier change. Oh my god. Indexing, man, it's so good. Well, so bad. Indexing is probably the wrong word. There's like probably a proper word for that. I'm not a computer guy. That real mana? Yeah, real mana. Spell Thief, you take their mana. Okay, oozes. Okay, it's 100% healing amp affects the mana return. Dude, that's so cool that you can just steal mana. Oh man, that's so cool. Oh, that's really cool. This is so cool. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this effect is awesome. The fact that you can just constantly regenerate your spells and regenerate your mana is really, really, really interesting. That's so cool. It unfortunately works on everything as far as I can tell. So the requirement where it only works on spellcasters is not currently in the game. But Spell Thief is really cool. Does it scale in Reaper mode? That's an excellent question. What Reaper quest can I go into without dying? Yeah, we're gonna go test it out. Reaper quest I can go into without... I only have 700 life. That's the thing. And I have to hit something. You know, Good Intentions is still there. I don't think I'm going to die instantly to Good Intentions. The crates aren't that fast. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. All right. Go to Good Intentions, R1. So this should be really obvious. This should be really, really obvious. So we're going to find out.
There you are. Meet me outside
Dino
across the
Crisis
canal.
is not on Lemania, unless you're saying that intentionally.
With that, Orban's image vanishes. Orban uses
It rolls in a wide range.
magically
It
animated
does, but
hammers to help craft the web
it's like the healing is
shop.
reduced, so like the number changes, so it might actually change the coloration of the number. Like how it's like bright green here, but then once I get into combat, it won't have that bright green.
Change life in Stormreach
And then
forever.
also there's the secondary effect, like boom, I'm in combat, so the number is smaller.
Latest invention.
Okay.
The animated
Okay, ow, that
will
hurts.
animate
It hurts,
these
don't worry.
perfectly ordinary
Oh my god, I have to hit.
Orban's pleased
No, it doesn't work.
quickly
22.
changes to one of
Okay,
shock.
cool. So it's unaffected. Interesting. I can't mathematically get to 22
Ooh, and what's wrong
with
with
the
your
Reaper.
face?
Oh my god, another 22.
Oh, that's not what we're supposed to have.
Because it's minus 60%,
Oh, by
and
the
I
something's
don't
gone
have enough
terribly
healing amp to
wrong.
counteract
We
it.
must fix the animatic before it
But that's a great question.
animates everything in the
Let me
city.
just do this. Drain some more mana. I'm just gonna keep double checking. Oh my god, hit. 16. Maybe it is working. Hold on, we're doing more testing. I'm just gonna keep running around until I, oh god. Oh no. Oh, yellow alert. Oh. I should have died there. I don't know how I didn't. Okay. 39. Yeah, 100% it's not working. Yeah, so 100, absolutely, you can, it is not affected by Reaper mode. So there we go. Oh, if one of Reaper damage mod is boosting it? Oh. Is 39 mathematically possible? Yes. No? If I roll a 20 plus 70%, I can't hit 39. Oh, is Reaper boosting it because it's like a damage effect? No, 3. No, there's no, that would... But the Reaper I'm pretty sure R1 is higher than that. Well, maybe. You know, I'm not here claiming to know what the value of the Reaper modifiers are. You know, that's not my place to talk about these things. I don't know. That's information that's never been disclosed to the players. Only what people have gleaned from experimentation. 24. 21. 17. I don't know. It's like 20% more damage than I think. It's like a little bit more than that. I think. I don't know. Maybe it's not. You know what? Honestly, great. Who knows? Who knows how much more damage it is? Who knows? I couldn't tell you. It's one of those things that, like, I might have signed a contract that specifically states that I'm not allowed to say any of the things that I might have seen about this information, so I can't say anything about it. So I have no idea, so I can't say anything. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know most things. The gather modifiers apply twice over. Players take more damage and enemies have increased damage at the same time. Yeah, again, I couldn't tell you. Oh, one could probably become a 3. Oh, one could probably become a 3. But yeah, overall, interesting. So the effect works. This is neat. How would you use this? I don't even know. Okay, is there anything else to test? I'm just like doing a quick quadruple check. Mage Hand Bluff doesn't work. It just is a bluff check. It doesn't use your intelligence. The only effect or every effect that says use this stat, but with this skill modifier doesn't work. We don't have a lot of those, but we do have Mage Hand Bluff, which does not use your intelligence. And then there's also Half Orc Head Bash or Lock Bash, which is an Intimidate using your strength, which is not. It's just an Intimidate. Well, if it hasn't been set up yet, just as a double check, the Half Orc one that's Lock Bash using strength or Intimidate using strength also doesn't work. So if the code comes from there, that one doesn't work either, as a reminder. R10 and see how much SP you get back. Oh, crap. Okay. All right. You know what? You're right. Let's go into R10 and see how this works, because that would be really obvious. So let's go into Reaper 10 and see what's up. Is there a slower, easier monster in Reaper 10 I can just beat up? I need Astral Shards. Give me 2,000 Astral Shards. But I only have 98,000 DDO points left. I need a quest with less monsters at the beginning. Could pull out a ranged weapon. I mean, I don't like that you guys are calling me cowards. You know, I wouldn't do that. But oh, the Ettercaps? True. Good call. Let's go to the Ettercap dungeon. Ettercaps aren't that dangerous. They're friendly. They're nice and friendly. But yeah, this is an easy way to test to make sure this is functioning and how something scales. Bring a hireling? No, that's what Astral Shards are for. Astral Shards are like a hireling. Why am I going up against an Ettercap? Anyway. I have move speed? I have move speed. I'm gonna hit. These are all problems we solve later. Are those both champs? Whatever. Okay, I got 9 back, which I don't know if that's enough to know. 19. 18,000 damage. I love DDO sometimes. I didn't hit it once. Come on, game. Come on now. I didn't hit him one time. 25. It should be way more obvious than this. So I'm not convinced it's affected by Reaper mode. I'm not convinced at all that it's affected by Reaper mode even a little bit. I think it's just healing amp and there's some other thing. This is the test server, yeah. So yeah, so there's no way. Yeah, I'm only getting like 20. It's fun to get beat up by hitter caps. But yeah, no, something not working. Alright, well, science. You don't have the capstone? I don't have the capstone, no. I don't have the capstone because I wanted to test out the thing with the meta magic, so I didn't take it. So this says you're supposed to get 50% more spell points. But I don't have the capstone. Currently, my stats in total is I have 70 healing amplifications, 70 positive. And I do have, if it applies, 271 positive spell power, but that wouldn't make sense. Maybe it doubles when you double strike. What's my double strike? 8%. I gotta be able to fix that. It wouldn't double when you double strike though. That doesn't make sense because that's not how other healing effects work. I'm like pretty confident it does not double when you double strike. Okay, I did double strike. And it didn't work. 2d20 instead of 1d20. Okay. Which is more than 50%, but okay. But it would it be active? Yeah, because then it would be able to roll up to 40, and maybe that'll explain what people are seeing from their healing amp. I can probably just get some more healing amp and then do a secondary test. How do we get healing amp? I'm just gonna slam up as much healing amp as I can get and see if the math comes out. So we're just gonna go falconry and pick up the healing amp here. And then in epics, Primal Avatar doesn't have any amp, so I'm gonna get rid of this garbage. We want Exalted Angel, which has got some amp in it. We get the amp, no, this amp. So we take that and we go Divine Crusader, which gives me a bunch amp. And I believe you get amp out of Unyielding. Yes. So if I do all this, my amp is now 130. So it should, in theory, be noticeable. Is there any way I can easily get more amp? Members of Monk Healing Curse? Yeah, sometimes. Okay. I'm just gonna go in normal so I don't get murdered instantly. Because I don't think it's affected by Reaper mode. Because if it would be, you'd see it immediately.
These woods to stop the Ettercaps. The spider-like creatures have been capturing elves, traveling to the ruins of Myth Drama.
Oh my god, hit chance, please. 22. We're just looking for new numbers. That's it. 35. Oh my gosh, I'm getting crushed on normal mode. Anyway. That was 12. 22. I don't think the amp is applying. 33. Yeah, maybe it's just doing 2d20s inherently. 24. Yes. Yeah, honestly that's probably it. That seems like it would be right. Because The number should be a lot higher than that, and they're not. Rid of the hamp and see if we get 20. Okay, that's honestly a good call. It's honestly a good call. Let's get rid of that, and let's get rid of this, and we'll see if we can get above 20. Yeah, so now it's just the 35? Where's my 5? Where am I getting 5 from? Oh, falconry. Science. Let's go to casual. I should put this on heroic. Why is this on epic? Whatever, it's fine. How dangerous is this on casual? Oh my god, they're doing 33. Okay, yes, absolutely. It's just 2d20s. It's just 2d20s. I'm taking 6 damage on casual. Oh man. I haven't played on casual in a very long time. You can just hit boss kobolds? Yeah, but this is more fun. Ah! Oh no, the poison. No, I died in town. You hate when that happens. Amazing. Anyways, so yes, so you're 100% correct. That's what it is. What? Oh, the stolen spells don't cost mana? Oh, some of them do, some of them don't. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's probably a bug. Cure Serious Wounds does not cost mana, so that's neat. I wonder how many of these don't cost mana. Looks like a lot of them don't cost mana. Alright, so yeah, mana costs are still missing in here, so that's probably a thing. Let me do a quick reset of the tree. Yeah, this is where this comes in. Okay, so the level 1s cost mana. The level 2s also be costing the mana. Level 3s. Ah. So once you hit level 3 and beyond, they no longer cost mana. So 3 doesn't cost mana, and 4 doesn't cost mana. Yeah. So the 4th and the 5th core, or the 3rd and the 4th spell steely dealy, don't cost mana. So that's also a thing. No, they actually cost 0. Because it would say so in the tooltip, they don't cost anything. That's a fun one. Is going to remain not scaling in Reaper? Oh, we'll find out. That's one of those things that, like, the answer to that question doesn't really matter to me because you find out game day. Also, I don't think it impacts the effect that much. I'm going to be honest with you. But yeah, other than that, yeah, these don't cost mana. Oh yeah, the only other suggestion I had is it might not be a bad idea to sneak intelligence to hit somewhere in the tree. Just because the tree does inherently have intelligence to damage, which you can choose to go get, which is cool. But there's no intelligence to hit. And it reminds me of like Eldritch Knight, where you get intelligence or charisma to hit, but you don't get the damage. It would just mean if there's intelligence to hit somewhere snuck in here. Maybe in the imbue, because it literally works on attacking stuff. Or maybe, I don't know. Because you can get damage here, so it's a choice. You either go, oh, I want sound burst, or I want intelligence to damage. And you as a player get to make that agency. But without intelligence to hit, you're just going to use dexterity anyway. So yeah. Yeah, if you use like ranged weapons. And it's intelligence to damage only, not intelligence to hit. Rogue can't get intelligence to hit. They can only get intelligence to damage with mechanic. If you want intelligence to hit, you have to multi-class. You have to take like Artificer or use Harper. Harper's fair. Like, I'm not saying like Harper isn't a good alternative to this. It was just a thought because it's the damage is built in here. It was just a thought. But you're correct. It is pretty dense. It could even be in like improved second strikes. I don't know. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. I don't have a solution to this problem. I'm just a guy. You know, it doesn't have to be in the tree. Yeah. It could also be as a part of Mage Hand. Or like, because you get the magic stuff at level 3. Yeah, because Alchemist gets it as a bonus feat. That's the reason what I'm thinking about is like Alchemist gets it kind of for free. Yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. the other thing too is one of the benefits that I thought was really great of crossbows be getting dex hit and damage by default. When I did my beginner basics series of videos, I had to put out mechanic rogue as a multi-class to be able to get intelligence to hit and damage, which is just like a really tedious thing to do because you couldn't get dex as a tool. And now dex is just a tool. So not only did I have to rewrite that, which I did, but also the dex means you can just play dex mechanic and it feels really good and really satisfying. And it's kind of just like smoothing out some of those edges. So yeah, Alchemist gets a lot of free stuff. I mean, you're right. Just an in-class trance, at least for the sake of an attack bonus. I don't think this is the place for that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Arcane Trickster is the place for the trance. As I said, I like a lot of what Arcane Trickster has going on. Almost every point you want to take going up as well. That's the other thing too. Like, you kind of want everything. So I actually really like Arcane Trickster. Again, we can't test to see how crazy powerful it is until like it's all takeable, but I think when Lemania 2 comes around, you'll get a more better sense of consensus about specifically what is needed, where the gaps are, things like that. Be a good fit for that empty spot in mechanic, like right here. True, that's true. You could just put in mechanic right here, rogues, like, mechanical vision or something, and there's literally an empty spot, and you just give it intelligence to hit. Class trances give attack as well. So like, for example, the Wilsing, but yeah. Oh, you want a trance? No, I don't think there's a trance at all that needs to be in here. I don't think there needs to be a trance in rogue at all. Just my personal opinion. Time. I don't think there needs to be a trance at all. I was thinking intelligence to hit. Anyway, long story short, other than that, I'm trying to think if there's any other wacky things to test here. I'm just looking into this. Just testing things. Lemania, because I think we did everything. But we're going to do a double check. We looked over Arcane Trickster. We looked over the dungeon loot, which looks good. We looked over, there's Arcane Trickster preview. This is just comments at this point. And then wacky stuff. This post was just a fun read. I don't know how useful it is, but it's a fun read. Should have access to Accelerate spell for their traps. Accelerate is a meta magic feat that I find very interesting. I personally don't take it. A lot of people do. But yeah. Yeah, I think it's good. I think we've tested pretty much everything on Lemania that kind of needs testing and looking at. Other than, like I said, the big endgame numbers, I'm not going to fight about that. I don't have a horse in that game. I'm more of is game fun sort of guy. So that's why I think about like the intelligence to hit is, I think, do I pick up the character and the game tells me, oh, you need intelligence for your thing, and then do I have fun playing game, click mouse, and have good time? Not that people don't have to put any thought into it. That's part of what makes DDO interesting. That's why I like spreading things across multiple trees, because it gives you, as a player, an incentive to like scan the horizon for what you need, look for a detail. So like, imagine I'm playing this character. It's sort of like how Eldritch Knight here, right? Eldritch Knight gives you one tool. It says, okay, you have intelligence to hit with weapons and shield bashes. And now you have to think, okay, where do I get the other tool? Where do I get the other half? You as a player have to go out and search for that information yourself. You got to figure out what you're going to do and kind of solve the puzzle. You're given a problem, and now you have to figure out how to solve it. I don't mind that. So like Arcane Trickster, or like, let's say intelligence to hit is in mechanic, but then Arcane Trickster has the damage or something like that. Again, something like that where it's like you have to search for the tool and to solve it. Or maybe say, I don't want to put points into mechanic. It's too much work. I'm just going to go to the one spot. And you go, I'm going to go hard abrasion, but that forces somebody to kind of look in that direction. I don't know. I think about like the usability and basically how often do you step on a rake when playing the game? And to be fair, Arcane Trickster does not have a lot of rakes that you step on. It feels very cohesive. It feels very straightforward. I really love the stolen spell mechanic. So yeah, I think there's a lot of good stuff here. Again, some of the end gamers have their complaints about some of the numbers, and I don't really have any issues with that. Complaints that, like I said, my personal changes that I would look at here that I think are kind of like the most pressing. This tree is a hybrid tree, so I feel like instead of having the choice between sword, range attack, and magic, the magic should just be in the sword and the range attack thing. So because the whole tree is a magic tree. So it should just be like, do you want to be magic with sword? Do you want to be magic with ranged? I feel like cut this, put this into both of these. That's what I would do personally. Because hybrids suck. And so that's a nice way to claw back some of their suckage. And then specifically with just in terms of like making things feel cohesive, so it just like is a little bit cleaner, a little bit easier. Some of the suggestions we already talked about, but that'd be like just like a simple one. And then yeah, some people want like a giga spell. For me, with Master of Trickery, the only issue that I run into with Master of Trickery that's kind of weird is your character gets lots of DCs for like enchantment and illusion spells, but like you don't really get strong enchantment spells you can really rely on. And even if you did, let's say there's like a capstone that gave you like a giga spell, if it doesn't actually have a spell DC, you don't really use the enchantment, and there's nothing in epics that uses enchantment at the moment. So enchantment kind of doesn't go anywhere. Do you need Harper for an int build? Yes. And that is the other thing I do worry about sometimes is like the answer is yes, use Harper Agent. But then also, you know, if you log in for the anniversary, you're not a VIP, you don't own Harper Agent, you get the free Arcane Trickster, and you realize, oh, to get intelligence to hit, I gotta buy a thing. It's weird. I don't know where you draw that line in terms of like the psychology of buying a thing. I don't know. But yeah, overall, I really like Arcane Trickster. I think a lot of stuff is really good here. Some people have some interesting ideas, but yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I would combine this for sure and be like, just shove that in there. And I like these abilities. The hand abilities, I'm assuming it's a bug that they can't be quickened, but they should definitely be quickened. They're like giga slow without it. Like it just feels really horrible. So hopefully these get quickened. The Pestro and the Slap and the Eye Poke. They oh my god. It's like your character turns to jello or like sludge and stops moving. Yeah, everything else just, I don't know, it feels kind of good. I really want to play with it. I think this is the other thing too. As a consumer, I really want to I just want to play this, man. It looks really fun. So I'm excited. The feet being used because their visual system is a little touchy. Because the hard part for me, and the reason why the Quicken feels good, is you get specifically Quicken, so 3-handed casting for Quicken bonuses, and then you also get extra hand, which also reduces the cost of Quicken. So there's part of my brain that's like, and we can't Quicken the main hand abilities because, but yeah, it just feels, it's like kind of usable. Mage hand slap because it stuns Reapers is kind of usable, but the poke is like really, it's a tough one, especially like if monsters are like coming towards you, unless you have like jump and featherfall, you kind of just become a sitting duck because it takes so long to cast. DDO is so weird, man. I remember back in the day, it was like acceptable to just put up a wall, like a wall of fire on a door and have a guy with the shield stand there, and that was cool. Is Quicken not built into the tree? Yes, Quicken is built into the tree. Yeah, like I said, overall, the direction and everything with this is like top notch. Big fan. I'm a huge fan of this. I love this type of design. Looks great. I'm stoked. Does it actually synergize with Shadow Dancer? Hold on. We get Paranoia, obviously. A bunch of the epic strikes, so like Nightmare Lance doesn't count, but it will eventually count. You got Nightmare Lance. Oh man, Shadow Form. Oh god. Anyway, let's ignore this. We got this. Oh, you can cast Weird. Ooh, you can cast Weird. Okay, we've got Weird. I like it. I like Weird. We got the thing. Yeah. Well, you got Weird, and you have the sneak attack scaling. Plus, you get sneak attack dice here, sneak attack here. Yep. Again, overall, I am. I'll definitely do a thing where I play with the Shadow Dancer. It's sort of like how I have my solo guided Artificer playthrough where I'm playing with Macrotech, where a lot of the times, a lot of the stuff in Macrotech, you look at it and you're like, I want this, and you realize you don't want this. The biggest problem is the T5 takes you in too many different directions, where you have Tank Thing that's tied to everything else. You have Maximum Overdrive, which is kind of good. You have Major Armor Legends, which is reliant on you taking up a Major Armor. If you don't want this. You have Critical Connection, which is only good if you're a melee character, and you have to be wearing a Rune Arm. Or ranged, but like oftentimes you're not. And then spell DCs. It's just weird. I would say perfect opportunity if it wasn't for the fact that this is probably coming out in 3 weeks. So yeah. Yeah, and then Force. I mean, we've had this conversation. I can actually confirm that I had this conversation with Torque because this was at 2024. Yeah, 2024, PAX East. There was like a thing that was being put on by Daybreak that was happening at a bar. And so there was EverQuest 1, EverQuest 2, then DDO and Lotro. And it was a great time. I had a ton of fun. Community manager Cordovan, great guy, big fan, good storyteller, really fun to talk to. Multiple times throughout the evening, kept walking up to me and being like, I forget, did I give you any drink tickets? And I'd be like, I don't know. And he's like, I don't think I did. Here, have some drink tickets. Oh man, he gave me so many drink tickets. It was a good time. But I explicitly remember describing in detail that Force is the worst damage type in the game. So I do remember having this conversation. But it's just one of those, like, there's a lot of things. It's on the list. It's like, oh, do you want to see the list? And then it's like, you know, pull out the Encyclopedia Britannica. And now we know it's Rust. True. Now Rust is the worst one. It doesn't even work. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Guys, I'm just happy I get to play DDO. Can you believe that DDO's been around for 20 years? I don't think people celebrate this often enough. Isn't it like Ashes of Creation is like in flames, which is really unfortunate because, you know, there's obviously a lot of people that are working on this game and all that stuff. And like this game hasn't even like come out and it's gone. New World just shut down. In a game industry as tumultuous as the MMO industry, I feel very fortunate that the game that I've spent so much time with is still here and we get to still play it and has cool shit coming out. Should have Trap the Soul so we can make use of the fourth core. Ooh, Arcane Trickster getting Trap the Soul so we can work with Shadow Dancer, which literally has a Trap the Soul synergy effect. I mean, that seems like it would be a capstone thing. Yo, that could be a Warlock spell. Is there a Warlock spell? No, Warlock's not included on the list, right? Yeah, there's no Warlock. I don't think Warlock's on the list. Oh man, okay, dude. Okay, hold on. Warlock. Think about it. What if you could pick Evards for one of these and then Trap the Soul for one of these? Well, exactly, right? It's like there was a, I can't remember who it was, but there's one of the Magic the Gathering like card designers was like, if people are complaining about your game, that means you're doing something right. Because people are interested. If you release something and people aren't complaining about it, that means it's really bad. It's kind of stealing. It's kind of stealing. It is. The initial hit should work, yeah. Oh god, it might be the once we have the MMO genre. No, new games will come out. They're just expensive. That's all it is. Just expensive. I don't know. Yeah, because we have, I think Warlock is the only main primary casters. I forgot to check Dark Apostate. I didn't check Dark Apostate. I forgot to check Bane. What do I have in here? I have Bad Breath with Dragon Disciple. Can that be a Dark Apostate? ABC Closed Wound. That can be a Dark Apostate. I knew I forgot to test something. Dark Apostate. I'd be shocked if it works. Me too. I will also be shocked. Fun fact, if you doubled every single number in the Dark Apostate enhancement tree, it would still be bad. But that is actually the specific reason why for my DDO bingo card that I put together of everything that's going to be happening this year, Dark Apostate stays bad is the free space for my bingo card. All right, Dark Apostate. You test Earth Grab? No, I didn't test Earth Grab. Double Anathema, it might actually be good. No, I don't think so. All right, let's go Dark Apostate. Science, give me some science. Oh, right, Domains of Thing. Let's do Chaos Domain, which gives me access to Chaos Hammer, I think, for 5. Or is it 9? I can't remember if you get a passive or you get a spell at 5. We're gonna find out. Also, if you guys haven't seen the new anniversary stuff, we went over at the beginning of the stream. A lot of the armors, they're basically twisted versions of a lot of like armors that already exist in the game as like cool items. And they're just like the armor pieces are like recolors of existing armor. And some of them look so good, dude. They look so good. 10 out of 10. Like, oh my God. Some of them look so good. Excellent job. Some people hate recolors. Dude, a good recolor. Oh. All right, here we go. Pray for mercy. And we have Burn. Okay, so we have Bane. Go to Cleric. We have the Bane spell. I cast the Bane spell. And it did not have the secondary effect, and you can't cast prayer in town. So I don't think it's going to work. Which is probably appropriate, because again, it doesn't affect the spell. It's a rider effect, so it adds an additional effect onto the spells themselves, but it's just good to check. Also, I can never stay the same class. I'm literally the same lovemaking builds. They're for pen and paper D&D all the time. Well, the problem with pen and paper is you have to sit down with your other people to have like a cohesive session. So yeah. But yeah, Benediction at 400 would harm at 400% spell power be good? Actual question. Probably not. Ward of Shadow would not be good. +2 Necromancy DCs for 2 points is actually less than other trees. Doubling all the imbue dice wouldn't matter because this is not a melee thing. 10% crit would just put it on par with the amount of crit you get from other classes. And 2d6s of Pray for Mercy. We already talked about how 2d6s on Disintegrate is not good, because 2d6s on Disintegrate is actually worse than a relative level 6 spell. Yeah. It's wild. I do think you could literally double every number in this trade. It would be good. Except for this one. I think Apostate's Curse, if it was 2d6s damage per hit, would probably be good. Yeah, we do. Arcane Trickster is right here. It's in game already. Arcane Trickster Rogue. It is a rogue archetype. Yeah. So this doesn't work. Is there anything else I can think of? Turn Undead. Turn Undead shouldn't work. It's not a spell. Oh, Domain of Chaos. I didn't check this. Kobolds are lawful. Zoop. It works, obviously. Okay. Archetype, yeah. Okay, I think that's literally everything. Yeah, getting the alignment spells to work is very, very cool. So it actually does something, which is sick. Yeah, we tested out all of these bad boys. The spells. I don't think I have the energy to go through every iconic, because like, dude, I don't want to make a Morning Lord to test out the one Morning Lord Sunburst spell. One, because no one's going to take it because it costs like 40 points. Oh my God. Have you guys ever seen this tree? I have to show you this. This is just like, people don't play Morning Lords for a lot of reasons, but this one is just, oh baby. Guess how many points the Morning Lord racial tree costs? Psych. It's more than that. It's 72. Why? Because almost everything costs 2, but these are 3-pointers that cost 2. So you have like Blessing of Monitor, 2 AP cost, 3 ranks. Light of the Sun God, 2 AP cost, 3 ranks. Monitor's Brilliance, 1 AP cost. Anyway, it's just Sunburst. DC was innovative. According to Dev Diary, in-game states the old formula, but it actually uses updated damage. Interesting. Anyway, TLDR, I'm not going to go make a one for this. I'm just going to assume Sunburst is fine. But I don't know. But no one's going to put it in points, because it actually, just to get up here, I think it's like 30 something points to get this. Because you got to like take everything. Actually, it's not 30 points. It would be 24, which is still too much. But yeah. Okay. I think that's it. I think we hit all the spells. We tested all the things. The only thing I didn't do is do endgame testing, but I can't use the capstone of the tree yet. So I think that's good.
Through all your accomplishments, you have transcended the title of hero.
I think that's it. I think there's no more things I currently wish to examine. I'm just triple checking. Examine the game. We tested almost every spell we could think of. We tested healing spells, which don't work, but should, because you can damage undead. Inflict spells do work, which was odd, but they do in fact work. Symbol of, or glyph of warding works, which is amazing. which is a trigger. So like you place this and then I guess it casts the spell. Oh, I didn't check Delayed Blast Fireball. No, you can't get it. Never mind. You can't get Delayed Blast Fireball because that is too high levels. It's 13 levels of wizard, so you can't get that. Dragon Lord Screaming. Just make traps do extra. I bet if you just added a 0 to the damage, nobody would use it. So instead of a D4 plus 4 per 2 cast levels, do like 10 D4 plus 4 per 2 cast levels, and nobody would use it. You have to cast a trap, and then you have to wait for a guy to walk over it. And it's so finicky. The trap is so small, and if a monster just goes around it, I had it on a wall, and I couldn't get the enemy to go to the wall to step into it. Oh, that's good. Oh, Fire Trap? Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, Fire Trap. I could go with Fire Trap. I'm trying to think. Wait, what was it? Dragon Lord Scream? Is the Dragon Lord Scream a spell? It's not a damage spell. Is it a spell? People will figure out prep time for raid boss and one-shot it. What are we, Batman now? If I just have time to prepare. Arcane Trickster get the... Oh, traps! Yo, crafted traps. Thank you. Need more chai? Crafted traps. So we know that it works with wands. You can sneak attack with wands and you can sneak attack with scrolls. Oh! Good question. Okay, I have more testing to do. Sorry. I said I was done, but I got pulled back in. Does Wand and Scroll Mastery affect the sneak attack damage of like the character? Does that affect the sneak attack? Because so it does work with wands. So if you use a wand, it will proc the sneak attack. We've already tested this because I got a level 5 wand, and in fact, I'm just gonna buy another wand. Magic Missile. Wand of Magic Missile. So this in fact will work. It will apply the sneak attack damage. I don't have UMD and I didn't wait, what? 0 chance to activate. It's my class. What do you mean 0 chance? Hold on. What do you mean 0 chance? Oh no. Is that not working either? Hold on. See? This is why sometimes you gotta click the buttons, click the mouse. All right. I failed. I can't use it because it's not giving me UMD check. No, it's ATR. It's Arcane Trickster. That's not Artie. That's ATR. It's ATR, not Artificer. So I don't know why that's happening, but I'm glad I found it. No, you're good. You're good. I'm glad look at this. It just keeps going. Where can we see the new armor recolors? Oh, it's just in game. You just log in. They're just on the Lamania thing. I showed them off earlier in the stream, so you can probably like skim back through it. Okay, here we go. Me Trick Chat. We'll just log into this character and they'll do it. There's always another. The benefit of just spamming new characters is I always have the one that I need. All right, so we have this. Do I have a wand? Do we have a wand? I do have a wand. Magic Missile. All right. So Magic Missile wand. We need an enemy that's not going to do anything or fight back, that I can hit with magic missiles at a range. Oh, the kobolds. Duh. Go test dojo. Magical ambush does not work with rune arms. Okay, so I have magic missile. I'm gonna turn off maximize and empower. So this is scaling with spell power, right? So I have 177 spell power. So if I cast Magic Missile, it's 82, 52, 64. Somewhere in here. 82, 52, 64, 50, 77. If I hit the wand, 108, 115, 118? No way, dude. Oh, it's affected by 1 in scroll mastery. Let's fucking go. Yes. The wand build's alive. Okay, hold on. Now, allegedly, sleight of hand is supposed to stack. But does it? It does not. Oh wait, maybe it does? 172.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Pride Pog.
I don't know what to do with this. Also, Monkey Rocks, welcome back to the stream team. We're doing a fantastic day. Glad to be here. Welcome back. You came at a good time. Magical Ambush is in fact affected by Wand and Scroll Mastery. Just to double check, I'm going to take this off. No more Wand and Scroll Mastery. There we go. No more Wand and Scroll Mastery. Yeah, 100%. It's 100% affected. Instantly, my damage goes down. Oh my god. Okay, so these don't stack, so you can't stack Sleight of Hand plus 1 in Scroll Mastery. They are in fact the same effect. If they could stack together, that'd be sick. But yes. I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do. I don't think there's a way you can use this. Yeah, how do we get, is there any high level magic missile wands? Or a way to get high level magic missile wands? Did you need to up your UMD to use the wand? Oh no, I swapped to a different character that had a level of wizard. Because wizards can use it. So I just swapped to another character to use the wand. I didn't add UMD. I just swapped to another character. My character that had the other one I was on had no use magic device, and also I should be able to use it even without no UMD. It just wasn't applying. Can you grab a Staff of Arcane Power from the loot room? No. Also, it doesn't matter because it's not a Wander Scroll. Oh, which classes? The Rogue, so it doesn't matter. You have to take Rogue, so it's just Rogue. Ooh. Artificer Knowledge and Wand Boost to catch level. Can you buy higher level wands in Magic Missile? I don't know this. I do not know the answer to this question. Of the things I've tried to buy in DDO, level 9 wands and Magic Missile is not one of them. Yeah, I'm going to go to the 12. Wait a minute. So you use Artificer levels to get more? Yeah, because you can buy 3s for sure. Oh, the desync. You can buy 3s. And the 12, by the way, excellent for hardcore. You can buy wands of stone skin in the 12, which are fantastic. For pretty much any character. Wonder Scroll should have to be multi-class. Yeah, but then you lose sneak attack damage. But then you gain an extra missile. Wand vendor. Yeah, magic missile 7. So we can buy 7s. So you can just buy a bunch of these. And then infinite mana glitch. Just use wands with wand and scroll mastery. I can't believe this works. This is also one of those things that, like, I don't know if this needs to be, like, changed in the video game. Because I don't know how you would use this in a dangerous way. It's like quirk. But also, it does make me wonder about what else this affects. What's my UMD? My UMD is 40. Can you buy rare scrolls? One of Force Missile? Force Missile is worse than Magic Missile. Force Missile is a surprisingly bad spell. Because Force Missile you think is going to be better. So Force Missile in pen and paper is actually dramatically better. Because Force Missile in pen and paper, what it does is it's basically chain missile. So the missile hits a target dealing damage and then deals 2d6s to everything around it. So it's like it hits and explodes and deals damage. In DDO, it's just a higher damage single density missile, but because it's less missiles than regular magic missile, it ends up being a worse spell. which is really weird to think about. Also, Force Missile costs too much mana for its damage, so it's less mana efficient as well as a higher level spell, which is usually the opposite. Usually higher level spells are more mana efficient. Force Missile is just a bad spell all the way down. If the damage was higher or the mana cost was lower, or it had an AoE on it, where like the missiles pop and explode, it'd be fine, but it does none of that. It just feels bad the entire way. Okay, can you buy rare scrolls? Meteor Swarm. Damn it. How do we get a Meteor Swarm scroll? How do we get a Meteor Swarm scroll? It's not like Force Fireball. It's like each missile deals 2d6 damage in a target and then 2d6 in an AoE. Have a loot one. True. Or I might be carrying one. Dude, if you have a Meteor Swarm scroll on Lemania, that would be mind-boggling. I'm trying to think of how I get infinite loot. And who is mid-adventure? Oh, true. Okay, true. Yeah. Okay. What scrolls can I buy on the DDO store? Healing and magic, attack spells, innervation, comet fall. You can just Force Missile. You just buy comet fall scrolls, 10 of them for 30 points. The DDO store has so much weird garbage. Okay. Presumably this works. Boom, get sneak attacked. Okay, interesting. Ask on the advice channel. Anyone have a scroll of Meteor Swarm? Yeah, anyone can play on Lemania. What if Birds of Falconry get the effect? I'm trying your Falconer Inquisitive with Blightcaster? No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll affect Falconry because it's not a spell. Am I just catching the end? Well, we're doing more science. We're investigating the new class. I'm trying to see if this will work, because Meteor Swarm is not available to this character class. What if you could? No, it doesn't count as a spell. Arcane is explicitly called out in the text of not being a spell. Yeah, they're investigating the science of magic, correct. But yeah, anyone can play on Lemania. You have to download the client from the Lemania portion of the DDO forums. No, there's none on the store, and it's a rare scroll. Yeah, you can't just log in. It's a separate client. It's like how a lot of video games do it. It's like a separate client for the test stuff. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to think. How would I get a scroll? Make you some after I patch in. Oh, sick. I mostly want to see, for science purposes, if there's one specific thing I want to test with Meteor Swarm, which is it's one of the few spells that has multi-effect procs, which in the past, it's going to rain scrolls in the dojo. Oh, sick. You have 2 Meteor Swarm scrolls? Oh my god, what is this? Yeah, I need to do some testing. So one of the weird quirks is that because Meteor Swarm is actually 2 separate spells per cast, the spell doesn't deal fire, and there it is. It does, and I need more UMD. Oh my god. Yeah, it doesn't deal fire and bludgeoning. It's like fire and bludgeoning are different components of the spell, so each one can proc secondary effects. So I'm curious about if each one will have a separate magic effect, or the magic effect. What do you call it? Yes, but I need some scrolls. Also, I need some UMD. Use magic device, because my UMD sucks. Any skill except UMD. +5 to UMD. Perfect. Beautiful. My beautiful tomes. The science. The beautiful science. Okay, so I have this. I'm gonna grab a charisma item real quick because I'm wearing nothing. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for helping out with some of the testing. Charisma gear. You can do this. Which expansion has a charisma item that's really good? Myth Draenor, Quest Loot, Legendary. Items? I think there's some stuff in here. There's like the gloves. No, it's not gloves. Helm. It's in here somewhere. Insightful charisma. Yeah, we got a belt. Perfect. And then we have a ring. The rings, I love some of the rings in here, dude. Like, some of the Myth Draenor items are so cool. They just work. They're really, really good. There it is. Periapt of charisma. Perfect. Ring of Mystic charisma. Perfect. There we go. Beautiful. All right. And now we get one more level. So I'm 33. I am a legendary level. I get any feat I want. So I'm going to take skill focus UMD. I just want to make sure I don't screw all this up. Perfect. So now we have 61 UMD, which should be enough to use the Meteor Swarm 2 that I have, although I might need a couple more to do some testing, so I'll give it a minute. Night Brigade goggles are huge. Oh yes, I forgot about the Night Brigade goggles. Night Brigade, unbelievable quest pack. The story is great. The quests are really fun. I love the monsters. Big fan of the Night Brigade. If you haven't ran the Night Brigade yet, it's also level 4, so it's in Wayloon. I really like that SSG has been adding more low-level quests to Evening Star. I like it. It's just cool. It feels like you got to go all over the world to do quests. A big fan. Yeah. Also, some of the items are ridiculously crazy. And the quests are harder for sure, but like they're not so hard. Like I did them on my solo guided artificer, my first life artificer with no gear, no items, no special things. And I ran through it, so yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, 100. We're casting so many meteors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. Excellent. Great work. Thank you so much. Let's do some meteor swarm testing. All right. I have 100 scrolls of meteor swarm. Okay. All right. So, meteor swarm. So it's only proccing once per meteor, which is what I was expecting. Which is interesting. Man, the wand and scroll mastery is really wacky, isn't it? Is there a world in which you can use this to do something? Because it's basically like a better magic missile wand, if you think about it. Where like it's like magic missile but better. Also, was that 5 meteors? How many meteors are supposed to attack? The meteors explode. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I think it's 4 every time. Okay. All right. I thought it would give me double procs. Thank you for providing me with scrolls, everybody. I really appreciate that. All of the hard work. It does not do double procs. I was curious. Fun fact, the only situation in which you'll encounter this is if you happen to be using Arcane Trickster with scrolls of Meteor Swarm, because they don't get access to Meteor Swarm and you can't do it any other way. But now we have the information. Why does this ability Magical Ambush work on scrolls? I don't know. Fun fact, you could do a wand and scroll character. Are the scrolls affected by Shadow Dancer's paranoia? We're already here, dude. We're already here. I gotta know. Dude, they're everywhere. All right. Paranoia. All right. All right. So we activate the spell. We have paranoia. Wait, paranoia works on spells? Or scrolls? Oh my god, dude. Okay, so in Path of Exile, they added an asynchronous trade system. And one of the cool things about it is not only can you buy stuff that people are selling, you can place an order. So imagine if I could go on the auction house and place an order for Meteor Swarm scrolls for like, I don't know, like let's say 20,000 plat a piece, and then people could sell me their scrolls and I could have stacks of guys, we're doing a new build. I need people to save your scrolls, send them to me for the build. Maybe thousands of damage with the scroll. Insane. Yes. Yeah, Sunfest 2026. It's just Meteor Swarm scrolls. Oh, okay. Test a Sunflask. It's not going to work on Sunflask. I don't need to test a Sunflask. Okay. I hadn't learned anything. Oh, shit. There's one more thing. I have to test an activated item. What's an item that activates to cast a spell that I can get access to? The Roderick Staff? Yes. Maybe? Maybe. Yes, they do stack. There's because they're separate types of effects. Hit 3 times again? We should. Mask of Tragedy. Roderick's Wand. It's a conjure. Brimstone Verge is a wand? Oh no, there's no staff here. Bronpit's Spirits is Rage. Actually, put Dripping with X offhand and test with these scrolls too. Oh, you want me to see if we get Dripping with X on a scroll? Chronoscope Crossbow. Demonson, you're a genius. Yes, 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 yes. The Chronoscope Crossbow. Heroic. Chronoscope. This is it. Knowing the bad items in DDO, this is where that knowledge comes in. I don't know where you filed that information away. I don't know how you hid it for so long, but yes. Trying to get me to test Throw Stone from Deep Gnome at 5 a.m. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there we go. Bolt. Bolt. I don't need bolts. I'm not casting this. I'm so stupid. All right. I have no idea where I got bolts. Okay, if I cast Scorching Ray from the crossbow, yes, it applies sneak attack damage from it because it is technically a spell. Okay, and now somebody said get an offhand for the scroll. So what? Just can I? Is there anything that I don't have to craft that has ash built in? Oh no, not ash. Salt. Vecna. Raid. It's not the raid item. The raid came after, right? Oh no, it is Vecna. Raid. I should be able to use ignition in my offhand and then salt the kobolds with Meteor Swarm. Oh, dripping with magma. That's it. Yeah, sorry, you were saying dripping with magma, not salt. Did I salt anything? I don't think I was able to salt something. It's hard to say. Okay. Agony's eyes is dripping with Sonic. Okay. Was that a one-hander? Oh, I can just get the new dripping with Sonic thing. Yeah. It's not Hydra. That is Mitronor raid loot, right? Oh no, that's Hydra. That's Hydra. It's Hydra. It's Hydra. We're thinking Hydra. Goggles? No, we just go Hydra. We'll just get Audion, which is Rupturing Echo. Okay, there we go. All right, we have Audion. It's Sonic. It should be really visible. It should be really, really visible. Also, does this whole thing just clip right through my entire body when I walk? Oh my lord. That's a big sword. All right. It does work on scrolls. Now we stack it. Okay, hold on. Look at the damage, dude. It's not that good, but it's neat. If that wasn't a level 1 item, yeah, maybe. Oh, it's cash level 3. Oh, maybe. Does that work okay for a warlock? That's actually what I use on my warlock. Do you get magic missile 1 build now? Yeah. Okay, listen. Maybe. Can we let this slide? Maybe. That's with 1 in scroll mastery. Let me turn off 1 in scroll mastery. Oh, the 1 in scroll mastery totally affects the sonic damage. So 1 in scroll mastery affects all the secondary damage. Which is just wild. I never, ever would have used this in my entire life. But 1 in scroll mastery, as it turns out, affects all the secondary damage from 1s. Is there a build you can do with this? What if it also scales mantles? Oh, because the mantle should scale off of spell power, and then it'd get the extra 75? Oh my god, wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. Is that just a, is this just a poor man's Sacred Fist caster? Interesting. Okay, hold on. Hold on. You might be onto something. So now we're going to test the next stage of this. Is does it scale Draconic Incarnation's mantle by 75%? Which might sound like a stupid thing to ask. And it is. But I promise you, it is stupid. Alright. Attune the Arcane. Okay. So we're going to take this off. And we're going to examine the damage that we do. Okay. So we have 69 damage. Nothing. 70 damage. 66 damage. So that's the damage of the Attune the Arcane. Because I have no spell power, I think. I have some spell power. It might apply spell power 0, which might be the bigger problem. Okay, so it is multiplying the cold, but I don't have any spell power behind this, so it's not doing enough damage. So I think because the wand inherently carries a spell power of 0, you wouldn't be able to apply it. Now, that being said, we're not done. Hold on. This is extending. Hold on. We have to extend. Nero, I'm so sorry. I may have found something that maybe needs to get adjusted. I'm sorry. I am going to bring something up that you don't want to see. So close your eyes, pretend it exists, and then play with it once the patch comes out. So the capstone of Arcanotechnician says, the patterns of most complex magical formula are like children's drawings to you. You gain intelligence and blah, 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 blah. You treat any non-scroll activated equipped item that casts spells such as wands, rods, armor as if they were staves, and the cast level to yours, spell increasing the save DC. These are applied afterwards. Oh, does this not apply spell power? I thought you got to apply spell power with this. Isn't that an effect that lets you apply spell power to wands? Or am I imagining that? I guess there is nothing that lets you apply spell power to wands. Oh. Okay, I guess there's nothing that you can do it. Damn, okay. There's no way I can think of to break it. Okay, I don't think you can break it. I think it's one of those weird quirks, but I can't think of a way to break it. So I think it's not broken. Well, it's obviously broken, but it's not like it's not going to ruin the video game. Maybe the mantle is scaling its damage to the spell level of the wand. Maybe. Oh, Oh, yeah. Immediately that's doing 300 damage. It probably is. Oh, wait, hold on. Then that means if I have the mantle... You're right. It is scaling the spell level to the level of the wand. Wait a minute. So that means you can just treat your cash level to yours? Is that 20? What if it's higher than that? What if you could increase this way beyond 20? No. It's still worse than just casting your own spells. We ran out of things to test. I think there's nothing else I can come up with that we need to test on the preview right now. I literally can't think of anything else. It's just like we already found all the bugs, and by the time the next preview comes around, we'll have more things. So at this point, we're just kind of doing this. Apply to paranoia on ones scrolls after one spell mastery. It's applied. My paranoia is still hitting 3k a hit when wellspringed. I mean, yeah, but you can get paranoia to do way more. On multi-spell casts, I don't know. I'm not convinced, you guys. I think this is a funny bug and it's a fun meme, but I can't see this doing anything else. 3k a hit per meteor. Well, paranoia has a 1 second cooldown, so it's not per meteor, it's per cast. It's 3k per meteor swarm scroll, which I think is fair. Because paranoia has an internal cooldown of 1 second. Unless you're like, no, dude, but paranoia procs on every Eldritch Blast, I swear to God. Okay. The last thing we're actually going to test, because I was mildly curious about this, is going to be Knight's Challenge. I think after that, I think we're done. I think that's, I think there's nothing more to test here. Knight's Challenge. And these are feats. They shouldn't work at all. I don't think they're going to work. But I'm already physically here. We're just going to do one more test, and I think that is it. And then I think we are cooked. Where do we get a shield? Update 50. SSS loot. Heroic. Sands. Give me the shield of the scorpion, baby. I love the shield of the scorpion. It's a shield throw, yeah. But it's kind of like a spell. It's like, where's my items? Man. The shield of the scorpion. These items would be so cool if they had the modern crit multi, but they don't. Being sad. You bought a level 2 shield. Oh, did you already check it, Lotil? Wait, do I not make a throw because I don't have a weapon in my hand? Oh my lord. Things I didn't know. Get him. Kill that kobold. Chunk. Chunk. Juke. Check the single target one. Alright, I'll check the AoE one because I'm here. We're almost there. Almost there. Yeah. There we go. Also doesn't work. All right, cool. That's what I want to check. All right, there's one last thing to look at. Only one more thing I can think of. After that, there's nothing else. The universe is devoid of anything interesting. And we can turn off everything forever. Which is Stream, my Warlock. This is my Giga geared endgame Warlock. I kind of want to see how much damage I do. Because I haven't tested against a kobold because there hasn't been one out. So okay, why not? It's a good chance. I think the only damage thing I'm missing is like 20 spell power. But I can get the weapon here. So this should be good. Yeah, I can just get the weapon and get the other thing. Okay. Oh, and the cloak. My cloak. So just gonna do a quick damage test because I'm curious. So for the record, what I have here is literally the maximum damage you can get on a warlock. It's not for with Eldritch Blast. It's not possible to do more damage with Eldritch Blast as far as I can tell. I have everything that bonuses Eldritch Blast, every filigree that bonuses Eldritch Blast, everything that can max out for Eldritch Blast is what I have. So this is basically like the tippy top of what we can physically possibly do. I wanted to test this because I wanted to know how much damage is the upper echelon with all the new stuff we've gotten, the new augments, some of the new items. I'm going to grab one new item out of here. Everything I can possibly do. So we go here, not here, we go here. We go to Myth Drainer Loot because I still don't have the stupid ass bracers from the raid. And I also don't have Footfalls of the Dracolich, but you know, we'll get those eventually. Anyways. Not Brace of the Battle Rager. Thayan Pack Mage's Bangle. It's like the worst item ever. No one's ever used this item in their entire life. Except for me. I don't think... Do I need anything else? Oh, I need the orb. I need the orb. I guess Skin Trickster does more damage. Yeah, probably. Lemortier. Raid items. I need this. Where's the orb? Give me 100 of these. Give me 100 of these. I don't know if I have to craft the augment. I just need the on hit effect. Orb. Is it not here? Am I blind? Oh, it's this scepter. There's no orb. It's the scepter. I am literally blind. Ignore me. Lemortia items. Oh, is there no Lemortia crafting station? There's no Lemortia crafting station. No. Do I have my Lemortia materials in my backpack? Please? Please tell me I have Lemortia materials in my backpack. Ah, shit. I don't. Oh? Crafting ingredients? Pog? Okay, we're good. I only need one effect for the test. Alright. Alright, we're good. Yep. Again, this is just me doing the... I'm just curious because I just don't have these items. I'm still keeping this character regardless, but this is like the most I can think of. So to do a quick breakdown, we have Clank, Echo of Despair, which features Rupturing Echo, which I am using for the Sonic Damage Over Time proc. Additionally, we will be using this one, Slayer of the Unliving, for the Revel in Blood Magic, for the Bleed proc, as well as the Force proc from the Woeful effect here. So we'll have 3 separate effects, all of which dealing additional damage. On top of that, I have the absolute maximum of, where is it here? Spellcasting, it's under spellcasting. The absolute maximum of the extra damage dice. I have 22 blast, 32 packed dice. So that is going maximum Tainted Scholar, picking up everything out of here. On top of that, we have spell power as well as crit multi all over this place, doing everything I can to pick up as many stats as humanly possible. And I haven't crafted an item in here, so I don't even know where to go. Is it this door? I think it's this door. So we're doing literally everything physically possible to make this as high as we can. So now I don't want Miserable Metaline. I want Woeful, not Salt. It's Woeful Energy is what I would like. So we craft Woeful Energy. And then technically, I actually want... Miserable Light as well, because this is the other effect I wanted on this, and then we should be good. So we'll do a quick test. I'm just curious to see what the damage looks like. Now bear in mind, I am aware that my character is designed to be, because I'm a warlock, I am kind of relegated to the support role, which I recognize. I'm not out here being like, oh, warlock should be top DPS, but I am curious, after all of the changes, after everything has been said and done, we have more tools now than ever to increase the damage on a warlock. Let's see what we can get to. So I now have the Slayer of Living. I have the double procs. Let's see what we can do. I'm very curious to see what we can actually do with this. I can't cast the spell. This is a fake door. It's a real fake door, dude. A timeline on much beyond what's in this preview. Trying to get this done before we get to other things. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm like I said, in the wake of I mentioned this before, of like other games and other things people love and appreciate, not always making it through, especially with like, again, some of the things we've seen recently. I'm very grateful that DDO gets to celebrate its 20th anniversary and that I get to be a part of it. And also giving away a new class for free is sick. So pretty happy about that one. Oh, the Warlock ED question? Oh, yeah. I've said it before, you guys should really invest in like cloning technology so you can duplicate yourselves. I think that would make it a lot easier to get stuff done if there's like multiple copies of you. I'm just gonna point that out. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go in on this guy. So I'm gonna have to make sure I don't screw this up. Starting from nothing. We assume we go in here. 1, 2. I can't cast one of these spells in here. That's unfortunate. Unlucky. This is without time stop. We're just gonna blast them. This is kind of the top I can do. I'm missing on the Dread Mists, but it's like not horrible. So that's 20 seconds on a Warlock, which I'm gonna be honest, 20 seconds is not bad. Now, if we actually include the time stop in here as part of the damage, which again feels inappropriate, but we're going to do just in case. Yeah, Ashes of Creation, RIP, Ashes of Creation. Was that an instant kill? Oh, are these boss kobolds? These are just DPS test kobolds. What am I doing? What am I doing? Have I never played this game before as I'm literally attacking the wrong kobolds? Okay, let's actually test on a real kobold. I'm like draining their levels and I'm not noticing. Oh god. Anyway. Alright, well I don't have any special buffs then. Damage is okay. Again, you might notice I'm not casting Ruin, Greater Ruin, things like that. The main reason I'm not doing that is specifically because if I cast Ruin or Greater Ruin or any of those special abilities, my character loses Eldritch Blasting time. The goal here is to gain as much damage from Eldritch Blast as possible. So 25 seconds on 500k life is like 20k DPS, which is around what I expected as like a top end for this character. Still, 20k is not bad for a caster. That I have no mana costs. Like that cost me nothing to do. So and it's also a 20k DPS for a caster with no cooldowns either. So we'll try again with a cooldown. Yeah, it seems pretty consistent, like 25. And that's it. 20k, 25k. This is basically everything I can come up with to increase the damage as much as possible. Again, I'm not like the most ultimate endgamer guy, but you know, we're trying out here. And like, dude, I got stats, okay? We're talking, you know, 800 light spell power, 141 crit. Something's missing. Why do I have less crit than I should be having? Oh, I'm missing. Okay, I'm missing the Elder set. Okay. Missing the Elder set is embarrassing. Missing the Elder set's a little embarrassing. We're gonna try that again with the Elder set. As it turns out, missing out on 6% crit and 15% multi is pretty good. We'll try that. All right. I'm also not able to put down Dread Mist, which actually does a good amount of damage. So let's see what we got. We go to the back and go. So this is with the Elder set this time. And this is hopefully going to kill it, maybe. 22. So I had like 22 seconds with everything. And it's not horrible, but it's not amazing. Oh, the guy reset timer. Perfect. I'm also, you might be wondering why I turn undead. There's an effect that I'm using called Shadows Upon You because my character is a warlock, where I use turn undead to debuff enemies by reducing their physical magical resistance rating even further. As a warlock, my role in the dungeon is to debuff the enemies to reduce their stats and increase the damage people do, while also doing some minor amount of damage myself. I also have a good amount of crowd control as well, but yeah. 24.4. Yep, 25 seconds. So yeah, 20,000 DPS is pretty much as high as I can get on this. Which, you know, it's fine. I don't know how I feel about that. 20k DPS on the Warlock. I am missing technically some stats because I don't have the artifact, and the artifact would give me a smidgen more packed dice. But yeah. Yeah. Again, but the big reason why Warlock is still valuable, and especially in like different settings, still got the crowd control in terms of Mass Hold Monster plus Burst of Glacial Wrath, still has the debuffing in terms of -10 PRR MRR, and then being able to stack up, as I previously mentioned, I've got Shadows Upon You. I still bring Time Stop to the raid, so like, and anti-magic or null magic aura. So again, character is not like useless, but yes, unfortunately, Warlock is still so far behind. But so the answer to the question is, did the changes to Warlock DPS increasing the base damage fix Warlock and catch it up? No. But is it so bad you can't use it? Also, no. So the short answer is just take Ruin and Greater Ruin, you guys. Just take Ruin and Greater Ruin, and then don't think about your DPS, and you'll be very happy with yourself. Yeah, Warlock's like a utility. I didn't even think of Warlock. One of the big problems is that no Epic Destiny mantles work with the current one with the Eldritch Blast. So the Dread Mantle doesn't proc anything. Even though this is an alignment ability, it literally says it does evil damage. The Exalted Angel Mantle here, Angelic Form, says your alignment spells deal light damage, but it doesn't work. If Angelic Form worked, the damage on this would be way higher. But Angelic Form says it works on alignment spells, but it does not count the Warlock as an alignment spell. Casual raids on Warlock, will this change that? Well, if you're getting rejected from casual raids, that's on the raid leader, that's not on you. Hope I can make a decent heavy pick user. Yeah, it'd be cool if Duergar got some like heavy pick bonuses or something. You know what they should do with Duergar? Because heavy picks are bad, but what if they do a Scourge, and they just have a T4 that's like heavy pick good now, like how Scourge has destroyed the dead, where it's like, yeah, heavy mace Morningstar is good now. Yeah, it's an investment, but it means that people want to play heavy pick have somewhere to go. That'd be cool. The new deity options. There's a lot of deities we don't have. I've mentioned this before, like in my preview video, but something that would be cool. So they're doing the Drow rework. So like they're doing a Drow visual rework. I think it would be interesting if with the visual rework, if you could pick like basically two different kinds of Drow. So you could either have like, maybe you could have like an Illustrated Drow from Forgotten Realms or something, as opposed to regular Drow. And we got Illustrated as like a religion. DPS with 12 caster level Arcane Trickster. Yeah. Enhance that makes picks have high fort bypass. You'll be sick. What if there was a thing that was like heavy picks ignore fortification? instead. That's just what you got. You don't get range, you don't get whatever. You just get heavy picks, ignore fortification. No, they don't remove it. You ignore it. So if you're using a heavy pick, you don't need any fort bypass. It just gives you like -5, like 500 fort bypass. I'm gonna be honest. That would be kind of fucking sick. Ooh. If I pick, that would make me try it. Yeah, because like when you just one of the big problems with just slapping a number on there, you need way more than 200%. You need a lot more. Most raid bosses have over 100% fortification just by default, especially like the undead ones. And then champions like was it the hero's soul and things like that? They get like an extra like 300 fortification or something. So being able to just like entirely ignore it would be good. Just never worry about fortification. Anyways, I think that wraps up everything I want to talk about, and I'm exhausted because I was running around all day, and then I came here to stream because I wanted to stream and look over some stuff. So I think I'm going to take a break for now. So thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. If you enjoyed what you saw, check out Lemania. Take a look at some stuff. Like, this looks really, really cool to me. I'm really stoked for this to come out. And again, apologies for not streaming the past couple of days. I mentioned this before, but my dad had a stroke over the weekend, so I've been like in and out of hospital doing a bunch of stuff. For other people that were like, oh, you know, they were very kind to show your support. He's home now, so that's good. So I was out helping him get set up and settled at home all morning. So I was doing stuff like that. So that's why I've been busy. But yeah, he's home now. He's recovering, so that is very, very good. I was very fortunate that my brother caught him in time, so all's well. I will not be back tomorrow streaming because I hate you guys. Just kidding. I'm not going to be back tomorrow streaming because I was going to be celebrating my anniversary with my girlfriend on the weekend, but that got interrupted, surprisingly. So instead, we're going to be doing some stuff tomorrow. So I'm not going to be streaming. We have a couple activities planned. And then I'll be back on Friday going over some stuff. So it should be a good time. In the meantime, because I won't be there, you'll be getting some more solo guided Artificer playthrough. I still have my video that I'm working on, which is going to be post-mortem of the Feywild event. So the Symphony of the Fey event, I will be doing my post-mortem, what I liked about it, what I didn't like about it, and kind of where we go from there. And then other than that, I believe, yeah, we'll be back on Friday. Still going to finish off solo guided playthrough with the Artificer because it's been fun. And yeah. Oh, also, I was going to do it today, but I'm just kind of too tired. But there's new dungeons that came out in Lord of the Rings Online. So probably Friday, I will be showing off some of those new dungeons. I haven't played them, but I will be showing them off because they're very cool. They're very, very cool. But yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Hope you had a fantastic time. I'm exhausted, so I'm done for the day. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. You guys are fantastic. Thank you so much to SSG for making a game that makes me, that I like, dude, this Arcane Trickster thing, I'm still brainstorming builds. I'm still brainstorming builds. So yeah. Oh, I'm stoked about this. So I'm excited for that to happen. For builds, for things. Oh god, I'm so tired. I need to get some rest. Oh god, everybody. Drive safe.